Chapter 1 Wedge. Chapter 1 Wedge. Douluo is a classic book, and the characters in it are impressive. Whether it's Tang San or Bibi Dong, everyone's characters have been shaped very well. Regardless of whether it is good or bad, ethics and morals have attracted a large number of loyal readers, whether it is from the plot design or the description of the writing. Friends who read my book probably also have a kind of Douluo feeling in it. However, although this book is also a fan art, some settings will be modified to a certain extent, and it is impossible to be completely consistent with the original book. Yet Yen-chen is a pure killer, and there are also some subtle changes in emotion. It is neither a pure cool article nor an abusive article. It examines Douluo continent from the perspective of a killer and experiences the so-called ridiculous destiny. I also hope that book lovers who read this book will not believe in fate and dare to fight against fate. Then, book lovers who like it can click favorites, vote for recommended monthly tickets, or invest in rewards. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Dangerous buildings are tall, stars can be picked by hand. Recommended collection investm. Chapter 2 The dangerous building is 100 feet high, and the stars can be picked by hand. Xiantian continent. This is a world of martial arts. There is the mysterious and unpredictable Tang sect in Bashu, who uses the method of strange hidden weapons to look at Shuzhong. There is Wudang Mountain Taijiquan. One punch is divided into two forms, 2 punches transform into 4 images, and 3 punches open the gate of heaven. There is a heavenly master from Longhu Mountain who holds thunder in his hand and is clothed in golden light to terrify evil spirits. There is also the unfathomable master in the legendary Sutra Pavilion of Shaolin Temple, looking through the autumn water, sitting alone in dry meditation. But at this moment, on the top of Mount Tai, countless famous sects, martial arts masters, are looking solemnly at the young man holding the piano between the cliffs. Yet Yen-chen. Today you have nowhere to escape, so hand over the Tian Mo Qin. A Shaolin Jiaogong with deep internal strength tried to strengthen his own momentum with a voice like a lion's roar to the cliff youth. Yet Yen-chen. The Zaixing Tower has been destroyed. Over the years, with the help of the Tian Moken, you have killed many people in the martial arts world, and how many innocent people have been killed. Today, we are waiting for the famous sect to encircle and suppress you. It is better not to do unnecessary struggles. Yes. Another Taoist astronomical patriarch level spoke calmly to the young man. A gust of breeze blows by, but the young man between the cliffs is not moved in the slightest. Yet Yen-chen slowly raised his head and looked at the group of dignified guys in front of him with great disdain. Oh! What you said is simple. To put it bluntly, you are just coveting the Tian Moken in my hand. As for killing innocent people, that's even more of a joke. Since the establishment of the Zaixing building, how many of the missions I have taken on have been released by your so-called famous families? You know it in your heart, so why pretend to be confused? For these guys, yet Yen-chen couldn't be more clear. From the moment he was born, yet Yen-chen was regarded as a monster. He was born with 6 fingers and was abandoned in the wilderness by his parents. If he hadn't passed by and brought yet Yen-chen back, he would have been a dead man long ago. From the moment he came into contact with cultivation, he showed great talent. At the age of 16, he became a first-class master in the world. From the age of 16, the old landlord passed away, and yet Yen-chen mastered the Zaixing Tower, and got the Tian Moken in his hand, paired with a Tianlong Bayan, and after a few years, he has become the top master in the world. However, the exposure of the Tian Moken, and the decline of the Zaixing building after the death of the old building owner, naturally, these guys are like wolf cubs who smell blood, and they set their minds on the Zaixing building. Now, he is the only one left in the Zaixing building. At this moment, for yet Yen-chen, who has carried out many assassination missions, life and death are no longer that important. However, he must make the group of people in front of him pay the price. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Since you guys have chased me here today, I, yet Yen-chen, will naturally entertain you. Go to hell with me. When the voice fell, there was an electric spark, and before all the decent sex had time to react, Ye Tianchen erected the Tian Moken in his hand, burning his own life and all his skills. Blood spurted out and sprinkled on the Tian Moken, and was killed by the Tian Moken. The violin keeps absorbing. Boom, 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 ding, ding, ding. Horrible zither sounds flooded in like tides. No matter who it was, they were instantly turned into blood mist by the horrific zither sounds. Together with the entire top of Mount Tai, it was severely cut off. Everything seemed to have never happened, and yet Yanchen himself fell from the top of Mount Tai because of backlash. 20 years later. Douluo continent. This is a wonderful world. All people measure the level of soul power. By hunting soul beasts and obtaining soul rings, they can constantly improve themselves. At the same time, every child born, when he reaches 6 years old, you will awaken your martial soul. Wuhan City, this is absolutely a sacred place for the soul masters in the mainland. Here is located the most powerful force in the mainland, the Wuhan Palace. In Wuhan City, in the center of the east part of the city, a towering tower stands proudly. This is the other mysterious force in Wuhan City, the Starjiang Tower. Speaking of Zhaixing Building, it can be said to be famous in the eyes of people in the mainland. Zhaixinglu, as a killer organization, all the rules are very simple, and if you pay the corresponding price, Zhaixinglu will behead one person according to the employer's request, whether it is a great soul master of more than 10 levels, or a contra of 80 or more levels. Here in Zhaixinglu, they can be killed at a price. Even the legendary titled Douluo, the owner of Zhaixinglu, had beheaded and killed it before, and it was precisely because of this that Zhaixinglu could not fall down in Wuhan City. At this moment, on the top of the Starjiang Tower, white clouds are blooming, as if they are standing in the clouds. All kinds of precious and rare flowers, plants, and trees are regularly planted on the top of the Starjiang Tower. Call, with a gust of breeze blowing by, a man in white with a silver mask was half kneeling on the ground at the moment, respectfully towards the depths of the room. Lord. The subordinate has returned after completing the task, and hereby report to the landlord. As the man in white's voice fell, an ethereal piano sound came from the attic, and the man in white's forehead was covered with sweat. Boom! Finally, as if the man in white couldn't bear the ethereal sound of the piano, soul rings began to emerge from the man in white. There were 8 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black. This white-clothed man turned out to be a contra-level powerhouse. Ding ding ding, when, as the sound of the piano in the attic dissipated, a long-haired man also wearing a gold mask slowly walked out, holding a guqin in his hands, with indescribably sharp eyes. Yang Bai, you've done a good job, and you've improved a lot during this time. You're already level 89, thinking about it, Yinhei and you are about the same level of cultivation. Looks like it's time to find the 9th spirit ring for you guys. Hearing the unhurried words of the man with the gold mask in front of him, Contra in white was obviously very excited, and kept thanking him. The man in the gold mask waved his hand, and the man in white stepped back. If you look carefully through the golden mask, you will find that this man with the golden mask is none other than Ye Tianchen from the Xiantian continent. Ye Tianchen is gently stroking the Tian Moken in his hand at this moment, and his mind is also a little wandering. After he fell from the top of Mount Tai in profound sky continent back then, for some reason, he came to Douluo continent. Even his body shrunk down to that of a 6-year-old child, who was also born with 6 fingers and was abandoned by his parents since he was a child. But fortunately, after learning more about the magical cultivation system of Douluo, he also successfully awakened his own martial soul, which is Tian Moken. From then on, Ye Tianchen also began to cultivate soul power. At the same time, he did not forget to practice the Tianlong Bayan. In just a dozen years, he became the legendary Douluo powerhouse in the Douluo continent. At the same time, the star-picking tower was slowly built. The white-clothed man just now was one of the 2 enshrined in the Zhaixing Tower, named Yin and Yang are enshrined. Under this, there are 9 heavenly level killers at the level of soul saints, and 36 earth level killers at the level of soul emperors. There are countless QIN level killers and yellow level killers. Killer is a little cold, set sail. 2 or 3 times a day in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 The Guest on the Star-Reaching Tower, the Saint Bibi Dong. Chapter 3 The Guest on the Star-Reaching Tower, the Saint Bibi Dong. I don't know how long it will take for the Star-Reaching Tower to stand on the same continent as the behemoth Wuhan Palace. Yet Yen Chen shook his head. No longer entangled with this issue, there would be hope for him in the Zhaixing Tower, and he would have the opportunity to leave a strong mark on the Douluo continent. Dragging his thin and slender figure, yet Yen Chen slowly walked into the pavilion again. After a while, the misty, clear and melodious piano sound slowly came out of the pavilion. Like the tide, and also like the drizzle, even if it is hundreds of feet away, it can always arouse the inexplicable emotions in the hearts of the soul masters who are constantly passing by downstairs. Some suddenly had red eyes, bloodshot and ferocious, their martial souls were activated, and their soul rings appeared, like ferocious soul beasts. Others have a sudden pause, tears in their eyes, a twitch in their hearts, they suddenly wake up, their soul power breaks through when their mood improves. Zhaixing Tower is just like the old days, mysterious and full of curiosity for passing soul masters. And in Wuhan City, in the Hall of the Holy Maiden, at this moment, there is also a beautiful fairy who is as beautiful as a fairy, like a lotus in autumn water, looking at the black shadow in front of her with a serious face. The stunning fairy is none other than the saint of this generation of Wuhandian, Bibi Dong, and the black shadow is naturally a ray of soul in the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong, the Rakshasa god test. Are you ready to start the god test? I would like to remind you that now that the divine test is starting, you may not have the ability to complete the first test. The black shadow is like a ghost, and its words are full of domineering and indifferent. Bibi Dong raised her head, her exquisite facial features and jade-like complexion were admirable. Indeed it is rare in the world, and a beautiful woman is hard to come by. It's a pity that at this moment, no one will have the opportunity to see Bibi Dong's beauty. What is revealed in her eyes is not the innocence and cuteness of an ordinary girl, but the complexity and hatred. Master Luosha, Bibi Dong has already thought it through, and now she is going to start the divine test. Bibi Dong almost jumped out of the words one by one. The words were full of coldness, without any emotion at all. Oh, since that's the case, I'm not trying to persuade you. The first test of the Rakshasa God exam, I want you to kill a soul master who has the blood of an angel and the spirit of an angel no matter what method you use within 3 months. Can you do it? When Rakshasa revealed the content of the first test, Bibi Dong's figure visibly paused. She never thought that the first test of Rakshasa would be so difficult. If he wants to kill a soul master with an angel spirit, isn't it obvious that he is targeting Qinjia? However, at this moment, Bibi Dong nodded after calming down. From the moment she started the divine test, she had no way out. Qinjia, Qiandao Lu Bibi Dong definitely has no way to kill a level 99 peerless Douluo. But facing Qian Rongxiu who was only 5 years old, Bibi Dong still couldn't make a move after all. Only Qian Sunji, Bibi Dong didn't feel any pressure, and even wished to kill Qian Sunji now. No one knew how much pain Bibi Dong felt after Chihiroji hurt her, no one knew how much pain she suffered after her favorite Yu Xiaogang betrayed her. Looking at Rakshasa God, Bibi Dong's eyes were extremely firm, showing murderous intent, full of mania and viciousness. Bibi Dong will do her best and die without regrets. The Rakshasa figure smiled slightly, said nothing more, turned into a black smoke and dissipated in front of Bibi Dong. After Luoka's soul left, Bibi Dong Fang looked in the direction of the Pope's palace, and couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. What's more, it was still hatred, and even more killing intent. Qian Sunji, Bibi Dong, will find everything you hurt me back then. Having said that, Bibi Dong left the Holy Maiden Hall and galloped directly towards the tallest building in Wuhan City, the Star-Reaching Tower. After the Rakshasa Divine Soul announced the requirements for the first test of the Rakshasa examination, Bibi Dong had already made a decision. Although Qian Sunji is not as good as Qian Daoliu, he is still the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a level 95 titled Douluo, the owner of a god-level spirit, and an angel spirit. His strength is not weak. And Bibi Dong is just a level 89 soul Douluo now. If she wants to be strong, even if she dies, she won't be able to kill Qian Sunji, so she thought of Zaxing Tower. This mysterious and unpredictable force has never had any contact with the Wuhan Palace, and has never put the Wuhan Palace in its eyes. In Wuhan City, everyone knows that the soul masters that Zaxinglu wants to kill, even if they are titled Douluo level powerhouses, cannot escape. No one knows how powerful the star-reaching tower is. But the mysterious sound of the piano in front of the star-reaching tower always reminds passing soul masters that the star-reaching tower has killed titled Douluo. Bibi Dong once asked the titled Douluo elder of the Spirit Hall why the Spirit Hall could tolerate Star Zailing Tower staying in the Spirit Hall, and the answer he got was truly unexpected. The elder's reply was very simple. The star-reaching building master has the strength to kill a level 95 peak Douluo. If Wuhandian and Zaxinglu don't have a deep hatred, Wuhandian doesn't want to provoke Zaxinglu easily, and Bibi Dong's intention to come to Zaxinglu is to kill Qian Sunji with the help of Zaxinglu. The reason is very simple. According to the rules of Zaxinglu, as long as they are willing to pay the corresponding price, Zaxinglu can assassinate anyone according to their requirements. Although Bibi Dong is not sure whether the mysterious being, the owner of the star-reaching building, is willing to take action, she currently only has this method, which can easily kill Qian Sunji. Why did Luosha Shenkeo not clearly say that Bibi Dong must personally kill an angel Wuhan owner? Naturally, Bibi Dong can also hire killers. In a short time, Bibi Dong arrived in front of the star-picking tower from the Saintess Hall. Looking at the tower of reaching stars soaring into the sky in front of her, Bibi Dong was also not at peace. The star-reaching tower is really too mysterious, especially the owner. Everyone only knows that this owner is also a titled Douluo. His martial soul is a weird Guqin with 6 natural fingers. People in mainland China call him the 6-fingered Qin demon crown. After thinking for a moment, Bibi Dong still walked nervously, and instead of taking the usual path, she jumped up and followed the raised 4 corners of the star-reaching tower, and began to quickly move up to the top of the building. Following a graceful arc, Bibi Dong's proud figure stood upright on the top of the star-picking tower. Seeing the extremely peaceful surroundings, the pots of exotic flowers and plants exuding a charming fragrance, Bibi Dong was also a little curious for a moment. This 6-fingered zither devil has such a fun, it's really a bit unique. Just when Bibi Dong focused her eyes on those exotic flowers and plants, and was about to reach out her hand to caress a proud rose, in the pavilion, separated by pieces of blue silk, the ethereal piano sound began to sound. Bibi Dong suddenly felt a danger like a thorn in her back. The outstretched hand was retracted in an instant, and in the next second, a transparent wind blade flashed across the sky above the delicate rose, and the clouds in the sky were instantly split into 2. Bibi Dong knew that this was the mysterious host who picked up the stars, reminding herself not to do anything with him without authorization. Bibi Dong was a little startled. No wonder no one dared to provoke him in the star-picking building. The strength of this mysterious star-picking building was even more terrifying than she thought. If it wasn't for relying on the special nature of her martial spirit, she was born with a very strong ability to perceive danger. Just now, she wouldn't want Bibi Dong's hand. Even if an ordinary titled Douluo comes, he may not be able to escape this weird killing move, and the power is so strong that even the titled Douluo dare not say that he can split the dark clouds covering the sky and the moon in half, let alone that this is a blow from the master of picking stars. At this moment, Bibi Dong was not only cautious, but also filled with ecstasy. This meant that the star-reaching tower master really had the strength to kill Qian Sunji easily. As for how to make him take action, it depends on Bibi Dong's ability. With a smile on her lips, Bibi Dong bowed her head toward the pavilion. Below, Bibi Dong, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, Please see your majesty the six-fingered Qin demon. After the words were finished, Bibi Dong looked up, and there was no change in the pavilion, as if she had never been here before. Bibi Dong. Seeing this, Bibi Dong didn't back down, directly increased the volume, and said loudly again, Bibi Dong, please see your majesty the six-fingered Qin demon. After all, Bibi Dong planned to go directly to the pavilion. However, just when she stepped forward with her left foot, a cold voice resounded. Bibi Dong? Saint of Wuhan Palace? Ha, it's interesting, why did the people from Wuhan Palace come to my Starjiang Tower? Could it be Wuhandian is going to take action against me, Zhaixinglu? Seeing that the host finally spoke, Bibi Dong also breathed a sigh of relief at the moment. In fact, when she wanted to enter the pavilion just now, the Wuhan censor told her that it would be very dangerous and she would die, but she gambled right. The host who picked up the stars didn't want to kill her immediately. Do you have any friends to watch again? Hehe, I look forward to your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 The Six-Fingered Qin Demon Appears, Assassinate and Seek Disease. Chapter 4 The Six-Fingered Qin Demon Appears, Assassinate Chihiroji. However, the words of the landlord who picked up the stars obviously did not have a good impression of Wuhandian. This is exactly what Bibi Dong wants. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong replied immediately. Your Majesty the Qin Demon Crown, today Bibi Dong comes to the Starjiang Tower, not to represent the Wuhan Palace, but to represent me personally. As soon as these words came out, the already hurried piano sound in the pavilion began to ease. Oh? On behalf of yourself. I pick the star building, the saint should know where it is. Since you represent yourself, then I don't know what the saint has to do when I pick the star building? Yet Yanchen was a little confused in the pavilion at the moment. To be honest, he was not ready for the Wuhan Palace yet. If Star-Reaching Tower wants to rise, it will inevitably conflict with Wuhan Palace. As for the strength of Wuhan Palace, even yet Yanchen, who has become a titled Douluo, is still numb. Leaving aside those two-digit titled Douluo powerhouses, only Qian Daoliu, the great priest of the Wuhan Hall, a 99-level peerless Douluo, is not something that Yet Yanchen can handle now. In the past 2 years, Yet Yanchen already had the intention to retire, and moved the Zhaixing Tower to Wuhan City in order to attract outstanding soul masters to join. But now, if Zhaixing building wants to develop, it will inevitably start to conflict with Wuhandian. For this reason, Yet Yanchen already has the intention of leaving. He plans to leave Wuhan City, go to the two great empires, develop secretly, and face the insurmountable hurdle of Wuhan Palace when he becomes stronger in the future. That's why Yet Yanchen didn't kill Bibi Dong immediately, but just wanted to cut off Bibi Dong's hand as a punishment. It's just that Bibi Dong's quick reaction made Yet Yanchen take a high look. Facing Yet Yanchen's inquiry, Bibi Dong responded quickly without thinking. Under the Qin Demon Crown, I heard that the Zhaixing Tower is mysterious and unparalleled. As long as the employer is willing to pay the corresponding price, Zhaixinglu will kill the person requested by the employer on the spot. Since the establishment of the Star-Reaching Tower, there has never been an accident. No one who was killed by the Star-Reaching Tower was able to survive. Even the legendary titled Douluo strongman, after hearing that Qin Momian, he personally took action and killed him. I don't know, what I said below is the truth. Yet Yanchen couldn't understand the purpose of Bibi Dong's arrival at the moment, but when he sensed that Bibi Dong was only level 89 and didn't even reach the title Douluo, he didn't take it to heart. He casually said, as you said, Zhaixing building has never made any mistakes. However, what does this have to do with you coming to my star-picking building? While speaking, Yet Yanchen also stopped what he was doing, and the sound of the piano disappeared. In the night, from the dark clouds that he had originally split, a ray of moonlight shot down, illuminating the top of the Starjiang Tower, making it appear deep, quiet, and peaceful. Vast. At this moment, Bibi Dong already had a decision in her heart. Take a step forward and give him a hug. Your Majesty Qin Momian, to tell you the truth, I came to Zaixing Tower tonight to ask for something. If His Majesty Qin Momian can deal with this matter, Bibi Dong must be extremely grateful. As she said that, Bibi Dong's eyes revealed bursts of fierce light. Like a beast, always staring at the prey at your fingertips, yet Yanchen also didn't expect that this Bibi Dong would dare to make a request to him. Would he really treat Yet Yanchen as a benevolent person? But after thinking about it, in these years, no one really dared to talk to him like that. It seemed that Bibi Dong was rather special. It has always been Yet Yanchen who says what he says, and no one dares to say a word. Even the two worshippers Yang Bai and Yin He are like this, let alone the other killers of the star-reaching tower. Across the patches of blue hair, Yet Yanken's ethereal and indifferent voice also made Bibi Dong feel a chill in her heart. "Hat, you actually came to find me to do something. Doesn't it mean that the saint doesn't know that I only accept murder jobs in the Zaixing Tower, or do you think that I, Zaixing Lu, will promise you other things? The saint, for the sake of your Wuhan temple, I advise the Holy Maiden to be self-aware and not to annoy me, otherwise Her Highness the Holy Maiden will lose her life." At this moment, the last trace of self-confidence that Bibi Dong had was completely lost. She only felt that her whole body was cold from the solace of her feet to her head, and there was a thick layer of sweat on her forehead. She didn't want to die here so easily. She still hasn't avenged her. "Your Majesty the Qin Demon, today Bibi Dong came here to let His Majesty kill someone for me." Bibi Dong, who was worried about Yet Yanken's sudden attack, finally revealed the purpose of her trip. When Yet Yanchen heard this, he was immediately full of doubts. Logically speaking, as Bibi Dong is the saint of Wuhan Palace, no one should dare to provoke her. Taking a 10,000 step back, even if there is someone Bibi Dong can't kill, Bibi Dong should let those old guys from Wuhan Hall do it. Why come to Zaixing Tower to find herself? In doubt, the sound of the piano in Yet Yanken's hand sounded again. With a trace of curiosity, Yet Yanchen asked, "He, I don't know who it is, but let Bibi Dong, the saintess of Wuhan Palace, take the risk to pick it yourself Star Tower looking for me." Now that we've talked about this, Bibi Dong is still riding a tiger, so let's give it a go. As soon as he gritted his teeth, bursts of murderous intent slowly came out along with Bibi Dong's every word. "Qin Momian, the person I want to kill is none other than the Pope of Wuhan Palace, Qian Sunji." Boom! As soon as these words came out, Yet Yanchen had to say that he was surprised by Bibi Dong. Chihiroji is the Pope of Spirit Hall. His overall strength is not weak. The peak Douluo of level 95 has a level 99 Qian Daolia behind him. And Bibi Dong other than King Si actually wants to assassinate Qian Sunji. This is really nowhere to look for with a lantern. However, I have to say that Yet Yanchen, who was originally calm in the ancient well, was also shocked by Bibi Dong's shocking scene, and his heart was stirred, but he became very interested. As Yet Yanchen stopped what he was doing, the sound of the piano disappeared again, and with a wave of his hand, pieces of black hair fluttered, and Yet Yanchen finally saw Bibi Dong's true face. White skin. Almost perfect face. It makes her look so different. In particular, the invisible nobility and holiness exuded from the body makes people unable to help but feel the emotion of worship. Although Yet Yanchen would not be affected by this, he still praised in his heart, "What a holy girl from the Wuhan temple." In contrast, Bibi Dong was even more surprised after seeing Yet Yanchen. Yet Yanken's figure looks a little thin, but under the cover of the blue shirt, it has a more charming charm. Silver threads like moonlight were neatly draped over the back shoulders, and the face was covered by a gold mask, but Bibi Dong could still deduce the peerless face of the Qin demon in front of him through the exposed gap. The slender fingers rested lightly on the soul-numbing guqin. As in the legend, the Qin demon was born with 6 fingers, but Bibi Dong didn't feel any indecentness. On the contrary, he felt that it was so harmonious. Then make her unforgettable. "Your Excellency, I am very curious. This Kyung Sunji is your teacher, the Pope of the Wuhan Temple, the son of Qian Daoliu. Why do you think that I will kill him for you, and why do you think I have this ability?" "You know, Wahundian has no less than 10 titled Douluo. And now, in this seat, there is only one titled Douluo in this seat. Your Excellency the Holy Maiden really made me look a little different. Yet Yenchen said while looking at Bibi Dong. It didn't look like he was joking, but it was strange. What made Bibi Dong want to kill Qian Suanji so much? Bibi Dong took another step forward, looked directly into Yetiankin's deep and cold eyes, and said coldly, I came down to look for Qin Demon Myangxia, naturally because I trust Mian Xiao to kill Qian Sunji. As for why Chihiroji was killed, I'm sorry, Your Majesty Qin Momian, please forgive me for not being able to tell you. It depends on Qin Momian, whether you dare to accept this commission. The aggressive method? Tisk tisk tisk, it's a bit interesting, I said before, you can rest assured that you can do things in the Zaixing building. Chihiroji is just a peak Douluo at level 95, but it's true strength, but it's nothing. I can pick up the star building. After Yetiankin's words fell, Bibi Dong couldn't help being overjoyed. She knew that the host who picked the stars wasn't lying to herself. Seeing the surprise in Bibi Dong's expression, Yetianchen also poured a basin of cold water down. Your Excellency, don't be so busy being happy. You can accept this commission, but what price can you pay, Your Excellency? This needs to be explained clearly. Ask for recommendations for investment. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 The Price is Humiliation, Bibi Dong is Cruel. Chapter 5 The Price is Humiliation, Bibi Dong is Cruel. The life of a titled Douluo powerhouse is not taken at will, let alone Pope Chihiroji. I don't know what price the saint can pay. After all, Yetianchen looked at Bibi Dong quietly, there was only a hint of joking in his eyes. Assassinating Chihiroji, thanks to Bibi Dong, a saint, could figure it out, yet Yenchen admitted that he was indeed a little moved by such a difficult task. But as the owner of Zaixing building, yet Yenchen can't forget the killer's rules. If you want to talk about it, you can't do it in the star-picking tower. Bibi Dong was silent at this moment, and she suddenly realized a problem. It is true that Zaixing can complete the assassination of King Sunji, but the employer must pay a corresponding price before Zaixing is willing to take action. As Yet Yenchen said, the impact of the assassination of Chihiroji can be said to be unimaginably severe. What can I pay for myself? After a few minutes. Seeing that Bibi Dong remained silent, Yet Yenchen also lost interest. Okay, Your Excellency the Holy Maiden, let's go wherever we come from, don't stay in the star-picking tower. Finally, Yetiankin's words seemed to have stimulated Bibi Dong. This is an opportunity, a chance to avenge and complete the first test of the Raksha God examination. What else can make myself complete this almost impossible task? No. Your lord, Bibi Dong is willing to pay any price. I only hope that Qin Momian can kill Chihiroji. There was no look in Bibi Dong's eyes anymore. Success or failure is a matter of one action. Taking leisurely steps, Yet Yenchen walked slowly in front of Bibi Dong, and as the two got closer, the sense of crisis in Bibi Dong's heart burst instantly. It seemed that the man in front of him could take his own life at any time, but Yet Yenchen obviously didn't move at all, didn't release his martial soul, and didn't even fluctuate his soul power. Finally, Yet Yenchen stared at Bibi Dong condescendingly, with a hint of murderous intent in his stern eyes. At any cost, Bibi Dong, you saintess is so naive, I want you to die now, are you willing? This. Bibi Dong was a little speechless. If it was 5 years ago, Bibi Dong would definitely be willing, as long as she could make Qian Suanji die, she would pay any price, even her life. But now, she still has something she can't let go of. Yet Yenchen could also predict Bibi Dong's reaction, and it wasn't surprising. Your Majesty, besides this, Bibi Dong is willing to bear any price. Bibi Dong raised her head, looked at Yet Yenchen, and said every word with firmness. Shaking his head, Yet Yenchen stretched out his 6 slender fingers, slowly crossed Bibi Dong's forehead, came to his chin, raised it gently, and said calmly, since you don't want to die, then serve me for one night, but this night, you will lose 20 years of vitality. Are you willing? After the words were finished, Yetiankin's entire body retreated into the pavilion like a tide in one breath, pieces of black hair fell down, and the sound of the zither began to resound one after another. Accompanied by the beautiful sound of the piano, and Yetiankin's cold reply. If you want, you can come in, if you are afraid, then leave, Bibi Dong, you only have an incense stick of time to think about it. At that time, if you still stand where you are and remain unmoved, I will definitely kill you. Bibi Dong was struggling deeply in her heart at this moment. Killing Jian Sunji, the man in front of her could easily do it, but I don't know how long it took, but finally, before the incense stick ended, Bibi Dong's heart was ashamed. With a trace of soul power shaking, Bibi Dong's clothes instantly slipped off, and a large area of snow-white skin was exposed to the air. With the moonlight shining on the snow-white skin, every move was captivating. Bibi Dong looked coldly at the pavilion covered by black hair in front of her, and walked in step by step. At dawn, with the rising sun releasing the first ray of morning light, Bibi Dong slowly walked out of the pavilion, like a walking corpse, with a rosy complexion that made one feel chilly, as if the whole person had lost vitality. Strands of silver began to appear on the temples. The moment she walked out of the pavilion, a set of glazed skirt was attached to Bibi Dong's smooth and tender skin, covering a large area of spring. Without saying a word, Bibi Dong flew away and left Zaixing building. Yet Yanchen will not know what Bibi Dong is thinking at this moment. Not a while after Bibi Dong left, Yet Yanchen also parted his blue hair and walked out slowly as a lazy voice sounded in the pavilion. Looking at the direction in which Bibi Dong was leaving, Yet Yanchen showed an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. Bibi Dong's decision last night was unexpected by Yet Yanchen. However, Yet Yanchen was not a good man or a believer in the love affair he sent to his door, and he was just lustful. Moreover, Bibi Dong also paid for 20 years of life. Yetiankin's Tian Moken is very good at collecting yin and replenishing yang. Wahundian, since there will be a meeting sooner or later, let's start with you, Kyungsuunji. After finishing speaking, Yet Yanchen took out the Tian Moken, and following the melodious sound of his piano, figures jumped up from the middle of the Zaixing building to the top of the Zaixing building. I'll meet the host later. Daoist silhouettes prostrated themselves to the ground in unison, their eyes full of fanaticism. Yet Yanchen looked at the Zaixing Lu killers in front of him, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. These killers in front of them are the mainstay of the star-chasing tower, and will even bear the heavy responsibility of the star-chasing tower to dominate the mainland in the future. Looking around, Yet Yanchen also began to explain. The two priests of Yin and Yang stepped forward to listen to the order. Following Yetiankin's words, Yang Bai and Yin He slowly walked out of the crowd dragging their robes. I'll wait for the order. From today onwards, the two of you will no longer take over the assassination mission, and will do your best to investigate the Wuhan Palace for me, and Pope Chihiroji's every move. I will leave it to you. Rest assured, after this mission is over, I will lead the two of you to hunt for the 9th spirit ring. Yin He Yang Bai instantly beamed with joy, and fell to the ground with a plop. Follow the landlord's orders. As soon as the words fell, the two priests, Yin He Yang Bai, flew away from the top of the star-picking tower and galloped in the direction of the Pope's palace. The two of them attached great importance to this task, after all it was related to their 9th spirit ring, so how could they not take it seriously? Seeing that the yin and yang were gone, Yetiankin's eyes fell on the other killers. Heaven-level killer obeys orders. I will obey orders. As the 9 heaven-level killers took a step forward, their faces under the cover of black cloth revealed fanatical affection. The two priests, Yin, Black, and Yang, have been promised the 9th soul ring, and they are also looking forward to improving themselves. After all, Yet Yanchen did everything the host promised, no matter how big or small it was, and never broke his promise. This is one of the reasons why the group of sky-level assassins in Zaixinglu are so loyal. Under Yetiankin's golden mask, there was also an expression of satisfaction with these heavenly killers. You also don't need to take over any tasks during this period of time, you just need to secretly transfer all the important and precious things in the Zaxing building in Wuhan City to the Heaven Do Empire. Can you wait to do it? As soon as these words came out, the 9 sky-level assassins gave a noticeable pause, but they did not expect that their honorable host would actually give such a task. Transferring the valuables from the Zaxing building in Wuhan City sounds a bit difficult. After all, doing so in Wuhan City means leaving Wuhan City. They also guessed in their hearts that it might have something to do with Wuhandian, but it's none of their business. As the sky-level killers of Zaxinglu, all they need to do is one thing: absolutely obey the landlord. Don't worry, the landlord, we will definitely do it. We will never reveal a single trace. Nodding his head, Ye Tianchen then looked at the remaining killers, and said slowly, as for you, we will continue with the mission during this period, but remember, don't expose your traces, and don't return to Wuhan City after completing the mission. Leave Wuhan City directly, and go to the Heaven Do Empire. Do you understand? The rest of the killers knelt on one knee, raised their hands and cupped their fists. Don't worry, my lord, I'll understand later. Seeing that the tasks were handed over, Ye Tianchen immediately waved his hand. In an instant, both the heaven-level killers and other killers turned into afterimages and left the top of the Starzaning Tower. After all the killers left, Ye Tianchen slowly came to the corner of Zaxing building, looked in the direction of Wuhan Palace, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, took out the Tian Moken, and began to play it to his heart's content. After a while, a group of soul masters began to gather downstairs in Zaxing building. They wanted to understand something from Ye Tianchen's ethereal piano sound. Everything seemed to have never happened, and it was still the same as before. Silent as the tide. The color part cannot be described in detail. Everyone forgive me, he he he. End of this chapter. Chapter 6: Huajing Fang Kills, Looking for Illness Thoughts. Chapter 6: Hundreds of flowers compete to kill, Chihiro's sick thoughts. After leaving the Zaxing Tower, Bibi Dong galloped all the way, but in a short while, she returned to the Hall of Spirits. The tall palace gates and majestic buildings all show the majesty of the Wuhan Palace. When Bibi Dong came to the gate of the hall and wanted to enter quietly, the originally closed hall door slowly opened, and the figure that greeted her eyes was the person Bibi Dong didn't want to see the most in her life. Pope Chihiro disease. For a moment, the humiliation of the past kept flashing in Bibi Dong's heart. The seeds of hatred grew wildly. Bibi Dong suppressed the impulse in her heart, and just looked at Qian Sunji coldly. Finally, after more than 10 seconds, Qian Sunji seemed to be a little irritated by Bibi Dong's cold gaze, and a thick and slightly hoarse voice rang in Bibi Dong's ear. Donger, I heard that you left the spirit hall last night and didn't return all night. Can this matter? As soon as he opened his mouth, Qian Sunji stated his purpose of coming. Apart from being the saint of Wuhan Temple, Bibi Dong was also a woman he had possessed by Qian Sunji. Chihiroji also knew that Bibi Dong hated him, but as the Pope of the Wuhan Temple, Chihiroji still believed that Bibi Dong belonged to him. Therefore, no matter how Bibi Dong resists, even if she uses dirty means, Chihiroji will still get Bibi Dong. At this moment, Bibi Dong's expression also changed in an instant, with a little more panic and more gnashing of hatred. She knew that her every move might be under the control of Chihiroji. Inexplicably, Bibi Dong suddenly felt a little relieved about her going to the star-reaching tower. Although the star-chasing landlord is also a bastard, Bibi Dong realized at this moment that without the help of the star-chasing landlord, it would be impossible for him to kill Kyung Sunji in his heyday. I am the holy maiden of the spirit hall. Where to go, what to do? It seems that there is no need to report to His Majesty the Pope. There is no need for His Majesty the Pope to send someone to supervise me. Also, Your Majesty the Pope, my name is Bibi Dong, not a Donger. Your Majesty the Pope can also call me Saint. Bibi Dong looked directly into Chihiroji's eyes. The endless emptiness and endless killing intent were perfectly hidden by Bibi Dong, Jian Suanji only felt that Bibi Dong's eyes were so sharp at the moment, shocked, but also withdrew his gaze. Bibi Dong's unyielding behavior made Chihiroji helpless. Looking at the cold Bibi Dong, Jian Sunji said slowly again, "Bibi Dong, remember your identity. You are the saint of Wuhan Palace, the disciple of the Pope, and Schwetter's mother." Jian Sunji didn't say any more, knowing that there would be no results if he asked, and walked away directly. Finally, after Chihiro dashed away. Only then did Bibi Dong withdraw her ferocious gaze, raised her head and walked towards her Saintess Hall along the familiar path. Back in the Saintess Hall, next to the 100 Flowers Pond, as Bibi Dong's clothes slipped to the bottom, Bibi Dong slowly walked into the 100 Flowers Pond. Plop! Bibi Dong's whole body was immersed in the water, and the warm water stimulated Bibi Dong's sensitive skin all the time. Call! As Bibi Dong poked her head out, Yetiankin's figure began to emerge in her mind. That terrifying strength and the weird sound of the piano seemed to ring in Bibi Dong's ears again. Bibi Dong closed her eyes tightly, trying not to think about last night's experience, but the more she tried to forget, the more unbearable memories came to her mind. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's closed eyes opened in an instant, and wisps of black energy emanated from Bibi Dong's body. Silently, it spread throughout the Saintess Hall. Beside the flower pond, all the flowers that were originally blooming withered. After dying, even the water in the 100 Flowers Pond quickly changed color. Lord Zexinglu, I hope you can really kill Kyung Sunji. If you break your promise, I will go to heaven and earth in this life, and I, Bibi Dong, will definitely make you and Zingzinglu disappear from the Douluo continent if I have the chance. Finally, when Bibi Dong said these words, the scarlet blackness in her eyes began to fade away. Following that, the water in the 100 Flowers Pond also returned to its former clarity, but the withered flowers could no longer stand upright. The movements on Bibi Dong's side naturally did not escape Jian Suanji's eyes. Chihiroji, who returned to the Pope's palace, also had a change of heart after learning about Bibi Dong's movement. Jian Sunji has never regretted what happened back then, but he also wanted to really get Bibi Dong, so even if Bibi Dong had never looked at Jian Suanji with his eyes in these years, Jian Suanji didn't say anything. What? Hey! I don't know how to make Donger accept all this. Just when Jian Suanji was distressed, the door of the Pope's palace slowly opened, and as two figures entered, Jian Suanji's thoughts also paused. Immediately, he regained the majesty he once had as the Pope of Wuhandian. Under Moon Pass, Ghost, I have seen His Majesty the Pope. It was Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwan and Ghost Douluo Ghost who came in. Chihiro waved his hand quickly, signaling to the two of them that there is no need to be polite. Ju Douluo, Ghost Douluo, have you two discovered anything during this time? What is so unusual about the saint? Hearing Jian Sunji's question, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo shook their heads at the same time. The two of them are Chihiroji's right-hand men, and Chihiroji trusts them the most on weekdays, so Jian Suanji asked them to monitor Bibi Dong's every move. Last night, Bibi Dong went out of the Wuhan Palace, which was exactly what the two of them told Jian Suanji. Taking a step forward, Yu Guan also told about what happened last night. Reporting to His Majesty the Pope, after His Highness the Saint left the Wuhan Palace last night, she headed towards the Starzane Tower. Although the old ghost and I have been following secretly, Her Highness the Saint's Wuhan is special, and we did not dare to rely too much on it. Close. In the end, when Her Majesty the Holy Maiden came down to the vicinity of the star-picking tower, the old ghost and I originally wanted to continue to follow. But the person from the Zexing Tower seemed to have discovered us, just a sound of the piano, with thousands of changes, and murderous intentions emerged, and the old ghost and I were forced to retreat. There used to be an order in the Hall of Enshrinement, and without the order of the Great Enshrinement, we could not provoke the Zexing Tower without authorization, so the old ghost and I lost Her Majesty the Holy Maiden. After finishing speaking, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo lowered their heads, as if waiting for Chihiroji's punishment. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement from Chihiro-ji. This matter, no wonder you, the great priest from the Zaixing Tower, also mentioned it to me. His strength is unfathomable, let me avoid provoking it if I have nothing to do. But now, the saint seems to hate me more and more. After all, Qian Sunji didn't know what to do and could only sigh. At this moment, Zhu Douluo rolled his eyes, as if he had thought of something. He raised his head, looked at Qian Sunji, and said in surprise, "Your Majesty the Pope, hasn't His Highness the Saint reached level 89? Why not hunt for her soul ring? If His Majesty the Pope can obtain a 10-year soul ring for the Holy Maiden, His Highness the Holy Maiden will definitely change her mind towards His Majesty the Pope." Ghost Douluo also reacted at this moment. He knew what Yuegwen meant. "Your Majesty, it just so happens that Yuegwen and I just happen to know the trace of a 10-year-old soul beast. If this happens, I'm afraid Her Royal Highness the Saint will not forgive you." Oh! When Ghost Douluo said this, Kyungsunji was instantly moved. If it could be done, Kyungsunji felt that it was really possible for Bibi Dong to forgive himself. After all, who in the Douluo continent could refuse a 10-year-old gift? His 9th spirit ring, the corners of the mouth were raised slightly, making Chihiro-ji look a little hurried. "Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, you two speak quickly. Where is the 10-year soul beast at this moment?" Seeing Qian Sunji so excited, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo were also very happy, and immediately planned to inform Qian Sunji about the news of the 10-year-old soul beast. "Your Majesty, the 10-year-old soul beast is said to be a blue-silver grass. The soul beast transformed into human society and is now with Tang Hao of the Clear Sky School, at the edge of the Star Do Forest. Moreover, it was said that the Blue-Silver Emperor was pregnant with Tang Hao's child, and his strength was not one at a time enough to deal with a Contra. As for Tang Hao, he was nothing more than a Contra. Your Majesty the Pope, this is a godsend opportunity." The longing in Chihiro-ji's eyes has revealed his thoughts at the moment. As Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo said, this is really a godsend opportunity. It can not only win Bibi Dong's favor, but also attack Hao Shenzong. It really kills two birds with one stone. In the original book, if Qian Sunji hadn't hunted the Blue-Silver Emperor and was seriously injured by Tang Hao, then Bibi Dong really wouldn't have had a chance to attack Qian Sunji. So in this article, Bibi Dong is willing to dedicate her life to ask Ye Tianchen to take action, which also makes sense. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Hunting Out of the Hunt, 6-Finger Piano Magic Out. Chapter 7 Kyungsunji goes out to hunt, and the 6-fingered piano demon comes out. It is good. Since God has given me a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity like Qian Sunji, how can I let it go to waste? At this moment, Qian Sunji had already started to imagine the scene where he captured the 10-year-old soul beast and brought it to Bibi Dong. Seeing this, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were secretly delighted. "Give me an order, the Pope will go out of Wuhan City to do something in 3 days. Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, just the two of you will follow me this time. Remember, don't let the big priests know about it." Nodding, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo are not stupid. It is normal that the Pope does not want to let the Hall of Worship know. After all, the Hall of Worship will not let Chihiro-ji go to the Star Forest alone. I don't know, anyway, it is the order of the great priest, who knows. Here, Qian Sunji and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo began to prepare to go to the Star Forest, and the two priests of Zaixing Lul Yunyang who had been investigating the news also learned the news half a day later, reaching for the Star Tower. At this moment, Ye Tianchen was playing the song High Mountains and Flowing Waters in boredom. Suddenly, a gust of breeze blew by, and the two worshippers Yin, Black, and Yang suddenly appeared in front of Ye Tianchen. Stopping what he was doing, Ye Tianchen raised his head, looked at the black and white, and asked slowly, "How? Did there ever be any news about Qian Sunji?" Yin He Yang Bai half knelt on the ground, also telling Ye Tianchen about Qian Sunji going to the Star Forest. After pondering for a while, Ye Tianchen raised his brows, why did Qian Suanji go to the Star Forest when he had nothing to do? If I remember correctly, the Spirit Hall does not allow the Pope to go to the Star Do Forest alone. Have you ever found out why Qian Suanji went to the Star Do Forest? When the host asked again, Yinhe Yangbai also shook his head helplessly. This was all they could know. They didn't know what Qian Sunji's plan was for leaving the Spirit Hall to go to the Star Forest. Apart from Qian Sunji and Zhugui Douluo, they also didn't know the secret behind the star-reaching towers arrangement in the Spirit Hall. Shaking his head seeing Yin and Yang, yet Yanchen didn't make things difficult for them. Forget it, no matter what Qian Sunji did when he went to the Star Do Forest, why should he care so much if he is dead? The two of you have done a good job. This trip to the Star Do Great Forest, the two of you will also go together, and after I kill that Chihiroji, I will also find the 9th spirit ring for you. By the way, let the sky level killer speed up the transfer, and the other killers will finish their tasks in Wuhan City as soon as possible, and leave Wuhan City as soon as possible. As ordered. Yinhe Yangbai, two priests looked at each other. They can finally become titled Douluo. Lord, let's take our leave first. Since you want to hunt for the 9th soul ring for the two of us, we must break through to level as soon as possible. With a wave of his hand, Yet Yanchen asked them to go down and get ready. After the two priests left, Yet Yanchen moved to the edge of the star-picking tower, looked at the bustling Wuhan city, and shook his head slightly. After this action, Zaixing Tower may completely disappear in Wuhan city, yet Yanchen can already imagine the expression of that old fellow Qiandaoliu when he finds out that he killed King Sunji. Qiandaoliu, I don't know if you can bear it when a white-haired person sends a black-haired person. Don't belch in anger. After uttering these words slowly, Yet Yanchen also slowly returned to the pavilion. 3 days later, today's Pope's palace is extremely lively. In the past, there was only Chihiroji alone, but today, besides Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, there are 4 contra-level powerhouses standing in the hall. After a while, Qian Sunji slowly walked out from behind the screen, looking at Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo and the 4 contras. He felt indescribably happy. I'm waiting to meet His Majesty the Pope. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were in front, and the 4 contras were behind, echoing loudly together. Let it go. Qian Sunji signaled to Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo and the others that there is no need to be polite. Okay, everyone is here today. The worship hall shouldn't know about this, right? Chihiroji stared at Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, and asked cautiously. To tell the truth, he is not afraid of Qian Suanji in Wuhan Palace, he is afraid of Qiandaoliu alone, but his old man doesn't like Qian Suanji in any aspect. If King Sunji hadn't given birth to a granddaughter to Qiandaoliu by some mistake, King Sunji would have been targeted by Qiandaoliu long ago. Whether he can keep the Pope is still a matter of opinion. Your Majesty the Pope, of course the Hall of Enshrinement doesn't know about this, let alone the Great Enshrinement. Your Majesty, the High Priest doesn't have time to talk to us now. And now the High Priest's daily attention is on Miss Schwetter. His Majesty the Pope need not worry. Zhu Douluo's words directly made Qian Sunji feel confident. Nod your head, since the Enshrinement Hall and the Great Enshrinement don't know about it, then you can set off. Let's go, Star Do Great Forest, 10-year-old soul beast, the Pope is here. Without further delay, Chihiroji soon took Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo and the 4 contras away from the Pope's palace, left Wuhan City, and headed towards the Star Forest. And just after Qian Sunji left Wuhan City, in the worship hall, a gorgeously dressed silver-haired old man was slowly falling asleep with a delicate and cute little girl in his arms. The old man and the little girl are not outsiders, they are Qiandaoliu and Qian Rongxiu. Just after Qian Rongxiu fell into a deep sleep, a blond old man slowly walked into the hall. Brother, the Pope has just left Wuhan City with Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo and 4 contras. As for the destination, it seems to be the Star Forest. Do you want? Turning his head, looking at the old man who entered the hall, Qiandaoliu's old body suddenly felt a burst, and then he regained his composure. Golden Crocodile, don't pay attention to him, he is not suitable for the position of Pope after all. When Schwerer grows up in the future, let Schwerer be the Pope. As for the Stardew Great Forest, those horrible guys have long been dormant, and if nothing major happens, those guys won't be alive. If Gier has the ability to wake up those guys, he is really capable, maybe he will make us look up to him. After all, Qian Daoliu focused his eyes on Qian Rongxiu in his arms again, his eyes were full of tenderness. Golden Crocodile Douluo paused, but he didn't expect his elder brother to say that, but these were none of his business, Qian Daoliu's own family affairs. If it wasn't for Qian Sunji being the Pope, Golden Crocodile Douluo wouldn't bother to take care of it. And what Qian Daoliu said was right, although Qian Sunji went to the Stardew Great Forest, although there would be certain risks, after all, he was still a level 95 title Douluo, and he was accompanied by Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo. Ordinary 10-year soul beasts are not enough to threaten their safety. As for those ferocious beasts, it is true that they will not wake up just because of a Chihiro disease. Thinking about it this way, Golden Crocodile Douluo was about to leave, but just as he walked to the entrance of the main hall and was about to step away, Qian Daoliu's voice suddenly came. Golden Crocodile, that guy from the star-picking tower hasn't been doing much lately, has he? Golden Crocodile Douluo responded for a while, and then replied, Brother, the one from Zhexinglu is the same as usual, there is nothing unusual, and he is still playing the piano in Zhexinglu to cultivate his character. If the elder brother is worried, why not take action directly and end it? I don't want to think about it. Although the guy from the Starzane Tower is not my opponent, if I want to kill him, I'm afraid I have to pay a big price. Even if I try my best, I'm not sure I can keep him. Having said that, Qian Daoliu also sighed. The sudden appearance of the Zhexing Tower made Qian Daoliu a little uneasy. Regarding Ye Tianchen, Qian Daoliu felt that as long as Ye Tianchen was given some time, he would definitely grow to his level, and by then the status of Wuhan Palace would be greatly challenged. If one day, Qian Daoliu dies, Wuhandian may rely on Kyungsun's disease, which may not be enough to plug the teeth of Zhexinglu. Golden Crocodile Douluo also felt the same way. A year ago, Golden Crocodile Douluo had a battle with Ye Tianchen by mistake. The winner was even, but the host who picked up the stars was still young, and youth is the greatest asset. Without going on, after Golden Crocodile Douluo left the Hall of Worship, Qian Daoliu also sighed slightly. Now, all his hopes are placed on Qian Rongxiu. If Qian Rongxiu can provoke the main beam of Wuhan Hall in the future, Qian Daoliu supported its growth slowly. If Qian Rongxiu can't, then Qian Daoliu will have no choice but to risk his life. Died together with Ye Tianchen. It's coming soon, Schwerer is going to be 6 years old, half a year later, whether it's hard work or defense, everything will be clear. Qian Daoliu doesn't feel very bad, Zhu Gui Douluo looks like a big liar. Book lovers who like it remember to bookmark it, invest in it, and sign a contract in 2 days to reward monthly tickets or something. Anyone who comes will not be rejected. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Stardew Great Forest One Way Forward. Chapter 8, Stardew Forest Moving Forward. Qian Daoliu in the Enshrinement Hall is very worried, and now in the Starzane Tower, Ye Tianchen is also the same, and Ye Tianken's mind at the moment is not full of worries, but extremely excited. Yin Black, Yang White, has Qian Sunji left Wuhan City? Standing on the edge of the pavilion, Ye Tianken's fingers were trembling a little at this moment. The desire to kill a powerful titled Douluo-level man soon filled Ye Tianken's heart. The killer's instinct told him that the most important thing to do at this moment was he was calm, but after not doing anything for so long, he felt his hands were itchy again. If you go back to the host, Qian Sunji has already left Wuhan City, and besides Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, there are 4 contras following him. As for the elders in the Hall of Worship, we have not seen any movement. Moreover, according to the news sent back by Anzi, Chihiroji seemed to deliberately keep the old guys from the shrine hall from knowing about it. After Yinhe Yangbei finished speaking, they looked at Ye Tianchen. At this moment, they could also feel the desire of their landlord, the desire for blood. Ye Tianchen looked in the direction of the Wuhan Hall's enshrining hall, took a deep look, and then slowly said, "It seems that Qian Daoliu is very disappointed in Qian Sunji. This matter can't be hidden from Qian Dao Flo, that old guy. Level 99, its strength is so terrifying." Yinhe Yangbai and the others chose to shut up and didn't talk to each other. They didn't know so much, and they had no contact with Qian Daoliu at all. At this moment, Ye Tianken's eyes began to resurface that memory. When he beheaded that titled Douluo back then, in order to survive, that titled Douluo approached the second priest of the Wuhan Hall, that is, the golden crocodile Douluo, hoping to be protected by him. The result was that Ye Tianchen beheaded that titled Douluo under the witness of golden crocodile Douluo, and then Ye Tianchen couldn't avoid a big fight with golden crocodile Douluo. Relying on his tyrannical strength and the strange power of Tian Moken, Ye Tianchen can barely deal with golden crocodile Douluo with a cultivation base of around level 95. The two fought for a day and a night, until Ye Tianchen felt the terrifying aura of Qian Daoliu coming towards his face, and then Ye Tianchen made an emergency retreat. Now, Ye Tianchen has reached level 96, and is even one step away from reaching level 97, but facing Qian Daoliu, he still felt that he had no chance of winning and could only have the ability to escape. And Qian Daoliu hasn't troubled Ye Tianchen since then, and Ye Tianchen can guess a thing or two. Wuhan Palace relied almost entirely on Qian Daoliu, and Qian family was able to dominate the mainland for so long. If something unexpected happened in the battle between Qian Daoliu and him, even if it was just a serious injury, Qian family would face catastrophe. Qian Daoliu is old after all. So now, regardless of whether Bibi Dong came to beg him for this matter, Ye Tianchen planned to leave Wuhan city as soon as possible. If it's true that the little princess of the Qian family didn't have enough talent after awakening her martial soul at the age of 6, Ye Tianchen thought with his eyes closed. Ye Tianchen knew that Qian Daoliu, an old fellow, would definitely kill himself at the risk of dying with him. As long as he dies and golden crocodile Douluo is guarding the spirit hall, there won't be any big problems in a short time. But if they let themselves develop, Qian Daoliu will probably not be able to do it even if he wants to die together in the future. After coming back to his senses, he took another deep look at Wuhan Palace, slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Ye Tianchen tapped his toes, and his whole body suddenly shot out like an arrow from a string. After images stayed beside Yinhe Yangbai, and then a voice came. "Let's go." Yinhe Yangbai looked at each other, like a bird, jumped up, followed Ye Tianken's direction and frantically swept away. At this time, Chihiroji still doesn't know that his life is about to end in loneliness. After leaving Wuhan city, Qian Sunji took Chrysanthemum Ghost Doloma to the Star Forest without stopping. The Star Do Forest is one of the most famous 3 soul beast settlements in the Douluo continent. The area is huge. It is almost equal to the land area of the Barak Kingdom, straddling the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, of which 2/5 of the area is in the Heaven Do Empire. The other 3/5 are in the Star Luo Empire, which is a huge primeval forest with complex topography. There are wetlands, swamps, etc. The spirit beasts there are also extremely terrifying. The closer to the center of the forest, the stronger the spirit beasts will be. Walking into a dense forest that looked extremely gloomy, Qian Sunji's mind was filled with thoughts about the 10-year-old soul beast. Not afraid of the danger that may appear in the Star Do forest at any time. But there was nothing scary about their group. 3 titled Douluo and 4 contra-level powerhouses. Just the terrifying aura from their bodies was enough to make spirit beasts under 5 years intimidated, even if it is a soul beast with a cultivation base of 5 years or more, because it has a lot of wisdom. It will not be so stupid as to ask for trouble. Your Majesty, according to the news, Tang Hao is currently hiding the 10-year-old soul beast in the outskirts of the Star Do forest, but after being discovered by some soul masters, Tang Hao seems to have gone deeper. It was a lot of trouble for us to look for it. Your Majesty, what the old ghost said is true, but Tang Hao is not a fool. The depths of the Douluo forest are much more dangerous than human society. The subordinates speculated that Tang Hao should not go deep into the core position. Nodding, after hearing what Zhu Douluo said, Qian Sunji also thought for a moment. The Douluo Great Forest is so big, even if it's just the outer area, it's enough for them to search for it for a long time. Where was Tang Hao last seen? Qian Sunji looked at Zhu Douluo with doubts. Your Majesty, this. It is said that the last time Tang Hao appeared was in a canyon. Qian Sunji smiled confidently. Just go to that canyon. Now that the 10-year-old soul beast beside Tang Hao is pregnant, it is impossible to leave too far away. Tang Hao is so confident, how could he think that someone would come to trouble him? If he rushes now, he will surely find them. After all, Chihiroji waved his hand and let Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo lead the way, and soon the 7 of them turned into terrifying shadows and quickly shuttled through the forest. After they left, an ethereal body slowly descended from the 9 heavens, its toes lightly floated on the fallen leaves, without making the slightest sound. Chihiroji, it turns out that you came to the Douluo forest for the 10-year soul beast. Hehe, no wonder, you, the Pope who usually does nothing, is willing to leave Wuhan City. The 10-year soul beast is pregnant, Tang Hao, Hao Shenzong, interesting, interesting. After a while, 2 more figures arrived, and they were the 2 worshippers, Yin, He, Yang, and Bai. Master. A 10-year-old soul beast was born. Yin He Yang Bai looked at Chihiroji and the others in the distance, and his heart was shocked. He didn't expect that the news of the Wuhan temple was so well informed, and there was even news of a 10-year-old soul beast. Nodding, yet Yanchen doesn't care, he already has 9 soul rings, so naturally he doesn't have much interest in 10-year soul beasts. Moreover, the special feature of his Tianmo Qin is that it can increase the lifespan of the soul ring. Tianmo Qin, what is the devil? To benefit yourself at the expense of others, you can grow by absorbing the essence, blood, and soul of soul beasts, or the soul power and soul ring of a soul master. Okay, don't be surprised. Let's take a closer look. Your 9th soul ring may also be at the 10-year level. Regardless of Yin and Yang, with a surprised and dull expression on his face, yet Yanchen turned into a black shadow and disappeared in place. Regardless of the shock, Yin He Yang Bai hurriedly followed with eager smiles. If the 10-year soul beast and Tang Hao hadn't happened, maybe yet Yanchen could keep Qian Sunji here now. But the news about the 10-year-old soul beast is indeed interesting. Yet Yanchen feels a little curious about the combination of humans and soul beasts. Moreover, Haoshan sect is involved, so there may be some unexpected surprises. Therefore, yet Yanchen didn't rush to do anything. The mantis caught the cicada, the oriole was behind, and enjoyed the fisherman's profit. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Now there are 2 updates a day, words, or 3 updates a day, words. If you like it, please vote for recommendations, favorites, investments, etc. Please encourage the author. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Destined to Tribulation, Yin Tang Hao appears. Chapter 9 Destined to Tribulation, Yin Tang Hao appears. In the Douluo Great Forest, it was raining heavily at this moment, and in a dense forest, Qian Sunji and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo flew past the canopy in an instant. Behind them, 4 powerhouses of the 8-ring soul Douluo level used their martial souls to barely keep up with the 3 title Douluo in front. Where they passed by, no matter if they were soul beasts or some soul masters who came to the Douluo forest to hunt for soul rings, they were all trembling with fear from that powerful aura. As for Yet Yanchen and Yin He Yang Bai, the 2 priests strolled leisurely in the courtyard, following Qian Sunji and the others in a leisurely manner. Lord, I have been searching for Qian Sunji for 3 days, and there is no trace of a 10-year-old soul beast. Shall we do it directly? Behind Yet Yanchen, Yin He said calmly. Yin He, you are too anxious, How can a 10-year-old soul beast be discovered by Qian Suanji so easily? What's more, they didn't carry out a careful search in the past 3 days, and they seemed to know the specific location of the 10-year-old soul beast. Just wait a little longer. Yet Yanchen didn't answer. Yinhe didn't really want to kill Qian Sunji quickly, but because Yinhe broke through level yesterday, he wanted to help him hunt for the soul ring quickly. Yang Bai, on the other hand, is interested in the 10-year-old soul beast, and there is no right or wrong between the two of them. But yet Yanchen himself was quite interested in this pregnant 10-year-old soul beast. Yinhe, be safe and don't be impatient. An impatient person can't eat hot tofu. As a qualified killer, you still need to hone your temperament. Following Ye Tiankin's words, Yinhe nodded his head, and the owner of his house had spoken, so Yinhe could only execute it unconditionally. While Ye Tianchen was talking with Yinhe, Yang Bai, Qian Sunji and the others finally passed through this dense forest and came to the canyon where Tang Hao had appeared before. Standing on the top of the cliff, Chihiroji looked at the endless canyon below, feeling quite excited. It's here. It's here, the Emperor has even felt Tang Hao's annoying aura. Hearing that Qian Sunji was so excited, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo was also very excited. If this matter is done well, the status of the two of them in the Wuhan Hall will be greatly improved in the future. Your Majesty, since this is the case, the old ghost and I will separately search for Tang Hao and the 10-year-old soul beast. His Majesty the Pope took the remaining 4 contras to search together. As long as Tang Hao is found, no matter which side, we can quickly stick him. At that time, a 10-year-old soul beast will be hard to fly even with wings. Nodding, Chihiroji has no opinion. At this time, it is definitely impossible to let the 4 contras search alone, so as not to startle the snake. The 2 chrysanthemum ghosts are both titled Douluo powerhouses, so Chihiroji can rest assured. Just do it, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo. If this happens, when you return to Wuhan Palace, I will personally ask for credit for you too. Let's go. After all, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo's body shook, full of power. He turned into 2 beams of light and jumped down into the canyon respectively. Qian Sunji and the other 4 contras were not idle either. They jumped down from the cliff and started searching. A few minutes after they left, Ye Tianchen and Yinhe Yang Bai were also standing on the cliff. Lord, it seems that the so-called 10-year-old soul beast is hidden in this canyon. Shall we do some searching too? Yang Bai asked cautiously. The owner of his house has a bad temper, so he is not as reckless as Yinhe. Looking at Qian Suanji and the others going away, Ye Tianchen smiled slightly at this moment. No matter whether Qian Suanji can find the 10-year-old soul beast, this canyon can just be used as the burial place of Qian Suanji. No need, the 2 of you just stay here to cultivate. As for Chihiroji, let them find the 10-year-old soul beast, if only they could find it. After all, Ye Tianchen sat cross-legged on the cliff, and suddenly appeared the Tian Moken in his hand, and began to close his eyes to rest his mind. As his fingers plucked on the strings, a burst of melodious piano sounds began to come slowly. Seeing this, Yinhe Yang Bai followed suit, sat cross-legged on both sides of the cliff, and began to practice quietly. Since their hosts are not in a hurry, why should they panic? Qian Sunji, who was searching for traces of Tang Hao and the 10-year-old soul beast in the dense forest, had no idea that his life was about to count down. Not long after entering the canyon, Chihiroji found some clues. Someone must have been in this canyon. Looking at the bonfire on the ground that had been extinguished for an unknown amount of time, Chihiroji thought deeply. Just when Chihiroji and the others were trying to find Tang Hao, at this moment, Tang Hao was waiting anxiously behind a waterfall tens of miles away from Chihiroji and the others. Ian, you are persevering, it will be soon, our child will be born soon. Just when Tang Hao was encouraging, with the sound of a child's cry, Tang Hao and the 10-year-old soul beast Blue Silver Emperor's child was finally born. Yin. Tang Hao hurriedly came to the Blue Silver Emperor, wrapped the newly born child in a silk scarf, and looked at the crying boy in his arms with a tender expression. "Brother Hao, our child." Tang Hao was very excited at the moment, and hastily sent the baby in his hands to the hands of the Blue Silver Emperor. "Ian, thank you for your hard work. Brother Hao, unfortunately, everything is worth it." After saying that, the baby in her hand suddenly cried louder. "Brother Hao, the little guy is probably hungry, but the baby is just born, and I don't have breast milk yet." The Blue Silver Emperor looked at Tang Hao with a troubled expression on his face. His guilty expression made Tang Hao's heart soften. "It's okay, Yin, you hold the baby first, and wait until I go out to find a lactating soul beast." After all, Tang Hao's body shook, and he went straight through the waterfall and came to the dense forest, start looking for lactating soul beasts, and Yin's expression was also a little subtle, staring blankly at Tang Hao who left. After a while, Tang Hao discovered a gale leopard about 1,000 years old, which seemed to be just in the lactation period. Excited, Tang Hao released his martial soul directly. The pressure of level 89 Contra poured out. The tide-like pressure of the gigantic clear sky hammer made this 1,000-year-old gale leopard paralyzed from fright, without the slightest ability to resist, even unable to stand up and run away. "Ha ha ha! Little gale leopard, it's easy to catch." Overjoyed in his heart, Tang Hao hurriedly stepped forward and held the 1,000-year-old gale leopard in his hand, and within a few breaths, it disappeared in place. And Tang Hao would never have thought that it was his behavior that caused him and the Blue Silver Emperor to fall into a quagmire. Qian Sunji, who had been searching for a long time, had already started to retreat in his heart, thinking that there was something wrong with his guess. Tang Hao and the 10-year-old soul beast did not stay in this canyon at all. But just when Qian Sunji wanted to recall Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo to search elsewhere, a strong fluctuation of soul power instantly made Qian Sunji almost jump up excitedly. "This is soul Douluo level fluctuations, the smell of the clear sky hammer. Tang Hao, oh Tang Hao, I didn't expect you to actually hide in this canyon. God help me too, God help me too. Donger, wait, I will bring you a 10-year soul beast in a short time. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Naturally, not only Chihiroji felt this strong fluctuation of soul power, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo also felt this fluctuation, but the two of them did not act without authorization, but returned to Qian Sunji's side. "Your Majesty, you are really clever." This Tang Hao actually took the initiative to expose the fluctuation of soul power. It is true that God wants His Majesty the Pope to capture this 10-year-old soul beast. As soon as he returned to Qian Sunji's side, Zhu Douluo gave a burst of rainbow farts to Qian Sunji, and Qian Sunji was very happy when he heard it. Looking coldly at the direction from which Tang Hao's soul power fluctuations came, Chihiro smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth. "Tang Hao is right ahead, even a 10-year-old soul beast can't escape, let's go. Kill Tang Hao, and capture the 10-year-old soul beast." After all, Chihiroji took the lead and swept away directly. Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo glanced at each other, excited, and galloped in the direction of Chihiroji. The remaining 4 Contras also followed suit. "Go up." But at this moment on the top of the cliff, when Yet Yenchen sensed the unique fluctuations of Tang Hao's Haoshan hammer, he sneered, and the movement in his hands stopped abruptly. The moment the sound of the piano stopped, Yetiankin's body flew into the sky. Go. Only Yin, He, Yang, and Bai were left standing there in confusion. After reacting, he hurriedly flew towards the direction where his host was flying. It seems that titled Douluo is not too powerful. The fantasy combat power is still a bit low, and some descriptions should not be too exaggerated, which is a bit uncomfortable. If you like it, please remember to invest a little bit, collect it, and cast your monthly recommendation vote quickly. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Sacrifice Haoshinken, Cloak Meteor Hammer. Chapter 10 Sacrifice Haoshinken, Cloak Meteor Hammer. On the other hand, Tang Hao was holding the gale leopard and returned to the back of the waterfall in a short time. "Ian, I found a lactating gale leopard. It's just right to feed the little one. After saying that, with a big hand thrown by Tang Hao, Gale Leopard paralyzed to the ground, unable to move. The blue-silver emperor glanced at the breastfeeding Millennium Gale Leopard, feeling a burst of tenderness in his heart. Brother Hao, thank you for your hard work. Tang Hao touched his head and smiled indifferently, but his eyes suddenly flashed with light, and then became gentle again. Soon, Tang Hao carried the newborn little Tang San to Gale Leopard's side, and began to suck it up. After eating and drinking enough, little Tang San also stopped crying. At this moment, besides the waterfall, Chihiroji, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo and 4 Contras have arrived. Feeling the breath of the 10-year-old soul beast behind the waterfall, Chihiroji was very excited. Tang Hao, hurry up and die. As Kyungsunji roared, birds kept flying in the valley of the main film. Tang Hao also exploded in an instant, breaking through the waterfall directly, and confronting Chihiroji and the others face to face. Tang Hao looked at the titled Douluo floating up and down with 9 rings around him, clenched his fists, and felt pain in his heart. Tang Hao, you can't escape. Hand over the 10-year-old soul beast, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, you will kill yourself. Chihiroji's voice was resounding, sacred and majestic, echoing non-stop in the valley. Humph! Qian Sunji, if you want to take Yin away, you have to step on my body. Even when facing a titled Douluo, Tang Hao still acted very tough. Tang Hao looked at the tired and weak Yin in the waterfall and the sun in her arms. Pain of regret flashed deep in his eyes. Yes, he regretted it. Because all of this was caused by him, because he didn't resist the greed in his heart. He couldn't bear the temptation of the 10-year spirit ring. Tang Hao is very clear that he loves Yin very much, but there is always an invisible force in his mind subtly changing his thoughts, urging him to become greedy. He has already stepped into the title, but has been suppressed at level 89 by the Haoshanzong secret method. He only needs a 9th spirit ring, and he can immediately become a real title Douluo. So he planned all of this, and he did it very secretly, thinking that only he knew about it. The arrival of Chihiroji and his party was also because of his secret disclosure of the news, otherwise they would not have fallen into the dangerous place they are now. He was the one who harmed Yin. Now, though, he's ready to make amends with his own life. Tang Hao tightened the clear sky hammer in his hand, wanting to launch a preemptive attack. Very good. Then get ready to die, Tang Hao. Get your hands on it. Qian Sunji saw that Tang Hao had no intention of compromising, so he directly ordered to do it. Yuegwen, Jinrui floods the clouds. Ghost Shadow Didn't hand. The soul rings of the 2 titled Douluo of Jugui flashed and immediately launched an attack. Chaotic Cloak. Tang Hao picked up the hammer, superimposed strength, one hammer was stronger than the other, and fought against them one after another, repelling the 2 of them. Angel Light Blade. At this time, Chihiroji also launched an attack, and the huge blade slashed down vertically. Ling Tian Strikes. Tang Hao stacked the power of the chaotic cloak to the extreme, and fought fiercely with Qian Sunji. Boom! A deafening sound suddenly resounded through the valley, and the strong wind generated by the confrontation destroyed the forests in the valley, and the boulders on the mountain continued to shake down. In this duel, Qian Sunji was thrown back by the hammer by dozens of feet, and his face was extremely ugly. He actually fell into a disadvantage. And Tang Hao also felt uncomfortable. After the extremely powerful blow, he immediately spit out a big mouthful of blood, and he was already seriously injured. After all, it's 8-ring contra against 9-ring level 95 Super Douluo. The explosive power of Haoshanzong's unique technique is indeed powerful, but it also has a strong backlash. The field of bipolar stillness. Seeing that Tang Hao could not be taken down in a short time, Yuegwen and Ghost immediately interlocked their fingers, hugged each other, and activated the martial soul fusion technique. All 18 soul rings on the 2 of them suddenly lit up, and a white circle of light spread instantly, and Tang Hao was directly imprisoned and unable to move. No one can stop what Wuhandian wants. Tang Hao, get ready to be the stepping stone on the ladder to the summit. Chihiroji stepped in the air and spoke slowly, his voice resounding through the valley. Angel Holy Sword. Qian Sunji seized the opportunity of Tang Hao being temporarily imprisoned, and threw out the angelic Holy Sword, intending to kill Tang Hao with one blow. It's over. Tang Hao. However, he failed to do so. Yin made a move. The moment the Holy Angel Sword was about to pierce Tang Hao's head, several blue-silver emperor vines broke through the ground and wrapped around it, making it impossible to penetrate an inch. As soon as Yunyu held her hand, the Holy Angel Sword was instantly shattered into a rain of light. Let him go, and I'll go with you. Yin walked over and stood in front of Tang Hao. Can. Qian Sunji thought about it for a while, and agreed, as long as Yin went with them, his goal would be considered accomplished. There is no benefit in killing Tang Hao. After all, Tang Hao is the successor of the No School in the world, the Clear Sky School, so there's no need to fight to the death with the Clear Sky School because of Tang Hao. Hearing this, the other people in Wuhandian stopped attacking and lowered their guard. Yin. Don't go with them. Hearing that Yin said that he wanted to go with the people from Wuhandian, Tang Hao hurriedly shouted. Yin didn't speak, she urged the blue-silver emperor vine to imprison Tang Hao on the ground, then turned around and put the child in his arms. Yin, I'm sorry. I hurt you. Tang Hao couldn't move, he watched Yin's actions with tears of regret in his eyes. Yin shook his head lightly, Brother Hao, I actually know that you also have ideas about my soul ring, right? You don't have to deny it. I found that there was something wrong with the way you inadvertently looked at me a few times. It was a very strange look, bloodthirsty and greedy. It's just that I don't want to believe it. Because I love you and choose to believe in you. I know I'm stupid. I do not blame you. Also, thank you for your company along the way. I know you are making it up to me. I am very happy these days. It's just that it's time to end. Brother Hao, this is the last time I will call you that. Since you also want my soul ring, then I will give it to you. Take good care of your children. Yin burst into tears, and then resolutely launched the sacrifice. No, Yin, no. Tang Hao shouted loudly, broke free from the shackles, and wanted to stop it. Not good. She wants to sacrifice. Stop her. Kyungsunji and Jugui Douluo, the four-soul Douluo, did not expect this situation at all. Everyone was stunned when the incident happened suddenly. Kyungsunji was the first to react, and after giving a sharp reminder, he took the lead and took action with the Angel Holy Sword. Cut out a powerful golden light. Immediately, several people launched a powerful attack. However, it was too late. Once the sacrifice has started, it cannot be stopped. Goodbye. Yin's red lips opened and closed to deliver the final sound. Do not. Tang Hao's eyes were about to burst, he fell to his knees and cried out in pain. The next moment, a blue-silver halo enveloped the entire world in an instant. Everyone and everything within the aperture freezes for an instant, as if time has stopped. This effect is even more terrifying than the static domains of the two poles of Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo's martial soul fusion skills. All the personnel in Wuhandian, including the strongest Pope Chihiroji, were unable to move, and all attacks were imprisoned in the void. Until, Yin's body turned into a blood-red soul ring, which was put on the clear sky hammer in Tang Hao's hand. The blue and silver halo dissipated, and everyone resumed their actions. Yin's figure no longer existed, only a seed and a soul bone shining with blue and silver light remained, which fell to the ground. Yin, no. Tang Hao watched Yin sacrifice. He got Yin's soul ring, but he was not happy at all. He covered his face with one hand, lowered his head, and fell into deep remorse and self-blame. Tears flowed from his eyes. The eyes kept gushing out, dripping on the baby in his arms. Everyone in Wuhandian looked a little frustrated when they saw that there was nothing they could do. Hateful. Chihiroji swung the angelic holy sword, chopped down several small hills, venting his anger. The two titled Douluo of Chrysanthemum Ghost were not interested in the blue-silver seed left behind by Yin, but stared closely at the shining soul bone. 10-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone. There was greed in the eyes of the two of them, but Chihiro stared at them fiercely, and they all took it back resentfully. Wuhandian, what a Wuhandian, I am at odds with you. Ah! At this time, the golden light of soul power emitted by Chihiroji awakened Tang Hao. He opened his mouth and let out an angry roar. The voice seemed to come from Azura hell. The love and guilt towards Yin, as well as his own remorse and pain, all turned into endless anger. Tang Hao raised his head suddenly, his eyes instantly turned scarlet, and his aura continued to rise, directly crossing level 91, then level 92, and finally staying at level. The coercion belonging to the title Douluo swept out in an instant. His injuries also healed in an instant. It feels like Tang Hao should have that kind of meaning. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Looking for illness and serious injury, Haoshan takes his son away. Chapter 11 Jian Sunji was seriously injured, Haoshan took his son away. Level 92 title Douluo. The change in Tang Hao's aura finally attracted the attention of Jian Sunji and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo from the Wuhan Hall. Looking at the rhythmic red soul ring on Tang Hao's body, they were all shocked. They were a little stunned. 10 years the soul ring has such a powerful effect. At this moment, taking advantage of the moment when the people in Wuhan Hall were stunned, Tang Hao launched an attack brazenly. Kill God Domain. Fried Rings. Haoshan's real body. A blood-red halo on Tang Hao's body was activated instantly, covering the 5 people, increasing their aura, weakening the enemy at the same time, increasing their own strength by 20.00%. At the same time, the 9 rhythmic soul rings on his body all exploded, and the aura became even more terrifying. Haoshan's real body also condensed out, increasing his own body. Chaotic Cloak. Tang Hao's attack was really fast, all the moves were completed almost instantly. Yuegwen, Gigi, and 4 contra-level powerhouses who were in a hurry to resist were hammered away one after another. 3 big holes were smashed into the rock wall of the valley with a few bangs, and then they fell to the ground, spitting blood one after another, and their breath was weak. Among the 6, the 3 contras were the weakest, and they lost their vital signs directly. Yuegwen and another contra were also seriously injured. As for Gui Mei, because Wuhan is a ghost and has no entity, in terms of defense, it has the strongest physical defense among them. He stood in front of Jian Sunji and quickly slid back several meters away under Tang Hao's hammer blow. His legs plowed 2 deep ravines in the ground, and then he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Big Sumuru Hammer. At this time, Tang Hao activated the most powerful trick he had mastered, Haoshan's secret art, and injected all his soul power into his martial spirit. The Haoshan hammer suddenly enlarged to hundreds of meters high, and was held in Haoshan's physical hand, facing Kyungsuan. Diseases and ghosts attack violently. Humph! The strange and astonishing ghost holding its own martial soul snorted coldly, and the ghostly shadow martial soul instantly possessed itself, and pushed forward fearlessly. However, he underestimated the power of the Great Sumuru Hammer. The Great Sumuru Hammer under the blessing of multiple states is simply not something he can resist. Boom! The ghost who bore the brunt of the attack was knocked away in the blink of an eye, crashed into the valley, and instantly lost its ability to fight. Tang Hao, you deserve to die. The true body of an angel. Seeing the ghost being hammered away, Chihiroji was furious. He summoned the real body of an angel, and a huge seraph held him on his chest. 9th Soul Skill, Angel Glory. Chihiroji unleashed his strongest attack, and an astonishingly powerful light of killing spewed out from the mouth of the angel's real body. The next moment, the clear sky hammer collided with the golden light suddenly. A destructive shock wave was generated, unscrupulously impacting towards the valley, instantly destroying several surrounding mountain peaks. But the clear sky hammer and the golden light collided together. They refused to give in to each other, they were on equal footing, no one could do anything to the other in a short period of time. If the stalemate continues for a long time, the winner must be Chihiro-ji. After all, as a level 95 Super Douluo, Qian Sunji has nearly twice as much soul power as Tang Hao, who has just been promoted to the title. Moreover, Tang Hao's power comes from the instant increase of the ring explosion, which cannot last long, and will suffer serious backlash after time passes. However, there are always surprises in the world. Of course, accidents often come from careful human design. A white light group invisible to the naked eye, carrying a wisp of red mist descended from the sky. The white light ball projected into the baby in Tang Hao's arms. The red mist broke away from the white light ball and entered Tang Hao's body. At this time, Tang Hao's soul power was about to run out. Tang Hao suddenly felt a terrifying killing power explode in his body, and his already blood-red eyes instantly became deeper and scarlet. Although the little soul power left was eroded by this force. But he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could use this power. Tang Hao's eyes lit up, and then he directly transmitted this power into the Wuhan Haoshan hammer. Go to hell! Tang Hao's eyes flashed red, and he roared sharply. In the next second, the body of the Haoshan hammer was blood red, the stalemate was instantly broken, and the glory of the angel was shattered. How is this possible? Qian Sunji was full of disbelief, watching the Haoshan hammer slam on Angel Zhen's body. Click! After the sound of glass shattering sounded, the angel's real body was instantly shattered. Qian Sunji's body came into close contact with the Haoshan hammer, flew out, and ruthlessly hit the rock wall of the valley. After smashing a huge hole in the stone wall, Chihiro-ji's body was rebounded by a huge force, bounced out, and finally fell, lying on the ground bleeding from 7 orifices, and never moved again. I don't know if it's dead or alive. After the blow was over, Tang Hao dodged and wanted to pick up the seeds and soul bones that Yin had dropped after his sacrifice. Then flashed quickly, using the last strength, smashed through the holy emperor warriors surrounded by the valley with a hammer, and fled quickly with his son in his arms. But at this moment, a transparent wave of sound hit Tang Hao in an instant. It looked very ordinary, but it seemed as if it was going to open up the world. Tang Hao was stunned for a moment, he could only watch Yin's soul bone being swept away by the sound wave. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Hao's heart was beating wildly, and the induction from the depths of his soul told him to run quickly. There are also masters. And it was Tang Hao's unrivaled existence. Tang Hao hugged little Tang San and ran away like crazy. The sound wave did not continue to pursue him, and soon Tang Hao disappeared into the valley. Yu Guan and Gui Mei watched this unbelievable scene happen, their hearts were trembling, they were scared out of their wits, and they didn't dare to pursue them. Immediately, the two tremblingly stepped forward to investigate, and found that Pope Chihiro's muscles and bones were broken and his 7 orifices were bleeding. His appearance was horrible, but he still had breath. Fortunately, His Majesty the Pope's life is not in danger. Old devil, hurry up, let's leave the Stardo Great Forest and return to the Spirit Hall. If something happens to His Majesty the Pope, we can't afford it. Gui Mei let out a muffled snort, and gushed out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured by Tang Hao's hammer just now, and now, as Zhu Douluo said, if the Pope made a mistake, the two of them must be to blame. Who asked them to lead Chihiro-ji to find Tang Hao and the 10-year soul beast? In this operation, 3 Contras were directly killed by Tang Hao with a single blow, and the remaining Contra also vented a lot of energy and lacked inflow, so it was obvious that he couldn't survive. Qian Sunji was seriously injured and fell into a coma, and the two of them didn't get much better. Chrysanthemum Pass, yes, hurry. Let's take His Majesty the Pope. Despite his severely injured body, Gui Mei also knew that he could not delay any longer at this moment, so he hurriedly stepped forward. Cooperated with Zhu Douluo, and ran towards the exit of the canyon with Jian Sunji on his back. At this moment, Ye Tianchen was sitting cross-legged at the exit of the canyon, with the Tian Mo Qin quietly held in his arms. In one hand was holding a bone that glowed with blue light. It was a Yin's soul bone. The wave of sound that Tang Hao encountered just now was also caused by Ye Tianchen. Just kidding, how could Ye Tianchen tolerate the things he got being taken away by others? If it weren't for the speed of the 10-year-old soul beast sacrifice, and the sacrifice could not be interrupted, Ye Tianchen would have wanted to capture the 10-year-old soul beast directly. But even though he didn't succeed, having such a 10-year-old soul bone isn't too bad a loss. Moreover, Ye Tianchen could clearly observe the two rays of light when Tang Hao was exhausted. It was really weird. From those two rays of light, Ye Tianchen felt the aura of life and destruction, which was very similar to the unique aura emanating from Jian Douluo. The breath of God. It was also because of this that Ye Tianchen didn't try to embarrass Tang Hao, otherwise with his Ye Tianken's strength, it would be impossible for Tang Hao to escape. The breath of God, this thing is getting more and more interesting. I originally thought that God was just a figment of Douluo continent's imagination, but I didn't expect it. There is actually something. Ye Tianken's mind is a little complicated at the moment, and he has an indescribable feeling about God. But soon he swept away the messy thoughts. The reason is also very simple. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo are already supporting the unconscious Chihiroji at this moment, and they are coming soon. The objective of this mission is about to begin. Although Jian Sunji has been seriously injured, Ye Tianchen can't let him go. After all, he agreed to Bibi Dong, right? Thinking of this, Ye Tianchen couldn't help but picture Bibi Dong's graceful body again in his mind, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Chihiroji is definitely dead. Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo should keep it first, or report a letter, and there will be their plot in the future, so let's keep it for now. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. The sound of the piano is like a tide, intercepted halfway. Chapter 12. The sound of the piano is like a tide, intercepted halfway. The time for half a stick of incense passed by in a flash, and soon, in the valley in front of Ye Tianchen, 3 figures began to appear indistinctly. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening, and wisps of thick fog began to spread in the humid canyon. The distance was only about a kilometer, and Ye Tianchen could only roughly see Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo and the unconscious Chihiroji coming. Old Ghost, we are about to leave the canyon ahead. You and I should work harder. His Majesty the Pope can't make any mistakes, otherwise, in the Hall of Enshrinement, the Great Enshrinement will have to swallow you and my brother alive. Zhu Douluo looked anxious at this moment, even if he was seriously injured in the battle with Tang Hao just now. But Chihiroji is much more important than them. Old Chrysanthemum, I've exhausted all my strength. I can't go any faster. My injury can't be suppressed. Before he could finish his sentence, Ghost Douluo spat out another mouthful of blood. Zhu Douluo on the side also shook his head again and again, filled with grief and indignation. Just when Chrysanthemum Douluo was about to say something, a misty, deep, clear and melodious piano sound was like a tide, spreading them all over it in an instant. In an instant, whether it was Chrysanthemum Douluo or Ghost Douluo, their faces all changed in surprise. They couldn't be more familiar with the sound of the zither. This is the piano sound of the master of picking stars. In an instant, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo looked at each other, and they both saw the deep fear in each other's eyes. Old Ghost, it's not good. Damn it, why did the master who picked up the stars appear here? Ghost Douluo's head sank at this moment. He didn't pay attention to what Zhu Douluo said at all. He just felt as if his heart was trembling, and he was stunned. Old Ghost? Old Ghost. Under Zhu Douluo's shocked gaze, Ghost Douluo stiffened, let out a muffled groan, and collapsed directly to the ground, with blood pouring out of his mouth. At this time, Chrysanthemum Douluo didn't care about Jian Sunji anymore. He directly put Jian Sunji on the ground, came to Ghost Douluo, and tried his best to help Ghost Douluo suppress his injuries. As for Ye Tianchen, who was at the exit of the valley. A sneer slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the movements of his hands accelerated instantly. Immediately after the song ended, he got up to collect the piano, and walked towards Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo and the unconscious Kyungsuan step by step. Ju Douluo naturally didn't pay attention to Yetiankin's approach at all, because at this moment, he knew that resistance was meaningless. The dense fog filled the air. Instead of looking for Yetiankin's trace, it's better to just wait in place, so as not to change. The atmosphere has dropped to a low point at this moment. Soon, Ju Douluo heard the sound of footsteps approaching step by step, followed by Yetiankin's ethereal, death-like voice sounding. A chrysanthemum, a little devil, can be so loyal, even though they have been so seriously injured, they still stay in place. It's not bad, but it's a pity that your luck today is really bad. A Tang Hao, the titled Douluo who just achieved it, beat you like this. The four-soul Douluo died directly. Qian Sunji was seriously injured and fell into a coma, and the little ghost was also seriously injured. Only Ju Douluo still has the strength to resist. It's so sad. In Wuhan Hall, except for those old fellows in the Hall of Enshrining, everything else is just a bunch of idiots. Ju Douluo's face was livid at the moment. He knew that he, Ghost Douluo and Pope Chihiroji had no chance of escaping in front of the star-reaching master. Even if it was the heyday of the three of them, there was little hope, let alone now. Your Majesty, Qin Momian, why bother to play tricks, since we are already like this? Even though we don't know why you came here under Qin Momian, there is no need to ridicule us like this. How dare His Majesty the Qin demon come out to see you? Ju Douluo's sharp voice was like a cat's claws scratching metal. It was harsh and made people feel inexplicably irritated. Yet Yen Chen, who was in the thick fog, raised the corners of his mouth slightly when he heard this. As he raised his hand, a burst of terrifying soul power exploded instantly. In just a moment, all the dense fog in the canyon was completely destroyed by this strong soul power. Expulsion, his body also appeared in front of Ju Douluo. As you wish, little chrysanthemum. While exclaiming, Ju Douluo also saw Yetiankin's figure like a demon. The distance was less than 100 meters, and as Yetianchen stepped forward, a dark and deep soul ring slowly rose from Yetiankin's feet. Another step, another dark soul ring rises. After taking 7 steps like this, when the 7th step is taken, the rising soul ring is no longer dark in color, but reveals a trace of scarlet. The 7th soul ring, Yetianchen, is already close to the 10-year level. At this moment, Ju Douluo was stunned. He really couldn't believe his eyes. How can someone start with a 10,000-year soul ring? The surprise never stopped. When Yetianchen took the 8th step, an extremely scarlet soul ring suddenly condensed the air a lot. Ju Douluo stared intently at the extremely scarlet soul ring rising, filled with blood and terror. 10-year spirit ring. It's really a 10-year spirit ring, 10 years. 10 years. Chrysanthemum Douluo was completely stunned, and even Ghost Douluo, who was lying limp on the ground, turned his head with all his strength, watching this scene that he will never forget in his life. However, it's not over yet. The moment Yetianchen took the 9th step, another extremely scarlet 10-year soul ring rose up. Whether it is Chrysanthemum Douluo or Ghost Douluo, they are already numb at this moment. The martial soul theory they accepted told them that it was impossible for a soul master to start with a 10,000-year soul ring, but what exactly are they looking at now? No wonder. No wonder the Hall of Enshrinement asked me not to provoke Zai Xinglu lightly. That's how it is, that's how it is. Chrysanthemum Douluo shouted wildly in his heart. He would never have imagined that one day, a 94-level title Douluo would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and he has no strength to resist. Yet Yen-chen, who has all 9 soul rings activated, has a level 96, close to level 97 soul power at this moment like a bright sun. The terrifying aura emanating made all the soul beasts over 5 years old in the Star-Do Great Forest sense this inexplicable coercion. At the core of the Star-Do Forest, in the Lake of Life, as a gigantic bull's head slowly protruded from the lake, a trace of fear began to spread in the bull's eyes. This is close to the coercion of a level 98 title Douluo. Stardew Forest, is it going to change? As Nyhuta slowly uttered these words, his body also began to sink into the lake. No matter what the spirit beasts in the Stardew Forest thought, Zhugui Douluo didn't dare to think about anything at this moment. Seeing Ye Tianchen approaching step by step, their faces also began to become bitter. Ye Tianchen stopped when he was about 50 meters away from Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo. Looking at the terrified Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, Ye Tianchen's complexion began to stretch under the golden mask. A mysterious smile began to spread. "Your Majesty, I don't know why you came here." With the last hope in mind, Zhu Douluo raised his head and faced Ye Tianchen nervously. Beads of sweat began to drip from Zhu Douluo's forehead. Smiling slightly, Ye Tianchen looked at Qian Suanji, who was still in a coma, but he didn't hesitate. "Little Chrysanthemum, what do you think will happen to me if I dispatch the Star Tower? It's nothing more than killing people. If you don't want to guess, who is the target of this seat when I come here?" Looking at Zhu Douluo, who was hesitant, Ye Tianchen was not in a hurry. Qian Sunji was so stupid that he didn't need to take action himself. He was afraid that if he was delayed for a while, he would burp first. This. Zhu Douluo took a deep breath. Sure enough, the Star Building would not be dispatched without any reason, let alone the owner of the Star Building, but among them, no one had any enmity with Zhexinglu, so there is only one possibility: someone is willing to pay the price to take the life of one of them. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Zhu Douluo's mind. It was the figure of Bibi Dong, the Saintess of Wuhan Temple. Yes. No wonder the last time Bibi Dong disappeared near the Zhexing Building, it turned out to be on a trade. But in the next second, Chrysanthemum Douluo is also extremely bitter, which means that although the target of the host is not himself, it must be Pope Chihiroji. Zhugui Douluo knows all the bad things Qian Sunji has done. Looking at Ye Tianchen's deep eyes, Zhu Douluo sighed slightly. "Your Majesty Qin Momian, if your Majesty wants to assassinate the Pope of my spirit hall, I'm afraid that your Majesty will be unable to escape the punishment of the Hall of Enshrinement from now on." He he. Joke, do you think I'm afraid of those old guys? I have to say, you are very smart, but unfortunately you followed the wrong person. Ye Tianchen stopped talking and focused his attention on Qian Sunji. "Emma, I was about to write an important character all of a sudden, and suddenly I understood you was fun. Looking forward to your rewards, investment and collection of monthly tickets. Oh, by the way, thank you for the 500 reading coins rewarded by the old iron. I have a hot temper." End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Tianlong 8-tone play, seek illness and die. Chapter 13 Tianlong Bayan plays, Kyungsuanji dies. "Your Majesty the Qin Demon, slow down." Seeing that the Master of Star Reaching was no longer talking nonsense to him, he turned his attention to Pope Qian Sunji. Even at this moment, Zhu Douluo was trembling in his heart and wanted to struggle. "Oh? Little Chrysanthemum, although Qian Sunji is the Pope of your spirit hall, you are also a titled Douluo, so loyal. Tisk tisk tisk, maybe you and Qian Sunji have some ulterior secret." Seeing Zhu Douluo's coquettish appearance, Ye Tianchen's mind was wide open. Whether it is Xiantian continent or this Douluo continent, there are quite a few guys who are as good as Long Yang. Ye Tianchen had only heard of this hobby. Looking at Zhu Douluo's nervous look, could it be that the two of them really had something? Between the words, Ye Tianchen's carved gold mask also became exciting. Long Yang is so good, it's exciting to think about. Although Zhu Douluo couldn't see Ye Tianchen's expression under the gold-carved mask at the moment, he could guess a thing or two, but now he didn't bother to explain so much. "Your Majesty the Qin Demon, I have heard that there are 3 principles of no killing in the Zhexing Tower, so why bother to take action against the Pope of the Wuhan Palace today?" The implication is that Zhu Douluo still has a glimmer of hope, praying that Ye Tianchen will not kill Qian Sunji because of this. Ye Tianchen glanced at Zhu Douluo coldly. and for a moment Douluo felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Humph! I thought you, little chrysanthemum, and Chihiroji had some ulterior secret, but it turned out that it was because of the 3 no-kill principles. But little Huhua, do you think Kyungsunji or Jugui Douluo can satisfy the 3 no-kill principles? Be smart. Douluo secretly thought that something was wrong. He was smart but was misled by his cleverness. The third is not to kill, the first is not to kill civilians who are not part of the Soul Master team, the second is not to kill the old, the weak, the sick, the pregnant, the widowed, and the lonely, the third is not to kill fellow sect members of Zaixing Tower, no matter what. Qian Sunji has nothing to do with these 3. Yet Yanchen no longer hesitated at this moment, he was about to kill Qian Sunji with one palm. At the critical moment, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo glanced at each other, and they both made up their minds. Old devil! Do it! Bipolar forbidden field. In an instant, regardless of the injuries on his body, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo directly used the martial soul fusion technique in an attempt to trap Ye Tianchen. Stubborn, even a mere martial soul fusion skill wants to stop me, just wishful thinking. Tianlong Octave. Suddenly, the Tian Mo Qin appeared in Ye Tianken's hands, and as his 12 fingers fell on the strings, waves of terrifying sound like a continuous stream of torrential river invaded this martial soul fusion technique. In an instant, in the entire canyon, waves of sound turned into weapons, or spears, or short knives, or galloping horses, or killing gods who slaughtered the common people. Just a face-to-face meeting, the martial soul fusion technique that Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo desperately used turned into pieces. Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo also suffered backlash because of this, and was directly sent flying 100 meters away. His bones were shattered, and he had no power to resist. Looking at the unconscious Chihiroji, under Ye Tianken's golden mask, a strange smile rose. He can't let Chihiro die so easily. At the beginning, Bibi Dong had a special request, that is to make Chihiroji tortured to death. Kyungsunji, enjoy it. The first soul skill, Desperate Avalakai Tesvara. After the words fell, the first soul ring under Ye Tianken's feet lit up, and a strange black smoke invaded Qian Sunji's mind in an instant. Boom! In a trance, Qian Sunji, who was originally sleeping in the spiritual world of Qian Sunji, suddenly woke up. In front of him is no longer a peaceful and calm spiritual world, but a scene like hell. The blood is dripping endlessly, and the dead bones are spreading all over the road, the stench of black cement, and the eerie and inexplicable sound came slowly. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. In an instant, Qian Sunji found himself surrounded by evil spirits and ghosts, all staring at him fiercely. Chihiroji! Take your life! In just one encounter, all the evil ghosts rushed forward, pushed Qian Sunji to the ground, and started biting him suddenly. The feeling of wanting to live and dying made Qian Sunji's eyes glaze over in an instant. Ah! I am guilty! I am guilty! I deserve to die! I deserve to die! Endless voices sounded, and Chihiroji's painful screams were repeated in his spiritual world like a tide. But at this moment, Ye Tianchen was still smiling, looking at Chihiroji whose body was constantly trembling. Suddenly, Chihiroji's body was straightened, and his eyes seemed to be frightened by terror. Scary blood flowed out of Chihiroji's eyes slowly. I don't know if this is enough or not, that's all. Who made Bibi Dong work so hard that night? How could I, Ye Tianchen, go whoring for nothing? The fifth soul skill, Feather of the Phantom God. Suddenly, Ye Tianken's fifth soul ring suddenly lit up, and Ye Tianchen also began to put his hands on the Tian Mo Qin at this moment. As one after another the sound of the piano sounded, in the void, black feathers fell one after another like heavy rain. Within a moment, they fell crazily towards Qian Sunji's body. And in Chihiroji's spiritual world, the moment those evil ghosts disappeared, black arrow feathers pierced his body like a gust of wind, but in his spiritual world, he was still immortal, like 10,000 ants devouring his body. Chihiroji was so painful that he couldn't speak a word. In front of Ye Tianchen, Qian Sunji's body trembled continuously, and then both noses and ears began to ooze blood. Not only that, even Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, who had already lost the ability to move, was fortunate enough to taste the ecstasy of Ye Tianquan's fifth soul skill. As the spiritual arrow feather fell, the immobile Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo felt his spiritual world was severely damaged in an instant. That kind of heart-wrenching pain, even if they are already titled Douluo, they can't live, they can't die. At this moment, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo could already imagine what would happen to Pope Chihiroji, who was Ye Tianquan's key care object. For a moment, it made them shudder. Unexpectedly, the owner of Star Reaching is not only powerful, but also has such weird and cruel methods. They wanted to ask for mercy at this moment, but they couldn't open their mouths. But Ye Tianchen still seemed a little dissatisfied when he saw that Kyungsunji had already looked like this. This guy is dying like this? I haven't used any real methods yet. Snort, never mind, it's been a long time since I tortured people so happily. Today, I'll let you try Chihiroji. Tianlong Bayan, karmic fire burns the body. After the words fell, as Ye Tianchen continued to move his hands, terrifying karmic fires began to burn one after another, from the very first clusters to spreading throughout the canyon. In Chihiroji's spiritual world, at this moment Chihiroji no longer knows whether he is alive or dead. It's just that the arrow feathers that kept falling turned into streaks of karmic fire and fell down in an instant. In an instant, his entire soul was enveloped by karmic fire. The karma from the past began to intersect internally and externally, and the burning sensation of the flames made Chihiroji miserable, and he fell to the ground and kept rolling, trying to extinguish the karmic fire. But all of this is undoubtedly in vain. How can the fire of karma be easily extinguished? The endless fire of karma is constantly burning Chihiroji's soul. He was also in pain, and his soul continued to disperse one by one. Finally, as if he could no longer bear this inhuman torture, Chihiro gritted his teeth and burned his own soul directly. In an instant, Qian Sunji's body in front of Ye Tianchen began to burn without fire. I don't know how long it took, maybe just a moment. Chihiroji's spiritual world completely collapsed, and his soul was completely annihilated. Chihiroji, Pope of the Wuhan Palace, has just fallen. Together with Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, they were also tortured by the fire of karma at this moment, but the two of them survived the pain of the fire of karma for life. Forget it, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, I will spare your lives, otherwise that old fellow Qian Daoliu would not know that it was Qian Sunji who I killed. Ha ha ha, give Qian Daoliu a sentence. Qian Sunji is just a waste. Tang Hao, there is God to help. After all, Ye Tianchen was not interested in staying any longer. With a wave of his hand, the karmic fire retracted and disappeared into this canyon. At the same time, at the moment when Kyungsunji fell, in Wuhan City, in the enshrining hall, in front of the angel statue in front of Qian Daoliu, a glazed lamp went out instantly. Qian Daoliu stared at all of this. No. Disease. That's it for today. 5,000 words is quite a lot. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Bibidong is complicated, Daoliu is furious. Chapter 14 Bibidong is complicated, Qian Daoliu is furious. In an instant, in Wuhan City, the aura belonging to Qian Daoliu's 99th level titled Douluo erupted in an instant. All the soul masters were immediately under great pressure, and some of them were directly shattered by this huge pressure. Then, Qian Daoliu's figure suddenly flew out of Wuhan City and rushed towards the Star Forest, where Qian Sunji's body was located. In the Saintess Hall, after the majestic pressure belonging to Qian Daoliu disappeared, Bibi Dongfang stood up with some difficulty, and looked at the direction where Qian Daoliu disappeared, with a devilish smile on the corner of her mouth. Just now, the moment Qian Sunji fell, Bibi Dong's first test of the Rakshasa god was finally completed. Chihiroji, you devil, you never thought that one day you would die at the hands of others. Tisk, 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 I have to say that the Master of Star Reaching is really powerful and scary. However, when I get the God position, whether you are the Master of Zixing, or Qian Daoliu, you will all die. After all, Bibi Dong began to accept the reward for the first test of the Rakshasa God test. But in an instant, her breath went from level 89 to level. This is because she has not obtained the spirit ring at the moment. As long as she obtains the 9th spirit ring, her strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Powerful feeling, intoxicating. The movements on Bibi Dong's side naturally wouldn't cause the other titled Douluo in the spirit hall to notice. At this moment, all soul masters want to know why Qian Daoliu is so furious. With the strength of level 99, Qian Daoliu came to the Star Do forest in less than a quarter of an hour. That aura was even scarier than Ye Tianchen, sending out danger warnings all the time. All the soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest were instantly frightened by this aura. Even the soul beasts over 5 years old are also fleeing frantically at this moment, heading towards the core area of the Star Do Great Forest. And the aura of Qian Daoliu is not only the 10-year-old soul beast like the azure bull python, the titan giant ape, which is frightened and fearful. In the underground space under the lake of life, Ditien, who had fallen into a deep sleep, also opened his eyes at this moment because of Qian Daoliu's arrival. Looking in the direction of Qian Daoliu, he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, then ignored it and focused his eyes on the million-year-old soul beast Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in front of him, galloping all the way. In a short time, Qian Daoliu came to the canyon where Kyungsunji fell. Looking from a distance, this canyon is already bare. All the vegetation and forests have been reduced to ashes the moment Yeshian Kanyehuo falls. Turning his eyes, Qian Daoliu saw the dead body of Qian Sunji. With a dash, Qian Daoliu came to Qian Sunji's corpse, stretched out his old and trembling hands, slowly picked up Qian Sunji's corpse, and hugged him in his arms. For a while, there were many tears. Jeer. Who is it? Who is it? There is such a bold person who dares to attack you, what? For a while, Qian Daoliu was also distraught. He usually didn't like Chihiroji, because Chihiroji couldn't support the future of Wahundian. However, Chihiroji is his son of Qian Daoliu after all. Tiger poison doesn't even eat babies, let alone Qian Daoliu. His hands brushed across Qian Sunji's stiff and pale face. Qian Daoliu's heart felt as if a knife had cut him at this moment. I don't know how long it took. With the arrival of a drizzle, Qian Daoliu finally let go of Chihiroji's already cold body. His eyes began to focus on the unable to move Ju ghost Douluo. Within a breath, Qian Daoliu came to Jugui Douluo's side, and he knew the situation of Jugui Douluo just by taking a look. And Chrysanthemum ghost Douluo also saw Qian Daoliu coming in front of him at this moment. His heart was pounding, his eyes were full of fear. They couldn't imagine how much trouble Pope Chihiro's sudden death would cause them. No matter how angry he was, Qian Daoliu stretched out his old palm, and a terrifying soul power invaded Jugui Douluo's body in an instant with a strange feeling. However, within a moment, Jugui Douluo was surprised to find that his broken bones began to heal bit by bit. Finally, as Qian Daoliu withdrew his palm, most of the injuries in Chrysanthemum ghost Douluo's body recovered. At this moment, Qian Daoliu looked at Chrysanthemum ghost Douluo calmly with his ancient and deep eyes. In the next second, his lips parted slightly, and a terrifying sound wave hit him instantly. Chrysanthemum ghost Douluo, tell me, what happened, who killed the Pope? Regardless of his injuries, Chrysanthemum ghost Douluo struggled to get up, and fell to his knees with a plop. He looked around nervously, not daring to look at Qian Daoliu at all. Great offering. His Majesty the Pope. His Majesty the Pope was killed by the host. Chrysanthemum Douluo was heartbroken, and he couldn't care less. To be honest, maybe he and Ghost Douluo could survive, otherwise, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo might not be able to see the sun tomorrow. The master who picked up the stars. Qian Daoliu was in a daze for a moment. He never expected that he would be the owner of the star-reaching building. The Zixing building is in Wuhan City, how dare he, but Qian Daoliu also saw that Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo was not lying like this. The pain of losing a child, and the feeling of powerlessness like a punch on cotton even though he knew who it was, made Qian Daoliu look much older in an instant. He knew very well that since the building master of Zhaixing dared to do this, there is a high probability that the building in Wuhan City would be empty. Landlord Wuhandian couldn't do without him, and Qian Rongxiu couldn't do without him. After hearing that Qian Sunji was killed by Ye Tianchen, Qian Daoliu also calmed down a bit, and in an instant, he focused his attention on Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo again. Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, you too are level 94 title Douluo, Jir is also a level 95 title Douluo. Even if you lose to the host who picked up the stars, you won't be in such a mess. Tell me, what is going on? Qian Daoliu was also a little surprised to see that there was not a single trace of injury on Kyung Sunji's body that belonged to the Tian Moken, the master of picking stars puzzled. Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo glanced at each other, although they were a little guilty, they also understood that this matter cannot be hidden from the big priest. What should come will come after all. Zhu Douluo raised his head with difficulty, looked in the direction of the depths of the canyon, and began to tell. Great tribute. His Majesty the Pope has been seriously injured by Tang Hao of the Haoshan school and has been unconscious since the beginning, and the old ghost and I were also injured by Tang Hao. The Lord reaching for the stars appeared when the old ghost and I were planning to bring His Majesty the Pope back to the Hall of Spirits, so, we are not his opponents at all, and we don't even have the power to resist. Correct. The host of Zhaixing actually has 7 10,000-year spirit rings and 2 10,000-year spirit rings. The more Zhu Douluo spoke, the more startled he became, until he felt Qian Daoliu's face darken, and then he stopped talking. Clear Sky School, Tang Hao, he is only a soul Douluo, how can he hurt Jir and you 3 title Douluo? Zhu Douluo, do you think this old man is a fool? Chrysanthemum Douluo's body trembled incessantly for a moment, and in a panic, he finally told them all about the 10-year-old soul beast brought by Qian Sunji, and the Lan Yinhuang's sacrifice to Tang Hao. After Qian Daoliu heard this, he was so angry that he slapped Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo away with his palm. The injuries that had just healed became worse in an instant. Trash. A bunch of trash. A newly accomplished title Douluo, you. Qian Daoliu didn't want to say any more words anymore, he felt aggrieved in his heart, mixed with the pain of losing his son, he just felt dizzy. Chrysanthemum Douluo, who flew out, spat out blood, glanced at Qian Sunji, as if thinking of something again. Great offering, then Master Zhaixing asked us to bring you a sentence. Chrysanthemum Douluo yelled out such a sentence almost with the last ounce of strength. Hearing this, Qian Daoliu also looked at Zhu Douluo, sucked in his palm, and held Zhu Douluo in his hand. Say. Great tribute, Master Zhaixing asked us to tell you, Tang Hao has divine help. After finishing speaking, Zhu Douluo could no longer suppress the injury in his body, and passed out directly. As for Qian Daoliu, he is a little dazed at the moment. Is there a god to help? He didn't understand what Ye Tianquan's words meant. Was he mocking him that Qian Daoliu had a useless son? It took a while before Qian Daoliu realized that Tang Hao had God's help, yes. Otherwise, how can a newly accomplished title Douluo be the opponent of the 3 title Douluo, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo and Qian Sunji? Originally it was just the pain of losing a child, but at this moment, it suddenly became confusing. In all honesty, here I want to torture Qian Sunji a little bit deliberately, not so decisively, because the author also has a Douluo complex. Then let me tell you, there is no heroine in this book, although there is no shortage of sex, but there is absolutely no heroine, there is no emotion. Those who like to have a heroine, enter with caution. By the way, if you like it, please collect it, invest in it, monthly pass or something, and then the author will update it twice a day before it is put on the shelf. Of course, you can also give a reward to remind you to update it. He. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Tang Hao kills the Pope, Hao Shenzong disputes. Chapter 15 Tang Hao kills the Pope, Hao Shenzong disputes. 3 days later, a piece of news suddenly broke out in the Hall of Spirits. Pope Chihiro was seriously injured and died, and the murderer was Tang Hao of the Haoshan school, and it also revealed that Tang Hao's affair with a 10-year-old soul beast was also exposed. The great priest of the Hall of Enshrinement, Qian Douluo, personally shouted to Hao Shenzong to hand over Tang Hao, the murderer who killed Pope Chihiroji. All of a sudden, the news spread across the entire Douluo continent as if it had grown wings. In the enshrinement hall, Qian Douluo was holding Qian Rongxiu, who was only 5.5 years old, with a tired face at the moment. It was Qian Douluo's idea to replace Qian Sunji, who killed Qian Sunji, with Tang Hao. Just as Qian Douluo sighed softly, the door of the main hall slowly opened, and the old body of Golden Crocodile Douluo walked in step by step. "Brother, the news has already spread, and now all the imperial families and the upper 3 sects have learned about it." Golden Crocodile was a little puzzled. It was obviously the Pope who was killed by the host who picked up the stars. Why did he say it was Tang Hao of the Haoshan school? While talking, Golden Crocodile Douluo also looked puzzled. He really didn't understand why Qian Douluo would do this. Dragging his tired body, he gently placed the sleeping Qian Rongxiu on the soft seat, let out a mouthful of stale air, and came to Golden Crocodile Douluo. Qian Douluo's slightly hoarse voice began to sound. "Golden Crocodile, the star-picking tower is indeed the real murderer of Jir, but now everyone in the star-picking tower in Wuhan City has already gone. May I ask, what can you and my Wuhandian do? Can the old man still go to the whole continent to search for him as the landlord? Apart from me personally, who else in the Hall of Spirits can capture the star-reaching lord?" This. Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't know what to say for a while. Indeed, the people from Zexinglu went to Lekong. Their Wuhan palace did have a deep foundation, but the Zuxingzuzyazu's personal strength is strong. In the entire Wuhan temple, I can only say that I cannot lose the wind in a fight with a 98-level titled Douluo, and only Qian Douluo can have a chance of winning if he fights in person. But if my eldest brother is not in the Wuhan palace, then the Wuhan palace will not be stable. What's more, the continent is so big. With the ability of the Master of Picking Stars, how can the Tower of Picking Stars be easily uprooted by Wuhandian? How can the Master of Picking Stars let them handle it easily? Gently patted Golden Crocodile Douluo on the shoulder, Qian Douluo said again, "By the way, Golden Crocodile, the host who picked up the stars is probably already level 96, or even 97, and his soul ring configuration is no longer it was 8 blacks and 1 red, but 7 blacks and 2 reds." Suddenly, hearing Qian Douluo's words, Golden Crocodile Douluo gasped. This master who picked up the stars has improved so fast, unbelievable, unimaginable. Qian Douluo remained silent. The growth rate of the star-chasing landlord really caught him off guard, but this was not the only reason why he said that the murderer who killed Qian Sunji was Tang Hao. After a long silence, Qian Douluo sighed slightly when he saw the still shocked look of the Golden Crocodile. Wuhandian had such a strong opponent, it was really unprepared. Even in Tang Chen, Qian Douluo had never been so difficult before. "Brother, Golden Crocodile understands what you mean. Since there is nothing we can do about the star-chasing landlord in a short time, we might as well keep our mouths shut." Tang Hao, the Haoshan sect, was also partly responsible for the Pope's death this time. Haoshan sect must pay the price for this, otherwise, why would our Wuhan palace block Yu Yuzong's mouth? Nodding, then shaking his head, Qian Douluo had more than that. "Golden Crocodile, what you said is right, this can indeed reduce the impact of killing some sick children on the spirit hall. But I really want to capture Tang Hao of Haoshanzong. I want Tang Hao to die, and must die." As soon as these words came out, Golden Crocodile Douluo was also a little dazed. As a member of the Haoshan sect, Tang Hao is now also a powerful man at the level of titled Douluo. If he wants to capture him, Wuhan Palace will have to put in a lot of effort. If the Haoshan sect insists on hugging Tang Hao, it will be difficult for Wuhan Palace to capture him. The Seoul Palace will be hurt by this. According to Golden Crocodile Douluo, they probably wouldn't really make a big move against Tang Hao and the Haoshan sect. After all, Pope Chihiroji is dead, Tang Hao is just a scapegoat, and the matter of making Haoshanzong pay some price is over. But since his elder brother is unwilling, he must have his own considerations, and Golden Crocodile Douluo has nothing to say. Looking at Golden Crocodile Douluo with some doubts, Qian Daoliu's gloomy eyes are full of murderous intent. Golden Crocodile, don't be surprised, you know that the star-picking master Tuja Ghost Douluo sent me a word. Oh. Golden Crocodile Douluo was a little surprised. The owner of the star-reaching tower was a little confused by this operation. He had already killed everyone. So why did he still keep the message? Looking in the direction of the angel statue, Qian Daoliu said coldly, he said, Tang Hao, there is a god to help. Boom, in an instant, Golden Crocodile Douluo felt that his head was getting bigger, and he finally understood why his elder brother insisted on killing Tang Hao. There is a god to help, that is to say, there is a god behind Tang Hao. Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't suspect that this is the mastermind of Zhaixing playing tricks. He had fought against Ye Tianchen. As a top powerhouse in the mainland, he wouldn't make fun of God. This, big brother. The Golden Crocodile understands. Tomorrow I will bring a few priests to the Clear Sky School. After all, killing intent also appeared in Golden Crocodile Douluo's eyes. Nodding his head, Qian Daoliu didn't stop him, so he acquiesced in this matter. Compared with the master who picked up the stars, the movement of a god made Qian Daoliu's nerves even more tense. At most, the owner of the Star Zhaing building will have an impact on the Wuhan Palace after he is no longer there. But to put it bluntly, if one day Qian Daoliu himself is no longer around, the Qian family will not have a qualified heir. Whether there is a Star Zhaing building or not, the outcome will not be the same. There will be a big difference. However, Qian Daoliu had to pay attention to the layout of a god. As a descendant of the angel god, he couldn't sit idly by. After a while, Golden Crocodile Douluo walked out of the hall slowly, leaving Qian Daoliu quietly watching the sleeping Qian Rongxiu. At the same time, when the news of Tang Hao's murder of Pope Chihiroji reached the Haoshan school, everyone in the Haoshan school was also elated. In the hall of Haoshanzong, Tang Xiao. Look at the good things your brother Tang Hao has done. He even had an affair with a 10-year-old soul beast, also killed Pope Chihiroji of Wuhan Temple. Humph. It's not just that, I heard that Spirit Hall is very angry about this matter. Tang Hao is a member of my Clear Sky School. How can we have a better time? The Wuhan Palace will definitely not let us go. In my opinion, it is better to let Tang Hao confess his crime obediently and hand him over to the Wuhan Palace. This will also prevent the disciples and elders of my Haoshan sect from being implicated by the Wuhan Palace. The elders of the Haoshan school kept putting pressure on the current suzerain Tang Xiao, talking to each other. The words were full of blaming Tang Hao for causing trouble and offending Wuhandian. Tang Xiao also didn't know how to deal with it at this moment. He had just succeeded to the suzerain position not long ago, and his own strength was only level 92. Most of the elders present were contra-level powerhouses, and even a few titled Douluo-level elders put pressure on this matter. Elders, whether or not Brother Hao did this is still open to debate, not to mention that Wuhan Hall's wolfish ambitions may also intentionally drive us apart. It's not too late to wait until things are clear. Humph. What's there to say, Tang Xiao? Don't favor Tang Hao just because he is your own younger brother. Let me tell you, the death of Pope Chihiroji of the Spirit Hall is absolutely true, and his body was indeed injured by the Clear Sky Hammer. What you said sounds nice, but Wuhan Palace will not give up. Do you really want our Haoshan sect's century-old foundation to be destroyed in one fell swoop? Before Tang Xiao could finish speaking, an elder with the title of Douluo directly interrupted Tang Xiao, without paying any attention to his position as suzerain. Just when the scene was at an impasse, the second elder, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up. In the hall, everyone suddenly fell silent. As the strongest person in the Haoshan sect now, the second elder's level 95 strength is undoubtedly the first. Naturally, the right to speak is much stronger than that of Tang Xiao, who just became suzerain. Okay, let's put this matter aside for now. It is a fact that Pope Chihiro of the Spirit Palace died quickly, and it is also a fact that he was injured by the Clear Sky Hammer. But Tang Hao is the title Douluo of my Clear Sky School after all. How can he be easily handed over to Wu Hundian? Put this matter aside for now and see how Spirit Hall handles it. It is not easy for me, the Clear Sky School, to have a titled Douluo, not to mention that Tang Hao is still a titled Douluo with a 10-year spirit ring. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover, let's put everything aside. After all, no one was saying anything. Hao Tianzong fell into a strange calm for a while. End of this chapter. Chapter 16. When hunting for soul rings, yin and yang are white and happy. Chapter 16. When hunting for soul rings, yin and yang are white and happy. What happened between Hao Shanzong and Wu Hundian? Yet Yan Chen, who was far away in the Star Forest, naturally wouldn't be moved. At this moment, he is walking towards the depths of the Star Do Great Forest with a calm face. Behind him, there were dark worshippers, trembling hearts, and excited hands, all excited about the 9th soul ring that was about to be obtained. Lord Landlord, going forward, you will enter the core area of the Star Do Forest, where there are 10-year-old soul beasts, so we'd better be careful. Yang Bai looked into the depths of the Star Do Great Forest, his expression began to change slowly. Different from Yin He, Yang Bai's 8th soul ring comes from the depths of the Star Do Forest, and is an earth thunder dragon that is about 7 years old. There is a rule in Zaixing building, all the killer's soul rings, starting from the 1st soul ring, need to be obtained by themselves, and the 9th soul ring can be obtained by the landlord himself, regardless of the age of the soul ring, even if it is a 10-year soul ring. If the killer asks, the host will get it for them, but that being said, whether they can successfully absorb the 10-year spirit ring is another matter. At the beginning, Yang Bai thought he was powerful, so he went to the depths of the Star Do Forest alone to hunt for soul rings, but he didn't expect that just a 7-year-old giant brontosaurus almost killed him. Even when he left the Star Do Great Forest, he encountered a 10-year-old soul beast, the Titan Great Ape. Even if he narrowly escaped death and survived, since then, Yang Bai has always been in awe of the depths of the Star Do Forest. But as soon as Yang Bai said this, Yin He quit. Yang Bai, look at your prospects, isn't it because there are 10-year-old soul beasts in the depths of the Star Do Forest? The landlord himself took action, so what if the 10-year-old soul beast attacked? It's nothing more than a chicken wag, right? Lord Landlord. Yang Bai glanced at Yin He, and was too lazy to talk to this guy. Ahead, yet Yan Chen also heard the bickering of the two live treasures behind him, and under the gold-carved mask, it was also a rare stretch of smile. Yang Bai, don't worry too much. Just as Yin He said, the 10-year-old soul beast is still too young to cause any trouble in front of me. However, there are not only 10-year soul beasts in this Star Do Great Forest. Maybe there are some ferocious beasts that have been hidden for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet Yan Chen spoke in a calm tone, but when these words fell into Yin He's ears, they were like a shot in the arm, making him more courageous. But Yang Bai's focus is obviously not on the 10-year-old soul beast, but he is even more worried after hearing that his homeowner said that there may be several 10-year-old beasts. Yet Yan Chen didn't just say this casually. There can't be only 10-year-old soul beasts on Douluo continent, and there are almost no soul beasts over 10-year-old. It's just that there are some fragmentary records in the books. But as Yetiankin's 9th soul ring is now almost 20 years old, he also guessed that this Douluo continent must have soul beasts that are more than 20 years old, but they are hidden in some places and do not want to be born. Star Do Great Forest is the largest soul beast forest in Douluo continent, so it's hard to say that there are no fierce beasts hiding in it. My lord, this is better than hunting for a soul ring. Are we really going to do anything to a 10-year-old soul beast? Don't think about what's there or what's not. Now Yang Bai starts to pay attention to this hunt for the soul ring. Yin He also frowned, not because he thought that the owner of his house did not have such strength, but because 10-year-old soul beasts were extremely difficult to find, and it would take a lot of time just to find a 10-year-old soul beast. And more importantly, the soul ring produced by a 10-year-old soul beast, whether it is black or white, is not sure that it can successfully absorb it. The pressure to absorb a 10-year spirit ring is completely different from that of a 9-year spirit ring. That's why Yang Bai just asked such a sentence. Hearing this, Yetiankin's footsteps stopped, and Yin He Yang Bai also stopped in succession. This matter depends on how you choose. The 10-year-old soul beast, the Stardow Great Forest, has the azure bull python, the titan giant ape, and some unknown existences. This point is not a big problem for me. Although hunting 10-year-old soul beasts is tricky, I am still sure to do it. As for whether you can successfully absorb it, that needs to be decided by you. Of course, I have another method, which allows you to have a 10-year spirit ring. This method is not dangerous, but there are some differences compared to the former. Yet Yanchen turned around and looked at Yin He Yang Bai quietly to see how they would choose. As soon as these words came out, Yin, He, Yang and Bai looked at each other and instantly understood what the other meant. Looking at Yanchen, they asked together, "Sir, could you please tell me what is the difference between this second method?" Without hesitation, Yanchen also spoke directly. The second method is that I will find 2 soul beasts of about 9 years for you. You absorb their soul rings first. And then look for some 10,000-year soul beasts, and add their soul rings to your 9th soul ring. So that it reaches 10 years. However, this method has a disadvantage, that is, absorbing an ordinary 10-year-old soul beast can obtain 2 soul skills, while this method only has 1 soul skill. The specific choice is up to the 2 of you. After finishing speaking, Yanchen walked directly into the depths of the Stardow Great Forest. The faces of Yin He Yang Bai were first surprised, then ecstatic. Compared to directly absorbing a 10-year soul ring, this method can be called a heaven-defying existence. As for missing a soul skill, so what? The ecstatic 2 quickly followed Yetiankin's pace, and happily stepped into the depths of the Stardow Forest. Entering the core area of the Stardow Great Forest, the number of spirit beasts here dropped sharply. Along the way, Yanchen and the others saw almost none of the soul beasts below the level of 10,000 years, and most of them were between 3 and 5 years old. Because it wasn't the goal of this trip, Yanchen and Yin He Yang Bai didn't bother with these soul beasts. Just looking for the soul beast of about 9 years on its own. It's just that the Stardow Forest is so big, how can it be so easy to find a suitable soul beast? For 3 days in a row, Yanchen searched slowly in the Stardow Forest with Yin and Yang. However, these 3 days in the Stardow Great Forest did not have the slightest influence, and nothing worthy of attention happened. But in the outside world, it is not an exaggeration to say that these 3 days have been turned upside down. Just as Yanchen and the others stepped into the depths of the Stardow Great Forest, Hao Shenzong finally ushered in the accountability of the Wuhan Hall. "Listen, people of the Haoshan School, today's priest came here in person, just for Tang Hao, the murderer who killed Pope Chihiroji of my spirit hall. As the first sect of the last 3 sects, the Haoshan School shouldn't hide the murderer who killed the Pope of my Wuhan Palace." With a loud noise, golden crocodile Douluo directly descended from the sky with the 4 priests of Wuhan Hall. In an instant, he came to the main hall of the Haoshan School, ignored the ugly expressions of everyone present at the Haoshan School, and directly named him by name, so he must capture Tang Hao. Tang Xiao, who was sitting high on the position of suzerain, also took a deep breath at this moment. The Wuhan Palace actually sent this person here. Level 98 title Douluo Golden Crocodile Douluo. When Tang Xiao's father was still alive, he had fought against Golden Crocodile Douluo. The result was obvious. Although level 97 was good, he was still no match for Golden Crocodile Douluo at level 98. Today, there is not only one Golden Crocodile Douluo come, behind him, Qingluan Douluo, Lion Douluo, 15-ton Douluo, Jiangmo Douluo. The four titled Douluo above level 95 also had cold expressions on their faces. Such a strong lineup made Haoshanzong a little overwhelmed, and even the always steady second elder was frightened at this moment. If this matter is not handled well, the Haoshan sect will have no chance to survive in this world. Only a few worshippers came to the Wuhan Hall. Haoshanzong couldn't stand it anymore, not to mention that Jian Daoliu, who is like a god and demon, hasn't made a move yet. Of course, Jian Daoliu had an agreement with Tang Chen at the beginning, and he would not take action against him in person at the Clear Sky School, otherwise the Clear Sky School would have been gone long ago. Faced with this situation, most of the contra-level elders of the Haoshan sect were sweating profusely. Even some elders at the title Douluo level swallowed hard, not daring to say a word, for fear of offending Golden Crocodile Douluo and directly destroying his Clear Sky School. After all, the level 98 Golden Crocodile Douluo has this strength. To be honest, Haoshanzong is far worse than Wuhandian, and I don't know why Haoshanzong is so stubborn in the original book. Anyway, it's just a knife slashing the ass. It's awesome. By the way, if you like this book, please collect it a little bit, invest in it, and friends who have monthly tickets and recommendation tickets also support it. It feels like no one reads it, and the author also needs encouragement. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Haoshanzong retires, Tang Hao is wanted. Chapter 17 Haoshanzong retires, Tang Hao is wanted. Your Majesty the Golden Crocodile, although Tang Hao is a member of our Clear Sky School, we never thought that he would collude with a 10-year-old soul beast and kill the Pope of the Spirit Hall. For this matter, we, the elders of the Haoshan sect, obviously want to severely blame Tang Hao. However, Tang Hao has not returned to the Haoshan sect since this incident happened, and we, the elders, have no news about him. Just when the atmosphere almost dropped to freezing point, an elder with the title of Douluo started to speak, pushing all this matter to Tang Hao himself. Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't speak, but he still had a cold look on his face. When Tang Xiao heard this, he became a little numb on the spot. These elders actually directly blamed his younger brother Hao for all the crimes. This fifth elder, you can't say that. We at the Clear Sky School are also deeply surprised by the death of the Pope of the Spirit Palace. But whether the Pope of Wuhandian was killed by my brother Hao is still unknown. Why should you be so arbitrary? Enough. Before Tang Xiao could finish speaking, Golden Crocodile Douluo swallowed what Tang Xiao wanted to say with a big heck. The old man came today, not to listen to you waiting to shirk responsibility. My Wuhandian Pope died. Yu Haoshanzong thinks this is a trivial matter. There is no need to question Tang Hao's affair with a 10-year-old soul beast. The old man's words are worthy of your trust. And the wounds on my Pope of the Spirit Hall were all injured by the Haoshan hammer. This is also a fact. I didn't come here today just to argue with you and others about such insignificant matters. At this moment, no matter whether Tang Hao is in the Clear Sky School or not, you Clear Sky School have to give me an explanation from the Spirit Hall. The Pope of my Spirit Hall cannot die in vain. I remind you that if I cannot satisfy the old man today, there are more than 1,000 people in the Clear Sky School. After today, how many survive is beyond the control of the old man. After all, Golden Crocodile Douluo was also unambiguous, and 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red rose slowly under his feet. The aura that belongs exclusively to level 98 is revealed in the entire Haoshan temple. All the people in the Haoshan sect were fully focused, and the fear in their hearts gradually increased. Immediately afterwards, the 4 priests of the Wuhan Hall behind Golden Crocodile Douluo also fully opened their Wuhan. The 5 titled Douluo above level 95 put a lot of pressure on everyone in the Clear Sky School. The second elder of the Haoshan school couldn't keep calm anymore. he thought that the Wuhan Palace was just putting on a show and wouldn't make a big show of persecuting the Haoshan school, but now it seems that something is wrong. Sovereign, since His Majesty Golden Crocodile Douluo has already said so, how do you think Tang Hao's matter should be handled? The second elder directly threw the question to Tang Xiao. Today is different from the past, so he can't just talk nonsense. It seems that Wuhandian must have an explanation today. Tang Xiao also didn't expect that the second elder would do this to him. After all, the day before yesterday, the second elder tried his best to resist all opinions and swore that he would be blocked by soldiers and covered by water, but now he bought him in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty the Golden Crocodile Crown, I still say the same thing. Before the facts are completely clear, the Haoshan sect cannot be sure whether Tang Hao really killed Pope Kyungsunji Crown. Therefore, I also ask His Majesty Golden Crocodile to give me a certain period of time, and let me, Haoshan Zong, investigate this matter clearly. Only in this way can we prove whether Tang Hao is guilty. Stubborn. Haoshan sect is not qualified to discuss demands. Before Tang Xiao could continue talking, Golden Crocodile Douluo swung his hand, and Tang Xiao was sent flying over 100 meters by the overwhelming pressure. I want to get up, but I can't get up. Golden Crocodile Douluo looked around, and then said, I'm reminding all of you here, I'm here today to give an explanation, not to listen to your Clear Sky School's sophistry. After finishing speaking, he stood directly on the spot, waiting for the result of Haoshan Zong's handling. At this moment, when Tang Xiao was knocked away by Golden Crocodile Douluo, everyone in the Haoshan sect was already frightened. Several elders at the title Douluo level came directly in front of the second elder, ignoring Tang Xiao's injuries. Now, they just want to send away the plague gods in Wuhan Hall as soon as possible. Second elder, Tang Hao's mistakes cannot be recited by all of us in the entire Haoshan school. That's right, second elder, we all agree with what you said the day before yesterday, but today's situation is stronger than others, and the Haoshan school has a century-old foundation. Second elder, you must not be confused. Second elder, since Tang Hao made such a big mistake, our Clear Sky School must not cover him up. I hope the second elder will think it over carefully. A titled Douluo level elder and a group of contra-level elders looked at the second elder eagerly. Their recognition of Tang Xiao fell below freezing point at the moment. If you ask Tang Xiao about this kind of thing, unless they feel that they are not afraid of death, it's almost the same. The second elder also didn't expect this matter to fall on him again. Although he wanted Tang Xiao to deal with this matter, but in the current situation, he didn't dare to let Tang Xiao say a word. Elders, don't worry, my Haoshan school's century-old foundation will definitely not be destroyed in your hands. Besides, my Clear Sky School has always been rewarding for meritorious deeds and punished for crimes. Since Tang Hao committed such a heinous mistake, my Clear Sky School cannot tolerate him just because of his status. Let's talk about how to deal with Tang Hao. After the second elder finished speaking, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Golden Crocodile Douluo's slightly stretched face, he was also delighted. He is really an old clever ghost. As soon as these words came out, the elders of the Haoshan school also began to discuss in a hurry. In my opinion, Tang Hao first had an affair with a 10-year-old soul beast. Based on this alone, Tang Hao should be expelled from our Clear Sky School. Expel Tang Hao from Haoshan sect. Not only that, Tang Hao actually disregarded the affection of human soul masters and colluded with 10-year-old soul beasts to kill Pope Chihiroji of the Spirit Hall. This matter is even more serious. Removal is not enough. I, Hao Tianzong, also want to arrest Tang Hao. This kind of scum really insults our Haoshan school's centuries-old reputation. Yes. But since Wuhandian is also going to accuse Tang Hao, how to deal with Tang Hao should be decided by Wuhandian. We only need to be responsible for capturing him. These words of the elders of the Clear Sky School fell into Tang Xiao's ears like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. He never expected that such a big Clear Sky School would not even have a single elder with backbone. But at this moment, he is also powerless to refute, and can only watch these elders discuss without moving. Looking at Golden Crocodile Douluo, the second elder had a flattering smile on his face. Your Majesty Golden Crocodile Douluo, you have heard the results of my Clear Sky School elders' handling just now, and my Clear Sky School will never condone such criminals. What does the Golden Crocodile think? Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded, then put away his martial spirit and soul ring, looked at a group of Haoshanzong elders who were laughing with him, and said slowly, the results of the treatment of Tang Hao by the Haoshanzong elders, I still agree. However, your Clear Sky School is not strict in discipline, and if you teach such scum, the Clear Sky School should also give a result. This. The second elder and the other Haoshanzong elders looked at each other, both felt that it was a bit difficult to deal with, but Wahundian definitely couldn't just let it go, and closed their eyes and eyes. The second elder also stated the conditions of Haoshanzong under the watchful eyes of everyone. Your Majesty the Golden Crocodile, you are right, I, the Clear Sky School, are also responsible for lax discipline. That being the case, from now on, I, the Clear Sky School, will be hidden from the world, and everything that the Clear Sky School owns in the mainland now belongs to the Spirit Hall. I also hope that His Majesty the Golden Crocodile can hold his hand high and avoid the fault of my Haoshan School's lax discipline. After finishing speaking, the second elder lost all strength and fell limp on the ground. Although he saved the Haoshan School today, the price he paid was extremely heavy. But then the second elder showed a smile, even though Haoshanzong paid such a high price, at least he saved Haoshanzong, didn't he? The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't force him anymore. He came here today for Tang Hao. Since Tang Hao is not in the Clear Sky School, it would be good to charge some interest. As for the destruction of the Clear Sky School, Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen had made an agreement, although Golden Crocodile Douluo also wanted to do so, but follow Qian Daoliu's orders. After all, there is not much difference between having and not having such a Haoshan sect. Remember what you said today, if the old man finds out that Haoshanzong is secretly protecting Tang Hao, my Spirit Hall will not let it go. As for Tang Hao, I'll let Wahundian capture him. After finishing speaking, Golden Crocodile Douluo and the four priests left without looking back. Everyone in the Haoshan School was left standing there blankly, watching all this. Haoshanzong stay for a while, it will be destroyed in the future. Please recommend investment, collection, monthly pass, rewards and so on. Please support me. I feel like no one is watching. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Encounter June Ants, Black and White Impermanence comes out. Chapter 18 Encountering 1,000 ants, black and white emerge from nowhere. Of course, Ye Tianchen, who was still deep in the Star Do forest, didn't know what was happening in the Haoshan sect. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have any interest. It doesn't matter how Haoshanzong is, 3 or 2 big cats and kittens can't turn the sky. Compared with this, Ye Tianchen was more interested in Tang Hao. Why would the so-called god choose Tang Hao, a soul master who had just been titled Douluo? Of course, there are also Tang Hao and the child of the 10-year-old soul beast. The last ray of light is not easy. Walking in the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, the 10,000-year-old soul beasts that appeared in front of them from time to time made Yin He Yang Bai a little excited. Just as Ye Tianchen and Yin He Yang Bai continued to move forward, a group of 10,000-year soul beasts suddenly appeared in front of them. Do not run towards Ye Tianchen's direction. Looking at the expressions of these 10,000-year-old soul beasts, they are extremely frightened. It seems that there are even more terrifying soul beasts chasing them behind them. The 2-year-old soul beast Fire Cloud Evil Fox. 3-year-old soul beast Earth Rhino. Both Yin He Yang and Bai were stunned. Such a group of 10-year-old soul beasts would be chased. Could it be that behind them was a year-old soul beast? There was no time to think about it. Ye Tianchen and the others were not targeting these 10,000-year soul beasts, and they were not interested in beheading these 10,000-year soul beasts at will. Immediately, they flew directly into the mid-air, and the group of tens of thousands of year-old soul beasts in a hurry had no interest in managing Ye Tianchen and the others, and ran away from under Ye Tianchen and the others frantically. In mid-air, Ye Tianchen looked behind these thousands-year-old soul beasts. Rows of thousands-year-old trees were directly uprooted. Mighty and mighty, like an army marching out, getting closer, Ye Tianchen could see clearly that those chasing these 10,000-year-old soul beasts were actually a group of countless thousands of ants. Among them, there are also some 10,000-year level beings. Lord, it's no wonder that this group of 10,000-year-old soul beasts are so exhausted. Although not all of those 15-ton ants have 10,000-year cultivation, the innumerable numbers are too scary. Ants can eat elephants in large numbers. Should we evacuate first? Yang Bai was a little cautious, but his words were not unreasonable. It is obviously not a good idea to fight a group of 15-ton ants. Ye Tianchen was just about to nod and evacuate, when suddenly, 3 June ants, each about 3 meters in length, suddenly appeared in the ant colony. The body, which is about 3 meters long, is covered with a dark golden carapace, has 6 thick and powerful broken legs, and there are 6 eyes on the top of its head that emit green light. This is 3 15-ton ant emperors that are around 9 years old. Ha ha ha, it takes no effort to get there even if you wear iron shoes. Yanhei Yang Bai originally thought that they would evacuate immediately, but when they heard the exclamation of their landlord, they couldn't help swallowing. The 9-year soul beast, isn't this the same one that was tailor-made for them just now? Turning his head and looking at Yanhei Yang Bai, Ye Tianchen smiled strangely under the mask. Yanhei, Yang Bai, do you too want to try the strength of this 9-year-old soul beast? It is a rare opportunity for you to display your full strength. When Yanhei Yang Bai heard this, he did not refuse. Anyway, with the homeowner watching, there will be no danger, just try to see what a 9-year-old soul beast can do. Lord, let's go. With a swipe in the sky, the two of them directly passed the front troops of the 15-ton ant colony, and headed directly towards the 3 15-ton ant emperors. Blazing Sun Sword. Cold Yin Knife. As Yin, He, Yang, and Bai activated their martial souls, 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, lit up at their feet. The first soul skill, Blazing Sun Divine Light. The 5th soul skill, Yin Yu Slash. 2 beams of light pierced through the dark sky and hit the 3 15-ton ant emperors abruptly. With a bang, the entire 1000 June ant colony began to riot, and after the 3 June ant emperors were smashed dozens of meters underground, they seemed to feel the terrifying impact, and their entire skeletons lit up with silvery white light. In an instant, the 3 15-ton ant emperors were suffering from pain, their huge eyes were bloodshot, and they became violent. With just a catapult, the 3 15-ton ant emperors flew directly from the ground to the ground in an instant. Looking at Yin, He, Yang, and Bai, they started to roar. In an instant, all the giant ants seemed to have received the signal to attack and began to surround Yin, He, Yang, Bai. Yin, He, these guys are difficult to deal with, their defense capabilities are too strong, and the giant ants are infinitely powerful, so don't get close to them. Yin, He, Yang Bai, you come and hold back the 3 15-ton ant emperors, and I'll take care of these ants. It is good. The 8th soul skill, the ultimate kill. The 8th soul skill, Yinfen Shock. The two launched the 8th soul skill at the same time, and directly cast a full blow, wanting to kill with one blow. The 3 June ant emperors instantly burst out with endless strength. 15-ton ants are a kind of soul beast with very tenacious vitality, with outstanding physical defense ability, extremely strong resistance to blows, and incomparably powerful. Possesses strength far out of proportion to the body. This is all the characteristics of 15-ton ants. As a kind of soul beast, they don't have any soul skills themselves. In any spirit beast forest, they would often become food for other spirit beasts. Although their defense is good, it is limited after all, and they lack attack methods. Although their power is good, it is difficult to display it. Of course, there are quite a few soul beasts who disdain 15-ton ants. After all, it is a bit tiring to eat them after breaking their defenses. It is precisely because of the tenacious vitality that such spirit beasts exist in large numbers in the spirit beast forest. Generally speaking, a 15-ton ant that has been cultivated for 10 years is about 3 inches long, and only has a pair of saber teeth in its mouth, which can bite through hard things. The body length of a 1,000 June ant that has been cultivated for 100 years is no more than 6 inches. After 1,000 years of cultivation, it is possible to grow to a foot long. This is already a rare ant. Because they do not have any powerful means of survival, and they often kill each other among their own groups. Most soul masters have also entered many soul beast forests, especially this Douluo forest many times. Every time, they can see many June ants, but they have never attracted his attention and have never seen them. A giant ant whose body is over a foot long. Faced with the pressure from yin, he, and yang, bai, the three-headed 15-ant emperor just shook his head, and the two on the left and right slowly separated to both sides, forming a semi-surrounding force on yang and bai, gradually oppressing him. The dark gold on their bodies also became more and more obvious. But its own energy is completely internal, with no intention of dissipating outside the body. Buzzing, 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 the 15-ton ant emperor flapped the wings on his back and flew up slowly. As expected, the three brothers had lived together for many years, and their movements were uniform, like mirror images. The height of the ground rise is exactly the same. In an instant, the three giant ant emperors ignored him and charged towards Yang Bai, with the huge power and extremely fast speed. Yang Bai was blown away more than 100 meters by this huge pressure just by looking at him. Yin He was not feeling well at the moment. The endless ant colony killed some and others, seemingly endless. Yin He's soul power soon bottomed out. My lord. Yin He Yang Bai knew now that it was not the time to show off, so he called Ye Tianchen directly. You've done a good job, stand down. After saying that, the Tian Moken in Ye Tianken's hand suddenly rang, one after another sword soldiers surged like a tide, instantly smashing all the 15-ton ants to pieces. Being so frightened, they ignored the order of the giant ant emperor and all the giant ants broke through the ground directly. Running wildly underground. Dragon 8 sounds, broken. In an instant, as Ye Tianken's level 96 approached level 97, his soul power exploded instantly. 3 transparent yet powerful swords hung on the horizon in an instant, and suddenly they slashed at the 3 giant ant emperors. Between heaven and earth, only a bang was heard. When the gunpowder smoke cleared, the 3 15-ton ant emperors were already exhaling more air and taking in less air. Yin black, Yang white, let's get started. Yin He nodded, raised his right hand, resisted the feeling of weakness, and slowly condensed his remaining soul power into his palm. Accompanied by a light red halo, the Qi Yang sword ended in an instant. A 15-ton ant emperor. Come on, my 9th soul ring, you will decide whether I can become the top master in the mainland. Under the guidance of that light red light, the soul ring of the 9-year-old 15-ton ant emperor slowly flew towards the dark direction. Yet Tianchen fixed his eyes on the soul ring that floated in, and shouted in a deep voice, sit cross-legged and protect the spirit. Yin He sat down cross-legged on the same spot, focusing on the martial spirit in his right hand. At this moment, as the 9-year-old 15-ton ant emperor's spirit ring approached, he felt an unprecedentedly powerful pressure. The bones of the whole body even made a slight sound under this pressure. Soon, the black halo came to the top of Yin He's head. Without giving him any chance to react, the black halo suddenly shrank, turning into a bracelet-sized but extremely solid black ring that fell directly on the palm of his right hand. Above the cold yin sword martial soul, Yin He felt as if his right hand was invading magma. A burst of hot energy poured in crazily. The violent heat flow rushed into his body instantly. In an instant, his insides were on fire. The body couldn't help shaking violently. No matter how the power of the spirit ring impacts your body, remember to stay awake, only in this way can you make better use of the power of the spirit ring in the future. Yet Yanchen still reminded, Yunhei fell into calm after a while. Then Yang Bai absorbed the 9th soul ring, everything went smoothly. From today on, the two of them are level 91 titled Douluo. I have something to do today, so I can only write this point, sorry fellow book friends, we'll make up for it tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Strange Tian Moken, Wanyan Soul Ring. Chapter 19 Weird Heavenly Demonic Piano, 10-year-old Soul Ring. Title Douluo. Sure enough, this powerful soul power is not comparable to that of an 80-level Contra. Yang Bai felt the majestic soul power in his body, and the joy in his heart was beyond words. Ha ha ha. Yang Bai, I didn't expect that one day you and I would actually be able to become a powerhouse at the title Douluo level. All of this is a gift from the landlord, otherwise, depending on you and me, it is impossible to do it in this life, and we can only sigh in despair. The landlord is very kind and virtuous, and the darkness will never be forgotten. While Yunhei was excited, he did not forget to show his loyalty. After all, the 15-ton ant emperor was taken down by his own landlord. That's right. Yunhei, the landlord's great grace, I will never forget it. I'm waiting to thank the landlord. Yet Yanchen was also very happy at this moment. From today on, this star-catching tower is no longer just a titled Douluo. With Yin, Hei, Yang, and Bai, there will be some more difficult problems in the future, but he does not have to take action. There is help for everything. Yin Hei, Yang Bai, get up, you are today, it is all the result of you and the other two's hard work. I just gave you some training resources and guidance. However, even if you become a titled Douluo today, you have to remember that this world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders, there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. From now on, we must be careful. It should be noted that no matter how powerful an existence is, if it is not careful, it may die. Yet Yanchen couldn't help thinking of his experience in Xiantian continent. Yes, sir, don't worry, the two of us will definitely avoid arrogance and impetuosity, and complete the task calmly and calmly. At this moment, although the third 15-ton ant emperor was wounded, after seeing the tragic fate of his two brothers, he made up his mind. All of a sudden, with all the strength he had just recovered, he fled frantically towards the ground. Lord of the host! That giant ant king is trying to escape. Yunhei pointed at the 15-ton ant emperor who had already penetrated into the ground, with an incredulous expression on his face. After all, the three 15-ton ant emperors were hit by their homeowner just now and couldn't move. I didn't expect the 15-ton ants to have such terrifying resilience besides their strength. Don't worry, you can't escape. 9th soul skill, sword slashing mountains and rivers. I saw Yang Bai suddenly soaring into the sky, heading in the direction where the 15-ton ant emperor was escaping, directly using the 9th soul ability he had just obtained. In an instant, a phantom of a golden holy sword spanned tens of meters, directly slashing at the fleeing 15-ton ant emperor. With a bang, the giant sword fell down, crossed the ground, and struck the Qinjun ant emperor's back hard. The terrifying residual power directly divided the ground into two sections, stretching for hundreds of meters. Breakthrough. The flesh and blood sauce on 15-ton ant emperor's body splashed all over the ground, and with a roar, his entire back collapsed. Together with the two tentacles, they were severed. After struggling on the spot for a while, he finally closed his eyes, and a dark soul ring slowly rose up. Ha ha ha! Yang Bai, your 9th soul ability is truly terrifying. With just one strike, he killed the 9-year-old 15-ton ant emperor on the spot. Tisk tisk tisk, feel ashamed. Yang Bai smiled slightly. In fact, although his 9th soul ability is powerful, it is still not enough to kill such a 9-year-old 15-ton ant emperor with a single strike. This 15-ton ant emperor had already spent the last of his soul power to escape, and when facing his 9th soul ability, he didn't have any soul power to defend at all. so it could be regarded as Yang Bai's mistake. But Yang Bai also really felt the terror of title Douluo. Not only is the soul power increased, but the consumption is also greatly reduced. In the past, if he used such a move, let's talk about not having such a terrible damage. The consumption of the 9th soul ability alone could squeeze out him before he became a title Douluo. Title Douluo promotion is all round. Okay, Yin Hei, Yang Bai, you can gradually get familiar with the various magical functions of the title Douluo level in the future. If this seat is free, I can give you 1 or 2 pointers. As soon as these words came out, the yin and yang white instantly changed, and the fear of being dominated by Ye Tianchen once again surfaced in his heart. They also accepted Ye Tianken's instruction before, but it was all about teaching them how to be beaten. Even if Ye Tianchen suppressed himself to the same level as them, all beings are equal in front of Tian Moken, they would never have the chance to get close to their landlord, and they would be tortured to the point of bruising. Haha. Master, this. Let's talk about it later when I have time. Yes. 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 Landlord, let's rebuild the Zaixing building first and discuss this matter. Shaking his head, Ye Tianchen also knew that these two people were probably afraid. They don't dwell on this issue anymore. Anyway, it's not the two of them who have the final say whether they want it or not. Okay, let's not mention this matter. Now which one of you will come first? This seat will be able to cast the secret method immediately, and bless the 9-year-old 15-ton Ant Emperor's soul ring on your 9th soul ring. By the way, let me remind you, this process is not much easier than absorbing a spirit ring. After saying that, Ye Tianchen looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. This. Yin, Hei, Yang, and Bai looked at each other, and suddenly, they both stretched out their right hands at the same time. Ha ha ha, Yang Bai, you are scissors and I am rock, you come first. After speaking, Yin Hei had a smug expression on his face, and Ye Tianchen was taken aback for a while. They still have this kind of operation. With a bit of apprehension, Yang Bai followed Ye Tianchen uneasy, walking towards the 15-ton Ant Emperor. Yang Bai, release the martial spirit. Ah, okay, landlord. While speaking, Yang Bai releases his martial spirit blazing sun sword. In an instant, 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, lit up at Yang Bai's feet. Tian Moken, suck. In just a split second, the Tian Moken in Ye Tianken's hand absorbed the soul ring of the 9-year-old 15-ton Ant Emperor into the Tian Moken. Suddenly, Tian Mo Qin began to emit powerful soul power fluctuations, converting all the soul rings of the 9-year-old Ant Emperor into soul power. As Ye Tianken's 6 fingers waved the strings, streams of pure soul power began to merge into Yang Bai's 9th soul ring. When this soul power began to merge into Yang Bai's 9th soul ring, Yang Bai's face also became hideous. That was the influence of the magic energy attached to the Tian Moken. Increasing the lifespan of a soul ring is not that simple. Even if Ye Tianken's Tian Moken has such a heaven-defying ability, he dare not use it at will. Every time he uses the Tian Moken to increase the lifespan of the soul ring, a large amount of magic energy will be generated into Ye Tianken's body. When qi accumulates to a certain level, he will be completely reduced to a killing machine. And the only way is to get rid of the devil energy a little bit every day. Therefore, Ye Tianchen can only have 2 opportunities to increase the age of the soul ring in a year. At this moment, Yang Bai's eyes turned red, and his breath became even more violent. But at the same time, with the injection of soul power into the soul ring, his 9th soul ring also began to undergo significant changes. Starting from the incomparably dark color, it slowly added a few traces of blood. Finally, when Ye Tianken's hand stopped moving, the originally dark soul ring was already blood red. The 10-year soul ring was formed. Yang Bai's body was forced to adapt to the sudden powerful soul power, but in an instant, his soul power directly broke through to level 92, call. As Ye Tianchen slowly stopped, the soul ring of the 9-year-old Qianjun Ant Emperor was almost exhausted, and the remaining bit was absorbed by Ye Tianchen himself. His level 96 spirit power also began to loosen a bit. The darkness on the side was stunned. This kind of operation was unheard of. It was one thing to hear Ye Tianchen say it, but another thing to witness the birth of a 10-year soul ring. At least Yunhei was extremely shocked at this moment. But thinking of the pain Yang Bai endured, he immediately felt relieved. There is no one in this world who can improve his strength without paying a price. All right, Yang Bai, your 9th spirit ring is already at the 10-year level. You can expel the demonic energy in your body little by little over a long period of time. Unlike me, you can only upgrade your soul ring once in your life. If you do it again, you will not be able to suppress the demonic energy. After finishing speaking, Ye Tianchen slowly came to Yang Bai's side, and with a casual slap, directly suppressed the devilish energy in Yang Bai's body. Yang Bai also instantly recovered to the initial state, but the beads of sweat on his head still witnessed everything that happened just now. I have something to do today, so I can only write it at night, and there will be another chapter in a while. Remember to vote for the recommended monthly ticket if you like it. The most important thing is to invest in this book. Don't you guys? Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Meet the Golden Rhinoceros and break level 97. Chapter 20 Meet the Golden Rhinoceros and break level 97. As soon as his eyes turned, Ye Tianchen stared at Yunhei. Yunhei, there are no soul rings to use now, but don't worry, with me here, everything is within reach. Forward. Yunhei also doesn't know whether he should be happy or sad now. However, soon, Yunhei Yang Bai followed Ye Tianchen and started to search for the next target. 3 days later, the three of them came to a place that looked a bit desolate. However, Ye Tianchen saw something wrong with this place at a glance. The seemingly desolate land is actually only within a radius of tens of miles, and outside this area is densely forested and full of vitality. This place seems to be a bit complicated. Staring at the faint breath of a powerful soul beast in front of him, Ye Tianchen also frowned under the golden mask. Lord, what do you mean? Are there powerful soul beasts hidden here? Yunhei, do you think there is still need to doubt the words of the landlord? Get ready for battle. Just in time, we have been searching for 3 days. Let the soul beast hidden here become your 10-year soul ring. Yang Bai stared straight ahead, speaking slowly to Yunhei word by word. Hey, that's all. What is supposed to come will always come. After all, I am also a powerful person at the level of titled Douluo. Why do I start to be afraid? Yunhei was a little dazed, but seeing the calm appearance of his landlord, he seemed to have found the problem. Just when the darkness was a little dazed, the desolate land began to tremble. Ah! 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 Waves of roars of powerful soul beasts resounded through the sky, and even from a long distance away, Yunhei Yang Bai could sense the dangerous aura. Finally, when the huge soul beast came several thousand meters away from them, Yunhei, Yang and Bai finally saw the true face of this soul beast in Lushan. This is actually the legendary golden rhinoceros. Isn't this kind of spirit beast extinct? Yunhei, Yang, and Bai instantly recognized this huge soul beast. Golden rhinoceros, the legendary powerful soul beast, the body of more than 20 meters high made Yunhei and Yang Bai swallow their saliva hard. Ye Tianchen smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and then looked at Yunhei Yang Bai. But not only that, this golden rhinoceros is also a soul beast over 10 years old. What's going on? How about you two try it first, just in time for you to practice your hands. Hearing what his poster said, even Yang Bai, who already had a 10-year-old soul ring, turned pale. Are you kidding me? If this golden rhinoceros existed for more than 10 years, if his Yin Black and Yang Bai really matched, send him the food is pretty much the same. The power of the golden rhino lies in its terrifying defense capabilities and unimaginable power. The 15-ton ant emperor is just a soul beast with an ordinary bloodline, but the golden rhinoceros is a top-notch soul beast bloodline. A golden rhino with a cultivation base of 10 years, even a peak Douluo of the assault system at level 95, is only barely able to compete with 1 or 2. Landlord, why don't we change our target? Yin Hei's heart was pounding at the moment, and in the past few days, he had been more frightened than in the past few years. No, I finally met a 10-year-old soul beast, how can you let it go so easily? I know you two are very reluctant, so I will personally take action today. Hearing what Ye Tianchen said, Yin Hei Yang Bai just breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they don't have to face such a terrifying soul beast, it will be fine. Yin Hei Yang Bai also doesn't worry about whether the landlord can kill this 10-year-old soul beast. After all, Ye Tianken's 9th soul ring was originally obtained from a 10-year-old soul beast. Now, although this golden rhinoceros is powerful, it still can't threaten Ye Tianchen. A 10-year-old golden rhinoceros, tisk tisk tisk, rare, rare, since I'm lucky enough to meet you today, let me borrow your soul ring. As soon as the words fell, the Tian Moken suddenly appeared in Ye Tianken's hand, and 9 soul rings of 7 black and 2 red slowly rose up under his feet, and the cultivation base of the peak level 96 was undoubtedly revealed. The terrifying aura caused the golden rhinoceros that was running towards him to stop abruptly. Human! How dare you trespass into this king's territory without authorization? Let me let you go today, and leave quickly. The eloquent golden rhino also realized at this moment that the man in front of him was not a good person. The terrifying soul ring configuration and the powerful soul power exuded made the golden rhino's original fighting spirit disappear. Little rhinoceros, you're here, I can't leave easily, I'm here today to take your soul ring, kill. In an instant, Ye Tianchen turned directly into a stream of light, and the sound waves of the Tian Mochin in his hand transformed into countless weapons with powerful soul power. In an instant, countless transparent weapons came to the golden rhino, clang, clang, clang. The golden rhinoceros's terrifying defense ability is not limited, and it is not afraid of Ye Tianken's attack at all. It's pretty solid, but it's a pity that if I want you to die today, you won't have a chance to live. The 8 tones of the heavenly dragons, the roar of the wind and the cranes. In an instant, bursts of gale winds were extremely sharp, and the terrifying cutting ability made the golden rhinoceros not even have the ability to react, and it was directly cut into blood by the sharp gale winds. Even with its terrifying defense ability, it is difficult to bear such pain at this moment. Ah! Human, I want you to die. The golden rhinoceros, stimulated by the blood, didn't have any illusions, and rushed towards Ye Tianchen in a frenzy. Ha! Looking for death, 9th soul skill, heavenly demon exterminates the world. This is the second time Ye Tianchen has used his 9th soul skill after his last battle with golden crocodile Douluo. Behind Ye Tianchen, a phantom of a demon hundreds of meters high began to emerge, as this demon's eyes suddenly opened. Lines of terrifying demonic energy began to surge, kill. As Ye Tianchen continued to control the Tian Moken, the phantom of the Tian Mo behind him stretched out a palm tens of meters away. Suddenly, it hit the golden rhinoceros that was rushing towards him. Boom, boom, boom. The originally tense and exciting battle came to an abrupt end, and Ye Tianchen smiled contemptuously under his mask. Immediately take back the Tian Moken. Little rhinoceros, if you focus on escaping today, I will have to work harder. Unfortunately, your brain seems to be a little insufficient, so it's my fault. After the smoke cleared, what appeared in front of Ye Tianchen was a sunken earth. The land with a radius of hundreds of meters fell directly to the palm of the demon's phantom, and that 10-year-old soul beast, the golden rhinoceros, is lying in this palm print with blood and flesh at this moment. Its whole body has no perfect place. Especially on the back, the entire spine was broken. Hiss! Even though they knew that their homeowner was powerful, Yin, Hei, and Yang Bai were shocked when they saw this scene. The 10-year-old golden rhinoceros was taken care of by the owner of the house so easily. Fear, still scary, no wonder the owner of his house set his sights on this golden rhinoceros. It turned out to be like butchering a chicken. Looking at the golden rhinoceros in the pit, only its last breath is still hanging. Judging from the appearance, it may die at any time. In an instant, Yinhe Yang and Bai's eyes lit up. A 10-year-old soul beast is full of treasures. That flesh and blood can make a soul master physically strong, and there is also the legendary 10-year-old soul bone. A 10-year-old soul beast will definitely explode its soul bones. Post it, post it. Landlord, we really went big this time. Yinhe rubbed his hands, a little impatient. Yet Yanchen glanced at Yinhe lightly, and instantly Yinhe became respectful. Yinhe, let's go, don't worry about the spirit bone, let's talk about your 10-year spirit ring first. As soon as the words fell, Yet Yanchen stepped forward and came to the golden rhinoceros. He slapped the golden rhinoceros lightly, and the golden rhinoceros died instantly. The blood-red soul ring rises, quite an ultimate sense of beauty. Taking courage, Yinhe also followed Yet Yanchen, imitating Yang Bai's appearance at that time, and released his martial soul and soul ring. Following the same steps, Yet Yanchen took out the Tian Mo Qin and began to absorb the majestic soul power of the 10-year-old soul ring, but what was different from Yang Bai's time was that in just a split second, the Tian Mo Qin burst into blood-red light. Then, Yet Yanchen directly injected the blood-red soul power into the dark 9th soul ring. In a moment, his 9th soul ring turned into blood-red, but at this moment, this 10-year spirit ring has only consumed less than half of it. The remaining soul power was injected into his 7th soul ring by Yet Yanchen. Just a face-to-face, the 7th soul ring turned into a conspicuous blood-red, followed by the 6th soul ring. But after a while, the 6th spirit ring changed from extremely dark to bloodshot. Call. As Yet Yanchen exhaled a breath of foul air, his eyes shone brightly. It's not just the Yinhe 9th soul ring that has achieved 10 years and entered level 92, because of this 10-year soul ring, he himself broke the limit of level 96 and successfully broke through to level 97. This feeling is really wonderful. With a slight smile, Yet Yanchen began to stand up slowly. The 10-year-old soul beast golden rhinoceros doesn't seem to be in the original book, but for the sake of the plot, some 10-year-old soul beasts were added. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, Leave the Great Forest and Face Emperor Shuiyat. Chapter 21, Leave the Great Forest and Face Emperor Shuiyat. Arriving in front of the already cold golden rhinoceros, Yet Yanchen stretched out his right hand and took a fierce shot. The 10-year-old soul bone of the golden rhinoceros instantly fell into Yet Yanchen's hands. The 10-year-old right arm bone seems to be pretty good. This scene was also seen by Yinhe Yang Bai. It turned out to be the right arm bone. A 10-year-old soul bone is unimaginable. Yin, He, and Yang Bai were a little shocked, but they also understood that 10-year-old soul beasts must have soul bones. Turning his head, Yet Yanchen smiled slightly when he saw the expectant expressions of Yin, He, Yang, and Bai. In front of a 10-year-old soul bone, it is not bad to have this concentration. Yin black, Yang white. The 10-year-old right arm bone of the golden rhinoceros is not impossible for you to obtain. Let's do this. Whoever among you reaches level 95 titled Douluo first will get the 10-year-old soul bone of this golden rhinoceros. So, okay. Speaking of which, Yet Yanchen deliberately shook the 10-year-old right arm bone in front of them. The dark eyeballs almost popped out. Landlord. You. Forget it, landlord. The soul bone of a 10-year-old soul beast is too precious. Although the two of us are also eager to obtain this treasure, you should use it yourself, landlord. Yinhe, so sensible, it's rare to see him. Yang Bai teased Yinhe, but there was an expression of approval in his eyes. He also knew that the 10-year-old right arm bone was a good thing, but perhaps the poster was more suitable to own it. Shaking his head, Yet Yanchen knew they had misunderstood. I have told you, so don't refuse. Since I have been practicing, I have strengthened my body and created my body. This soul bone is nothing more than something external to me. I don't need it, therefore, you and the other two don't have to make such concessions. This matter has been decided, both of you do your best. Ah. This. Thank you, Mr. Landlord. Yin-hei also didn't expect the reversal to come so suddenly, and he would give it as soon as he said it, which really made him unable to react. But since the owner of the house said that soul bones are useless, there is no need for them to say more. After all, they are very clear about what Ye Tianchen decides, basically they will not change it. Looking at the soul bone of the golden rhinoceros, and then at Yang Bai's smiling face, Yin-hei suddenly froze. Yang Bai, this 10-year-old right arm bone will definitely belong to me in the end, so don't struggle. Who made me gifted and intelligent? Yang Bai was speechless for a moment. This Yin-hei changed his face at every turn. Whether it belongs to you or not is not just talk. If it is an ordinary gadget, then why not give it to you? But I am sure about the right arm bone of the 10-year-old soul beast golden rhinoceros. You. Hey. Let's read the libretto on a donkey, just wait and see. Watching the yin, black, and yang white bicker, it was rare for Ye Tianchen to see such a relaxed and happy scene. They didn't stop them either. In fact, no matter who they lost or won, Ye Tianchen would give them a soul bone of a 10-year-old soul beast at that time. But don't forget, Ye Tianchen didn't just hunt and kill a 10-year-old soul beast. Okay, if you two want to fight over it, wait until you leave the Stardew Forest to talk about it. Hearing the landlord's speech, Yin, Hei, and Yang Bai also stopped chattering. My lord, after leaving the Stardew Great Forest, we should also go to the Heaven Do Empire, right? Yang Bai asked cautiously. He didn't know why his poster went to the Tiandu Empire. After all, this time they came out to kill the Pope Jian Sunji of the Spirit Hall. Going to Heaven Do Empire, although it is a little farther away from Wuhan City, but with the power of Wuhan Palace in the entire continent, it is relatively easy to find them. This may usher in crazy revenge from Wuhan Palace, but they have to listen to Ye Tianchen's orders, so they ask this question. After casually glancing at Yang Bai, Ye Tianchen nodded indifferently. That's right, it's going to the Heaven Do Empire, moreover, directly landing the star-picking tower in the Heaven Do city. This. Both Yin, Hei, and Yang were a little confused, but before they could say anything, Ye Tianchen directly answered the question. Although Chihiroji, Pope of the Spirit Hall, was killed this time, he also gained a lot. Wuhandian doesn't necessarily accuse me of the crime, so Tiandu city is not as dangerous as you imagined. Besides, with my current strength, unless Jiandaoliu comes or all the worshippers from Wuhan Palace come together, there will be no threat to me or the star-reaching tower. On this point, Ye Tianchen had long expected that Yin-hei Yang Bai would ask this question. Moreover, Kyungsunji's death actually doesn't make much difference to Wuhan Palace. With Jiandaoliu's character, he might be more interested in Tang Hao. Yin-hei Yang Bai did not continue to speak. They always believed in their landlord. More than half a month later, the Heaven Do Empire, outside the gate of Heaven Do City, the tall city welcomes 3 special guests. Master, Tiandu City has arrived, us. Yang Bai hesitated, but still asked Ye Tianchen seriously. Go in. Under the engraved gold mask, Ye Tianchen waved his hand. Yin-hei Yang Bai instantly understood Ye Tianchen's meaning. Yes. While talking, the 3 of them began to enter Tiandu City. Just then, the accident happened. In Tiandu City, there was a sudden commotion, and elites of the empire suddenly came to the streets. Every 10 steps there is an elite from the Heaven Do Empire, and in an instant, the atmosphere in the entire Heaven Do city becomes strange. Lord of the host. Is it the Wuhan Palace? Don't worry, we are friends, not enemies. Before Yin-hei could finish speaking, Ye Tianchen directly interrupted him to continue speaking, stopped, stood there, and waited quietly. But within a moment, a group of well-trained Tiandu Empire infantry began to move forward. The mighty aura made Yin, Hei, Yang, and Bai instantly furious, and the aura from their bodies was also exuded intentionally or unintentionally. Finally, when the group of soldiers got closer to about 200 meters, Yin, He, and Yang Bai were not waiting, and released their martial spirits one after another. 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red, rose at their feet. However, just when they were about to take action, the soldiers suddenly stepped aside from both sides. Open a road. Immediately, a carriage pulled by 3 Pegasus slowly drove out from among the soldiers. The moment the horse stopped, a middle-aged man walked out of the carriage. In an instant, all the soldiers present fell to their knees in unison. "Meet your Majesty." It wasn't until this moment that Yin He Yang Bai realized that it was Emperor Shuiye of the Tiando Empire who was here. Ha ha ha. No need to be polite, please get up, soldiers. After all, Emperor Shuiye walked towards Ye Tianchen and the others step by step. Yin, He, Yang, and Bai are always vigilant. Although the titled Douluo is powerful, if faced with the siege of a large number of soldiers from an empire, he may fall, therefore, they cannot help but ignore it. In an instant, Emperor Shuiye came in front of the 3 of them and smiled slightly. "Your Majesty the Qin Demon, it's been a long time." With a quick swipe, Yin, He, and Yang were stunned. Emperor Shuiye of the Heaven Do Empire still knows his host, they don't know anything about it. Yet Tianchen was relatively calm at the moment. Raising his head and looking at Emperor Shuiye's slightly weathered appearance. Lips move. "Your Majesty Shuiye, long time no see, you and I haven't seen each other for 10 years, fast forward 10 years, His Majesty Shuiye has also changed from that majestic young man to the current Emperor Shuiye who is in charge of the Heaven Do Empire." Shuiye shook her head helplessly. "Tianchen, it's just a mission to be born in the Emperor's family. What can you do about it?" As he spoke, Emperor Shuiye seemed to see the time when he first met Ye Tianchen again. 10 years ago, Ye Tianchen had not yet become a titled Douluo, but he had just become Soul Saint, and Emperor Shuiye had just ascended to the throne of God. The two met in Tiandu city just like that. Ye Tianchen also severely taught Shuiye a lesson. But with the passage of time, Emperor Shuiye saw his dream in the younger Ye Tianchen, go to the end of the world with a sword. The two also became attached. During that time, Ye Tianchen was walking among the palaces, and the world's fine wines and delicacies came and went as soon as he called them. It could be said that he was intoxicated. In the end, after a year, Ye Tianchen was no longer obsessed with it, and the confusion after being reborn in Douluo continent was gone. I bid farewell to Emperor Sui in the night, left the Tiandu Empire, and headed to Wuhan City to rebuild the star-reaching tower. In a blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Emperor Shuiye is still a bit interesting. Anyway, I really don't hate him in the original work. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Shuiye and number 039, S support, choosing the location of Soto City. Chapter 22 Shuiye's support, choosing the location of Soto City. Tianchen, when you left, you once said that the star-picking tower should stand in the Douluo continent. Now, it has come true. It's a pity that I will never have the opportunity to travel to the end of the world with a sword in my life. Emperor Sui sighed softly. If his talent could be stronger and his cultivation higher, maybe everything would be different. Your Majesty Shuiye, life is like a white horse passing through a gap, and it just flies by. Your Majesty Shuiye is now in charge of the Tiandu Empire, and the country is prosperous and the people are safe. Isn't it an achievement? Hearing what Ye Tianchen said, Emperor Shuiye also smiled helplessly. It's also true that everything can't be repeated. Looking at the Yin, He, and Yang Bai who were tightly wrapped around Ye Tianchen, Shuiye also held hands and saluted. These two His Majesties should be the enshrined Yin and Yang of the Zaixing Tower. Rumor has it that the two enshrined are contra-cultivators. When I saw them today, they were already titled Douluo. Zaixing Tower, so powerful. Yin He has seen Your Majesty Shuiye. Yang Bai met His Majesty Shuiye. Yin, He, Yang, and Bai didn't know how to cultivate themselves, so they looked down on the Shuiye Emperor in front of them. After all, he was also the lord of a country, and they were old acquaintances of their landlord. They were well connected with the etiquette they should have. Okay, Your Majesty Shuya, this is not the place to talk. Let's talk about it in the same place. Yes, yes, come, Tian Chen, Yin He Yang Bai, 2 priests, and get on the car with me. Then Ye Tian Chen was not polite and walked to the carriage with a single click. With a wave of his hand, he entered the carriage. Yang Bai and Yin He also followed suit, entering the carriage one after another, while Shuya slowly moved in front of the incomparably gorgeous carriage. A soldier bent over the ground directly, letting Shuya step on his back. Get in the car. Move to Ziwixian Tower. I'll obey. As Emperor Sui finished speaking, the chariots and horses began to move, heading towards the Ziwixian Tower in Tiandu City. Dozens of fine cavalry opened the way in front of it, and hundreds of infantry followed, the mighty, galloping away. Half an hour later, the top floor of the drunken immortal building in Tiandu City. On the exquisite 8 immortals table, Emperor Shuya and Ye Tianchen sat opposite each other, while Yin, He and Yang Bai stood around Ye Tianchen. The entire Ziwixian Tower was surrounded by the elites of the empire. Looking at Ye Tianchen in front of him, Emperor Shuya also had a rare opportunity to visit Ziwixian Tower. Tianchen, it's been a long time since you tasted the Ziwixian brew in the Ziwixian Tower. Today, you and I will be drunk. After finishing speaking, Emperor Shuya waved his hand, and an imperial soldier walked over holding a jar that had been covered in dust for a long time. After taking the jar, the moment Emperor Shuya opened it, a charming aroma of wine immediately radiated out. Come, come, come. Tianchen, this is 30-year-old drunk fairy wine. Rare. Hearing this, Ye Tianken's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, the left hand slowly came between the eyebrows, tapped lightly, and as soon as it was picked up, the engraved gold mask fell off in an instant. Turning around, Ye Tianchen put it into the soul guide on his waist. At this moment, Ye Tianken's true face is undoubtedly revealed. Yin, Black, Yang and White all stared wide-eyed. Although they have followed Ye Tianchen for 7 or 8 years, they have never seen the true face of their landlord's Lushan Mountain. The moment Ye Tianken's mask was taken away, the two of them were obviously stunned. The first feeling is young. The host's star eyebrows, sword eyes, and snow-white skin let them understand that the host's age is probably not very old. But the terrifying strength made them even more in awe. Shuya also glanced curiously. After all, they haven't seen each other for 10 years. At first glance, they still haven't changed, and they are still so heroic, but it's true that I feel more mature between my eyebrows. In fact, when Ye Tianchen wore a mask back then, it was just a helpless move when his strength was low. After all, as a killer, killing people is not the most difficult thing, protecting oneself is the most important thing. And after achieving the title Douluo, Ye Tianchen got used to showing others with a mask, so he didn't care about these details. Your Majesty Shuya, I was so greedy for this drunken immortal brew in Wuhan City, but I can satisfy my craving today. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Tianchen didn't worry about the problem with the wine and drank it directly. The aroma of wine flowed from Ye Tianken's lips and teeth. Ye Tianchen instantly became energetic. Looking at the yin and yang, is it so exaggerated? But as the aroma of the wine spread, the two couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Ha ha ha, yin and yang, please sit down and drink together. Your Majesty Shuya has spoken. Please sit down. Hearing what their host had said, the two of them just sat down and drank a glass of drunken wine, and couldn't help but admire it. Tianchen, you said in your letter that you want to move the star-reaching tower to the Tiandu Empire. Is this true? Seeing everyone let go, Shuya couldn't help asking, looking calmly at the somewhat excited Emperor Shuya. Ye Tianchen also nodded. That's right, the Zhaixing building is no longer suitable for staying in Wuhan City, and moving to the Heaven Do Empire is also a little selfish of mine. There are so many sects in the Heaven Do Empire, the muddier the water in this pond, the better. I don't care about this matter, but Tianchen, if the Zexing building was built in the Tiandu Empire, Tianchen, would you like to enshrine it for my guest minister of the Tiandu Empire? Shuiye glanced at Ye Tianchen, who was as calm as water, and continued, over the years, it has become increasingly difficult for our Tiandu royal family to control the entire empire, and those sect colleges no longer take the empire into consideration. And the Wuhan Palace is watching with eager eyes. If possible, I hope Tianchen can help me. Yet Tianchen had already guessed that Shuiye would make this request. Your Majesty Shuiye, it's not that Tianchen refuses to agree to you, it's just that Tianchen is afraid of bringing trouble to the Heavendo Empire these days. It doesn't matter if we wait for Tianchen's strength to improve. However, Tianchen is willing to make a move when the Tiando royal family is in trouble. What does your Majesty think? Hey! In fact, Shuiye already knew that such a result would happen, but fortunately, after all, she promised that the Tiandu royal family would help in case of difficulties. Well, Tianchen, as you said at the beginning, there is no eternal dynasty. Perhaps one day in the future, the Heavendo Empire will fall apart and disappear into nothingness, but with Tianchen's words from you, the Heavendo Empire is also considered lucky. In fact, it's not that Ye Tianchen doesn't want to be the guest servant of the Heavendo Empire, it's just that he, as the master of picking stars, naturally can't join any forces. But if the Tiandu imperial family was in crisis, he didn't mind helping out with Shuiye's relationship with him. Moreover, Qiandaoliu and Wuhandian were still a huge pressure after all, and Ye Tianchen didn't want to expose any of his weaknesses. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Tianchen, where do you want to build the star-picking tower? Soto City. Following Ye Tianchen's words, Emperor Shuiye also frowned. If it is built in Tiandu City, it will be easy to handle. As the Emperor of Tiandu Empire, he can do it in minutes, but Suotuo City, this place is not so easy to do. As the famous fighting spirit venue in the Douluo continent, Suotuo City can be described as a mixed bag, where the orders of the empire will not work. It also borders the Star Luo Empire, so the complexity can be imagined. However, when Shuiye thought about the nature of Ye Tianchen's Zexing Tower and their powerful strength, she instantly felt relieved. Okay, Soto City, since Tianchen you have already decided, I won't ask any more questions. Tomorrow I will give an order to give the Sochuo City seal to you, Tianchen. However, if those guys in Soto City disagree, then Tianchen and you have to solve it yourself. Nodding his head, Ye Tianchen also knew that Shuiye could only go so far. In fact, he didn't need to come to Tiandu City, he just went directly to Soto City, but after all, when he arrived in the territory of Tiandu Empire, there were some people and things, so it was better to say goodbye. Just like Emperor Shuiye, from now on, Ye Tianchen will probably never see each other again. After all, he is now level 97, and it is only a matter of time before he reaches level 99 and becomes an ultimate Douluo. Ye Tianchen was equally interested in the appearance of God. The great age is coming, life or death depends entirely on luck. He, Ye Tianchen, is ready. The short-term friendship ends, and then comes the hunting time. I look forward to everyone's investment, monthly tickets, collections, and rewards. Although only one brother has given rewards so far, I still hope there will be some. Today's third update, there will be another chapter around o'clock. End of this chapter. Chapter 23. Half a year has passed, and the Zexing Tower stands tall. Chapter 23. Half a year has passed, and the Zexing Tower stands tall. A month later, Soto City welcomed a group of strange soul masters. In just one night, the originally intricate forces in Soto City encountered a major cleansing. Hundreds of soul masters were killed on the spot. These soul masters who arrived were none other than the Earth-level and mysterious-level assassins from Zexinglu. For a time, everyone in the entire Soto City was in danger. Some soul masters directly chose to run away from the bloody Soto City, while some soul masters wanted to fish in troubled waters and kept pouring into Soto City, when the sky-level killer from Zaixing building arrives, the entire Suoto city was even more shaken. 9 soul sages and above came to Soto city, making the already dim situation even more turbulent, but as time passed, a few days later, in the center of Soto city, a brand new building was underway with great fanfare. Finally, after another 3 months, a pavilion with a height of 100 feet stood in the city of Soto. When the 3 gilded characters' star-reaching tower appeared in everyone's eyes above the pavilion, the soul masters in Soto city knew what had happened in the past few months. It turned out to be the Zaixing Tower. In this legend, it is comparable to the previous 3 powerful forces. However, the soul masters of Suoto city would never have thought of why Zaixing building was moved from Wuhan city to their Suoto city. Of course, it's impossible for them to know. Soon, the news that the star-reaching tower stood in Soto city spread throughout the Heaven-Do Empire, and quickly spread to the Star-Luo Empire and Wuhan city. However, when the news spread throughout the Tiandu Empire, some sects and forces in the Tiandu Empire felt gloomy and gloomy. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as one of the top 3 sects, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is very popular in the Heaven-Do Empire, and the entire Heaven-Do Empire is full of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect's industry. In addition, having 2 titled Douluo above level 95 sit in charge of the Kaibao Glazed sect, which also makes the Kaibao Glazed sect equally powerful in the Tiandu Empire. However, at this moment, as the leader of the Kaibao Glazed sect, Ning Fengzi seemed a little worried. Keep pacing back and forth in the main hall of the suzerain. Fengzi, what happened? It makes you so nervous. Just when Ning Fengzi was frowning, Jian Douluo Chenexin walked in slowly. The appearance of Jian Douluo made Ning Fengzi calm down a little, looked at Jian Douluo, and said quietly, "Uncle Jian, the news I got today, the source of the chaos in Suoto city during this period has been found." "Oh? Shouldn't that be a good thing? Soto city has been in chaos these days, and many industries in our sect were forced to stop operations. Now that the root cause of the chaos has been found, it is enough to send the sect's strong men to solve it, so why be so anxious?" Sword Douluo Chenexin also knows some news about Soto city in recent times. Their 7 Treasures Glazed sect has a lot of properties in Soto city, and the losses caused to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect during this period are not small. After glancing at Sword Douluo Chenexin, Ning Fengzi shook his head helplessly, looking even more sad. Jian Douluo frowned, keenly discovering the problem. "Fengzi, but the root behind Soto city is not simple. If it doesn't work, I'll deal with it myself with my old bones." While speaking, Sword Douluo Chen was full of arrogance. His level 96 strength was almost invincible in the entire Heaven-Do Empire, so he naturally had arrogance. Sighing faintly, Ning Fengzi also had a bitter expression on his face. "Uncle Jian, even if you go there in person, I'm afraid you won't be able to solve this matter." When Jian Douluo heard what Ning Fengzi said, he was immediately surprised. "What? Fengzi, there is something that my sword fighter Luo Chenexin can't solve in this Heaven-Do Empire? Even if it was caused by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, I have the ability to solve it." Before Sword Douluo could continue speaking, Ning Fengzi suddenly said, "Uncle Jian, what if I said that the reason for the chaos in Soto city is because of the star-reaching tower?" Hearing this, Sword Douluo instantly felt that all his passion had been poured out by a basin of cold water. "Zaixinglu. Fengzi, are you sure you read it correctly? Is it really Zaixinglu? No, isn't the Zaixing Tower always located in Wuhan city? Why did you suddenly come to Tiandu Empire? Also went to Soto city?" Chen Xin was obviously a little puzzled, but he also calmed down a lot when he heard the word Zaixinglu. It is impossible for them not to know the name of the Star Building, especially the terrifying strength of the owner of the Star Building. To be able to fight against the Golden Crocodile Douluo of Wuhan Hall, just because of this alone, he is not comparable to Chen Xin. Ning Fengzi also hoped that he was wrong, but the fact is that Zaixing Tower has indeed come to the Heaven-Do Empire, to Suotuo City. Uncle Jian, the news will not be wrong. Moreover, our spies in Wuhan City sent a message that the Zhaixing building in Wuhan City has been emptied. I guess, there should be a conflict between Zhaixing building and Wuhandian. It is indeed possible, after all, how can you allow others to sleep soundly on the side of the couch? Although I don't know what Wuhandian has been scruples over the years, and has never made a move against Zhaixinglu, but there is no doubt that there will definitely be friction between the two of them. Hey! That's what I said, but for us Kaibao glazed tile school to come to Heaven Do Empire from Zhaixinglu, we don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Chen Xin nodded. Indeed, Zhaixinglu has always been secretive in its activities, and has no connection with any party at all. After all, Zhaixinglu is the #1 killer organization on the mainland. Actually, what I'm most worried about is not the move of Zhaixing building to Suotuo City. The Heaven Do Empire is already almost under the control of our 7 treasure glazed tile school. The sudden appearance of a star-picking building is still an existence that we cannot solve. This will inevitably have an impact on our sect, and the situation of the empire may also change. There is one thing Ning Fengzi didn't say: these past few months, the Heaven Do imperial family has become more and more alienated from their 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengzi vaguely felt something was wrong. Forget it, Fengzi, since the arrival of the Zhaixing building cannot be stopped, let's withdraw all the properties in Suotuo City. If there is no conflict with the Zhaixing building, that is the best. If it is really unavoidable, then the other 2 sects will be united, and the 3 sects will be connected with the same spirit, so there is no need to worry about him reaching the Star Tower. We can only do this. While speaking, Ning Fengzi seemed to have exhausted all his strength. His several years of planning, with the arrival of the Zhaixing building, maybe everything has come to nothing. Some people are happy and some are sad. Compared to the sad faces of the Kaibao glazed sect, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family looks much happier. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that the star-picking tower would actually be moved to the Tiandu Empire, and it would even be located in Suotuo City. This time, U7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will be busy. Ning Fengzi, several years of planning have been suddenly broken by the arrival of Zhaixing Tower. You must feel uncomfortable at this moment. Yu Yuanzhen was full of joy. In the past few years, their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family has been suppressed by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Some industries in the Heaven Do Empire are also constantly being lost, so Yu Yuanzhen is so happy about the arrival of the star-picking tower. Anyway, the sky has fallen and there is a tall one, and their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is basically in a semi-hidden state now, so they are not afraid of the impact of the Zhaixing building. Yu Yuanzhen even felt that at the critical moment, Zhaixinglu could restrain Kaibao Liulitsong and Wuhandian. This incident was simply a huge surprise to him. Ning Fengzi definitely wouldn't know what Yu Yuanzhen was thinking at the moment, except for them. When Hao Shenzong heard that Zhaixinglu came to Tiandu Empire, they just ignored it. They Hao Shenzong are all hidden from the world, so they still care about these things? The ideas of the first 3 cases are roughly the same as those of the next 4 cases. Some people are happy while others are worried. Yet Yan Chen, who was far away in Tiandu City, obviously didn't care about all of this. After staying in Tiandu City for more than 3 months, he finally said goodbye to Emperor Sui and prepared to go to Suotuo City. 1 month later, in Suotuo City, on the top of the Zhaixing building. When a melodious sound, like a tide, sometimes turbulent waves crashed on the shore, and sometimes the sound of the zither sounded, all the soul masters in Suotuo City were shocked. This means that the host who picked up the stars, the mysterious violin demon Mian, has finally come to Suotuo City. These few days I am going to take a driver's license test. Help me, the subject 1 is really terrible. I don't have much time to update. Please understand. The exam is on August st. I hope I can pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Pope Bibi Dong, Ren Shui Awakens. Chapter 24 Pope Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu awakens, and just as Ye Tianchen arrived in Suotuo City, this news also spread to Wuhan City. Shrine of Offerings. At this moment, Qian Daoliu was listening carefully to what Golden Crocodile Douluo said about what happened in Suotuo City. Brother, I really didn't expect that the landlord who picked up the stars actually went to the city of Soto in the Heaven Do Empire, which makes me a little puzzled. Logically speaking, Zhaixing should be a talent with its tail between its legs, but if it appears so blatantly, isn't it afraid that our Wuhandian will retaliate against him? After Qian Daoliu heard this, he had no reaction. It's just expected. What we told the outside world is that Jie was killed by Tang Hao, and there was no open conflict between Zhaixing Tower and Wuhan Palace. Moreover, what do you think the star-struck landlord is afraid of? Afraid of you or me? He is not afraid. If he guessed correctly, he is at least level 96 or even level 97 now. His martial spirit is special, his spirit ring is strange, and his strength has increased again. Even you are probably no match for him now. Golden Crocodile Douluo was silent. His eldest brother was right. There is no need to be afraid of star-reaching master, no need to hide. Beyond that, I think that the little guy who went to the Heaven Do Empire must also be interested in Tang Hao. I have never doubted that Zhu Xingzhu can reach my step, and he is even more terrifying than when I was young. For God, he might be more interested than me. Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded. He could understand. The desire for God at level 99 is no less than his desire to break through to level 99, even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, he will give it a try, let alone the desire for God. Just when Qian Daoliu wanted to continue to say something, a cold and charming voice came from outside the hall. Big tribute, Bibi Dong asks to see you. When Golden Crocodile Douluo heard this, he wasn't talking about the Zhaixing building either, he just sat upright and watched Bibi Dong walk into the palace step by step. You're here, Bibi Dong. There was no emotion in Qian Daoliu's eyes. When he looked at Bibi Dong, he also felt her level 92 strength. The great priest summoned Bibi Dong, how dare she not come? Bibi Dong looked directly at Qian Daoliu, his eyes full of calm, glancing at Golden Crocodile Douluo next to Qian Daoliu, he also smiled. I didn't expect you, the second worshipper, are here too. Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded. Okay, I'm calling you here this time. You should know what's going on. Seeing Qian Daoliu's words, Bibi Dong's gaze returned to Qian Daoliu. The great minister, Bibi Dong understands that the Wuhan Palace cannot be left without an owner for a day. The great minister wants Bibi Dong to take over the position of Pope, which is a great honor for Bibi Dong. Watching Bibi Dong finish speaking calmly, Qian Daoliu always felt that Bibi Dong was not a good person, but the current Wuhan temple can only let Bibi Dong be the Pope. You are the saint of my Wuhan Palace, and you are qualified to be the Pope. What's more, you are Schwetter's mother. You are qualified both emotionally and rationally. As soon as these words came out, Bibi Dong's heart tightened, and an unknown anger secretly burned in her heart. The meaning of Qian Daoliu's words is very obvious, not only because she, Bibi Dong, is the saint of Wuhan Palace, but more importantly, she, Bibi Dong, gave birth to an heir for the Qian family. This is the fundamental reason why she can take over as Pope. Even though Qian Sunji was dead, Bibi Dong still felt incomprehensible for her hatred, even because it was not her who killed him. During this period, the hatred in Bibi Dong's heart not only did not decrease, but actually accumulated more and more, but facing the position of Pope, Bibi Dong still endured it. The matter of succeeding the Pope depends entirely on the great sacrifice. After calming down, Bibi Dong replied calmly. In that case, you will succeed as Pope in 1 month's time. Qian Daoliu made the final decision, and Bibi Dong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and slowly left the enshrinement hall filled with anger. After Bibi Dong left, Golden Crocodile Douluo couldn't help but said, Brother, Bibi Dong should still hate Jie in his heart, and that overwhelming hatred is so obvious no matter how hard he hides it, is it really good to let her take over as Pope of Wuhandian? Qian Daoliu sighed deeply. Golden Crocodile, there are some things that really can't be explained clearly. Zhugui Douluo told me something about the relationship between Jir and Bibi Dong. Do you think Jir and Zhaixing Luzu had any hatred? Golden Crocodile Douluo shook his head. I've never heard of this. Yes. There is no conflict between Jir and Zhaixing Luzu. Then why did the star-reaching master want to kill him? In fact, it was because of her Bibi Dong. According to Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, it should be Bibi Dong who went to the Zhaixing Tower and paid the corresponding price to let the Zhaixing Tower kill Jir. This. Golden Crocodile Douluo was a little shocked. If this was the case, why was his eldest brother still sitting there like this? Even let Bibi Dong succeed the Pope? Are you confused? Don't forget, no matter what, Bibi Dong is Schwetter's mother and a member of our Qian family. Moreover, this is just a guess. Besides, apart from the older generation in Wuhan Palace, who else is more suitable to succeed the Pope? Golden Crocodile Douluo was silent. Qian Daoliu was right, the younger generation of Wuhan Hall had some gaps. After Kyung Suanji died, Bibi Dong was already the best candidate. All of a sudden, Qian Daoliu and Golden Crocodile Douluo seemed to be a little older again. By the way, Big Brother, Schwetter will turn 6 in a few days. It's time to awaken Schwetter's martial spirit. Hearing this, Qian Daoliu immediately became energetic. Compared to the worries that Bibi Dong and Ye Tianchen had caused him, she obviously cared more about Jian Rongxiu's matter. It also gave him a lot of happiness. Well, there is no need to let others know about Schwetter's awakening of martial arts. We can just watch the ceremony together in the enshrinement hall. If Bibi Dong is willing to come, let her come. If she is not willing, then forget it. 3 days later, Schwetter's martial soul will be awakened. Yes, brother, I will take my leave first. After saying that, Golden Crocodile Douluo also left the enshrinement hall, leaving Qian Daoliu alone in the hall. 3 days later, in the consecration hall, all the worshippers in the Wuhan Palace gathered together to witness the awakening of Jian Rongxiu's martial soul. With the sound of steady footsteps, Qian Daoliu slowly appeared in front of all the offerings holding Jian Rongxiu's little hand. I've seen a great offering. You don't need to be too polite. Today is the awakening of Schwetter's martial soul. It's my Schwetter's luck that you can come. After finishing speaking, Qian Daoliu also saw Bibi Dong, who was silent in the crowd. Seeing that Bibi Dong didn't have the slightest intention to step forward, Qian Daoliu didn't force it. Great offering, awakening stone. Nodding his head, Qian Daoliu placed the awakening stone among the crowd. Schwetter, go, put your hands on the awakening stone, and feel the power that belongs to the angel god with your heart. After Qian Daoliu finished speaking, there was a hint of nervousness in his tone. The little Jian Rongxiu could only understand what the awakening of the martial soul was ignorant. Although she was a little scared to be surrounded by a group of people, she knew that her grandfather was looking forward to her awakening the martial soul. Therefore, I walked firmly to the awakening stone, put my hands on it, and carefully felt my own martial spirit. Half a stick of incense had passed, and just when the worshippers felt a little anxious, a bright light emanated from Jian Rongxiu's body. It is a light that belongs to light and kindness. For a moment, Jian Rongxiu's small body became radiant, and then, a phantom of a seraph god dozens of meters high appeared behind Jian Rongxiu. The vast angelic light made Bibi Dong in the crowd feel extremely disgusted. Good. 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 Schwetter really awakened a powerful angel spirit. There are successors to my Qian family. At this moment, Qian Daoliu was extremely happy. Jian Rongxiu was able to awaken the angelic martial spirit. Qian Daoliu would not doubt it. After all, the blood of Jian Rongxiu's family lay inside Jian Rongxiu. And what really pleased him was the powerful fluctuation of soul power in Jian Rongxiu's body. This wave of soul power is at least full of innate soul power. At this moment, suddenly, the angel god statue outside the enshrining hall burst into a terrifying aura, and the angelic light shone on Qian Rongxiu's small body. In an instant, the awakening stone shattered, and Qian Daoliu could not calm down at all. This is the inheritance of the angel god, innate soul power level. Qian Daoliu was shocked. The inheritance of the angel god that he had dreamed of all his life actually fell on Qian Rongxiu today. Angel god. God. My 1,000 families will have a god born. At this moment, Qian Daoliu was not only happy, but also a little lonely. He had been pursuing the inheritance of the angel god all his life, but it had happened to his granddaughter so easily. And the priests on the side were full of smiles. Congratulations to the great priest, congratulations to the great priest. Congratulations to Miss Schwetter, congratulations to Miss Schwetter. There were joyous sounds one after another, but no one noticed that Bibi Dong's figure in the crowd quietly disappeared into the hall the moment the angel god descended to inherit the inheritance. Only Qian Rongxiu looked at this scene lonely with her somewhat bewildered eyes. The human realm is vague, the immortal realm is vast, and the ghost realm is joyful. When one enters the human life, life is precious in the immortal way, and death is precious in the ghost way. The immortal way always brings good luck, and the ghost way always brings misfortune. The high, pure, spiritual, and beautiful, the tragic song is loud in the sky. I only hope that the way of heaven will be fulfilled, and I don't want the way of human beings to be poor. There are thousands of ghosts in Quangqu Mansion, the northern capital. But if you want to curb people's calculations, cut off people's lives, Aaron sings Dongjong to capture Bai Lufeng, recites demon spirits, and cuts off the 6 ghost fronts. The weather is turbulent, but my book is prosperous. Come vote, recommended votes, monthly votes, investments, collections, rewards, come here, come, don't stop. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Dao Flow Changes, News from Tang Hao. Chapter 25 Jian Daoliu Changes, Tang Hao's News. Soon, this grand event that belonged to Wuhan Palace and Qinjia came to an end. When the elders of the worship hall left, Qian Daoliu looked at Qian Rongxiu with extremely complicated eyes. In all honesty, the inheritance of the angelic god, which he had been chasing for his whole life, was so easy to come to his granddaughter. And he, at level 99, is just one level away from becoming a god at level. However, the slightest loss, the huge difference, from the moment Qian Rongxiu's martial soul awakened, everything was different. Forget it, I have been chasing Qian Daoliu all my life, and I have no chance to inherit the position of angel god after all. However, after all, Schwetter inherited the god position, which is not bad. In an instant, Qian Daoliu's muddy eyes suddenly appeared. He has no chance of becoming an angel, but since Qian Rongxiu has inherited the angelic throne, he must protect Qian Daoliu from growing up. Schwetter, you are so lucky. Don't worry, with Grandpa's old bones, this Douluo continent will definitely not allow anyone or anything to threaten you. Grandpa must have leveled everything for you. Just when Qian Daoliu secretly swore in his heart, Golden Crocodile Douluo slowly opened the door and walked in. Golden Crocodile, you are here. With old-fashioned steps, Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at Qian Daoliu with a smile on his lips. Brother, Schwetter surprised so much this time that all the offerings in our hall of worship have innate soul power level, with Seraphim as a god-level martial spirit. Schwetter's future is immeasurable. Golden Crocodile would like to congratulate the elder brother. Hearing what Golden Crocodile Douluo said, Qian Daoliu was quite proud. As the descendant of the angel family, Qian Rongxiu's talent is indeed extremely rare. Golden Crocodile, Schwetter has good talent, but she is still young. Before she really grows up, she still has to rely on you and me, as well as several priests in the shrine hall to protect her. I think that in the future, Schwetter will be able to take over the leadership of Wuhan Palace, and I, the Qian family, will also have successors. Hearing this, Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded. Brother understands what Jin Crocodile said. Don't worry, brother, Shweta is being watched by you, as well as me and a few old guys from the consecration hall. Cher would be in no danger. That's what you said. Qian Daoliu agrees with Golden Crocodile Douluo's words. Just kidding, if they exist, they can't protect Qian Rongxiu, so there is no need for the spirit hall. By the way, Golden Crocodile, is there any news about Hao Shenzong Tang Hao? For Tang Hao, Qian Daoliu is still more concerned. After all, Ye Tianquan's words of God's help still deeply affect Qian Daoliu, like a thorn in the past. But after Qian Rongxiu's talent was revealed, coupled with the inheritance of the angel god position, this thorn made Qian Daoliu have to pay attention to it. Anyone or anything that threatens Qian Rongxiu will be destroyed by Qian Daoliu. Especially the existence of another god. Moreover, after Qian Rongxiu received the inheritance of the angelic position, Qian Daoliu's desire to become a god did not diminish. Naturally, it is impossible for him to deprive his granddaughter of the inheritance of the gods. Of course, he doesn't have that ability. Whoever the angel god chooses is whoever he chooses, and Qian Daoliu can't do anything. However, if he could get news about the so-called gods in Tang Hao, it would not be impossible for him Qian Daoliu to get the succession of other gods. It all depends on people. Hearing his eldest brother ask about Tang Hao, Golden Crocodile Douluo also raised the corners of his mouth. Brother, I just happened to tell you about this. Our spies at the Clear Sky School reported that Tang Hao seems to be near the Clear Sky School. If his guess is correct, he, Tang Hao, must be eager to be protected by the Haoshan sect. It's a pity that those soft bones of Hao Shenzong don't seem to be willing to get involved. Looking at Golden Crocodile Douluo's almost determined expression, Qian Daoliu also showed an intriguing smile. Without that guy Tang Chen, the Haoshan school is nothing more than a bunch of loose sand, not worth mentioning. It is not impossible for Tang Hao to appear near the Clear Sky School, so how about it, Golden Crocodile, you take these elders to worship. If Tang Hao is really hiding near the Clear Sky School, remember, if you can't capture him alive, then kill him on the spot. We must not let him escape. Murderous intent emerged in Qian Daoliu's tone. As for Tang Hao, of course he also wanted to catch the news alive, but if he couldn't do it, he would kill him forever. Sensing his big brother's strong mood swings, Golden Crocodile also nodded. Brother, don't worry, as long as he is found by me, I will definitely capture him alive and offer him to my brother. Even if he cannot be captured alive, he will definitely be killed. It is good. Golden Crocodile, I leave this matter to you. It is naturally impossible for Tang Hao, who is hiding far away near the Haoshanzong, to know about the conversation between the two. At this moment, he was looking solemnly at the figure walking towards him. Brother Hao, you are still here after all, but you shouldn't have come. As the voice of the figure fell, his face became clearly visible. It was the current patriarch of the Clear Sky School, Tang Hao's elder brother, Tang Xiao. Looking at the messy Tang Hao, Tang Xiao felt very uncomfortable. Tang Xiao knew everything about Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor Yin very well. Even Tang Xiao once had his heart set on the Blue-Silver Emperor. Seeing what his elder brother said, Tang Hao frowned tightly. Looking down at the sleeping baby in his arms, Tang Hao's eyes became firm. Brother, I know that I have brought disaster to the Clear Sky School. Yin has already sacrificed, but I, Tang Hao, don't care. If the Spirit Hall wants to capture me, I will die. However, Yin and I's child, the child is innocent after all. If it is possible, I hope that for the sake of brotherhood between you and me, I hope that the elder brother will bring me and Yin's child back to the sect to raise him. Mentioning the matter of the Blue-Silver Emperor's sacrifice, Tang Xiao obviously paused, and looked at Tang Hao with an extremely complicated expression. After calming down, Tang Xiao also asked everything he wanted to ask. Brother Hao, was Pope Chihiroji of the Wuhan Palace killed by you? Tang Xiao's breathing became short of breath. If Tang Hao really didn't kill Qian Sunji, then he would have a chance to persuade several elders to accept Tang Hao. Even on the side of Wu Hundian, there are reasons to prevaricate. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. When he saw Tang Hao's hesitant expression, his heart skipped a beat. Tang Hao hesitated because he was not sure whether he had killed Qian Sunji. "Brother, this. I'm not sure either." On that day, Chihiroji brought Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo and 4 contras to force me to hand over Ayin, and in the end Ayin sacrificed to me, and I broke through the title Douluo. After that, I had a big battle with them. In the end, for some reason, the soul power that had been exhausted suddenly recovered, and its power was even stronger. I blasted the ring and used the cloak hammer method to seriously injure all of them and retreat, and Chihiroji also flew upside down. Life or death is unknown. Originally, I wanted to take away Ayin's spirit bone and inspect it, but at that moment, a terrifying sound wave forced me to retreat urgently. And so, I don't know if Qian Sunji died in my hands. As soon as these words came out, Tang Xiao was also confused, so even if Qian Sunji didn't die directly at the hands of his own brother Hao, he must have been seriously injured by Hao brother. On the side of Wu Hundian, he will definitely not let his younger brother Hao go. After thinking for a moment, Tang Xiao shook his head helplessly. "Hey! Brother Hao, you are so confused. The Wuhan Palace has always been eyeing our Haoshan school. Ever since Grandpa disappeared, our Haoshan school has been suppressed by the Wuhan Palace. The matter between you and Qian Sunji will definitely be caught by the Wu Hundian. But, they want to take Ayin away." Tang Hao shouted directly. "Don't you ever covet Ayin's soul ring?" Tang Xiao's eyes fell on Tang Hao calmly, and Tang Hao froze immediately. Looking at Tang Hao's expression, Tang Xiao did not mention this matter. "Well, now, there's no point in saying anything else. I can't make this decision on your own with Ayin's child, but don't worry, I will try my best to persuade the elders to keep him. As for you, Brother Hao, forgive me for being powerless, why?" Tang Hao smiled bitterly and nodded. "So, thank you, big brother. In other words, do these two people really have brotherhood? By the way, I look forward to your votes, monthly votes, recommendation votes, investment collections, and rewards. Then thank the book friend 202007231729293343 yesterday for the 500 starting point coins." End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Haoshanzong and number 039, S Decision, The Arrival of the Golden Crocodile. Chapter 26 Haoshanzong's Decision, The Arrival of the Golden Crocodile. After the secret meeting with Tang Hao, Tang Xiao didn't delay any further, and returned directly to the Clear Sky School, intending to persuade several elders to take in Tang Hao and Ayin's children. And Tang Hao also disappeared into the dense forest in a flash. Soto City. Since the Zhaixing Tower moved to Soto City, the entire Xinglu quickly searched out all the corners of Soto City, including the Soul Masters. The top of the Star Building, in the pavilion, Ye Tianchen was leisurely holding the drunken wine in his cup, smiled slightly, and immediately poured it into his stomach. At this moment, Yin He stepped outside the pavilion. "Landlord, please see me in the dark." Putting down the wine glass in his hand, Ye Tianchen looked up, his lips moved slightly. "Come in." Creak. "Owner, the situation in Soto City has been investigated clearly." Seeing that Ye Tianchen nodded to signal him to continue, Yin He stopped pausing. "Master, the Soul Masters in Soto City are not very strong. Generally speaking, Soul Masters at the level of Soul Masters, Soul Sects, and Soul Kings are extremely rare. Of course, there are not no Soul Kings and above, and there was originally a Soul Emperor of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect who was in charge of Soto City. But since we came to the Star-Picking Tower, the Soul Emperor of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School also left Suotuo City. There is also a 3-level hall in the Wuhan Temple, and the person in charge is nothing more than a 53-level Soul King." Ye Tianchen nodded, Suotuo City is located at the junction of the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. Although there are a large number of soul masters, most of them are low-level soul masters. However, this kind of strength is actually quite good. In the entire Douluo continent, the powerhouses at the title Douluo level basically belong to several factions, and generally would not go out. Most of the contra-level powerhouses practice hard in order to become a title. Therefore, among the walking soul masters in the continent, basically the soul masters at the level of soul saints and even soul emperors are considered strong. By the way, in Suotuo City, the 7 treasure glazed tile school should have quite a lot of property, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a soul emperor to sit here. Yet Yanchen stroked his fingers and said with a slight smile, "Lord, you guessed right, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect accounts for more than half of the entire Suotuo City. It can be said that before we came to the star-reaching tower, almost the entire Soto City was controlled by the Kaibao glazed sect." Sure enough. Although Ning Fengzi couldn't break through the Contra realm because of his martial soul, as the master of a sect, he still had a bright mind. I'm afraid it's not just a Suotuo City. In the Heaven Do Empire, his 7 treasure glazed tile school also controls a lot of property. It is not an exaggeration to say that a country is as rich as an enemy. When Yanhei heard it, he also took it for granted. The strength of the 7 treasure glazed tile school is not only powerful, but its planning is also extremely astonishing. Master, there is one more thing. According to the news reported by spies in Wuhan City, Golden Crocodile Douluo of Wuhan Palace left Wuhan City 3 days ago with several Wuhan Palace worshippers. Its direction seems to be our side, and it seems to be Haoshanzong. This matter. Hearing Yanhei's mention of this news, Yet Yanchen thought for a while, then let it go. Don't worry, Golden Crocodile and their target will not be my Zaxing Tower. If 1,000 paths cannot flow out, there is no need to worry about star-reaching tower. Well, you go down. As ordered. Then the darkness disappeared into the pavilion. Qian Daoliu, you are still interested in Tang Hao after all? Haoshanzong, Tang Hao, tisk tisk tisk. Some people will accept it. Talking to himself for a while, yet Yanchen was not thinking about these things. If the Golden Crocodile can capture or kill Tang Hao this time, it means that the god is only interested in Tang Hao for a while. Yet Yanchen, doesn't need to get involved, but if that fellow Golden Crocodile failed to capture Tang Hao himself, it would be interesting. At that time, yet Yanchen, will definitely join in. Haoshanzong, inside the main hall of the sect. All the elders whose strength has reached the Contra level or above are gathered together at this moment. Tang Xiaojio sat on the suzerain's seat. Seeing that all the elders had already taken their seats, Tang Xiao also opened his mouth to say his purpose for today. Elders, there is already some news about my younger brother Hao. As soon as these words came out, all the elders instantly became interested. Sovereign, tell me quickly, where is this mourner Tang Hao at the moment? I'm going to capture him right now and hand him over to the Wuhan Palace. That's right, Tang Hao made a huge mistake, yet he dared to show up. The elders were chattering like crazy, wishing they could capture Tang Hao right now. Tang Xiao's face turned dark. Before he even mentioned the issue of Tang Hao and A Yin's child, the group of elders was already arguing. How should I say this to myself? Several elders. The elders pretended not to hear Tang Xiao's cry, and continued talking about how to deal with Tang Hao. Several elders. Finally, Tang Xiao shouted loudly, and the elders turned their heads to look at Tang Xiao with some puzzlement, and saw Tang Xiao's face was ashen. So I won't say much, just wait for Tang Xiao's next words. My brother Hao and the transformed 10-year-old soul beast are pregnant with a son. No matter whether my brother Hao killed Pope Chihiroji of the Wuhan Temple or not, this child is innocent after all. Therefore, I want to bring this child back to the Haoshan school to be raised. What do you elders think? And when these elders heard that what Tang Xiao said was actually this matter, their expressions immediately changed. Sovereign, you have to think clearly, this child of Tang Hao and the 10-year-old soul beast cannot stay in our Clear Sky School, not to mention that Tang Hao made a huge mistake, which caused our Clear Sky School to close the mountain, but without this matter, a child born to a 10-year-old soul beast is also my Clear Sky School. Shame. That is, and if Wahundian can't catch Tang Hao, and learns that we raised this child in the Clear Sky School, then Wahundian won't let our Clear Sky School lightly. Which one is less important and which one is more important? Sect Master, you should weigh it clearly. This. Tang Xiao was speechless for a moment. He always felt that he was just a child and the elders should not object. But he was wrong. From the moment Hao Shenzong started to compromise, some people have already lost the backbone they should have. Knowing that he had no way to persuade these elders who opposed him, Tang Xiao focused his attention on the second elder. Second elder, what do you think of this matter? While speaking, Tang Xiao's eyes were full of anticipation, hoping that the second elder could say something for him. Unfortunately, the second elder's words instantly extinguished the flame of hope in his heart. Tang Xiao, as the master of a sect, you should still put the overall situation first. As you said, this child of Tang Hao is indeed innocent, but if my Clear Sky School was known by the Spirit Hall because of taking this child, would the suzerain have ever thought of the consequences, Sect Master? Don't forget what we promised to Golden Crocodile Douluo of Wuhan Palace last time. What is a child compared to the inheritance of the Clear Sky School? Hearing this, Tang Xiao already knew what the second elder meant. In an instant, Tang Xiao gritted his teeth and glanced at every elder present. He was stunned that none of the elders agreed to take in this child. Suddenly, Tang Xiao stood up. Tang Xiao, who originally wanted to forcefully decide this matter with his status as suzerain, looked at the calm expressions of the elders again. After sighing heavily, he slumped down on the position of the sect leader, his eyes full of confusion. 50 miles outside Suotuo City, Golden Crocodile Douluo is slowly coming with 2 priests of Qianjun Jiangmo. Second brother, Soto City is 50 miles ahead. I heard that star-reaching tower has moved here. Are we? Glancing at Qianjun Douluo, Golden Crocodile slowly let out a breath of turbid air. Qianjun, what do you think we can do if we went to Suotuo City? The Grand Priest will personally handle the matter of star-reaching building master. Let's go, Hao Shenzong is not far away, we will arrive in a few days. Tang Hao, we can't let him escape. Okay, second brother, listen to you. Hao Shenzong, Tang Hao, let's see how you escape this time. 15-ton Douluo coldly glanced at the direction of Suotuo City, then followed Golden Crocodile Douluo and continued to fly towards the Clear Sky School. Tang Hao, who was near the Clear Sky School, was anxiously waiting for the news of his elder brother Tang Xiao. In Tang Hao's expectant eyes, Tang Xiao slowly moved towards Tang Hao with blank eyes, as if his soul had been drained. Brother. How? The elders should have agreed with me to keep the child in Haoshan school, right? Hearing the words, Tang Xiao woke up in an instant, and the way he looked at Tang Hao also became dodgy. In an instant, Tang Hao noticed something strange about his elder brother. It's another day of studying subject 1, let's say, is this driver's license a must? Everyone is tired and stupid. Continue to look forward to your investment, monthly tickets, rewards, collections, and your suggestions. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Tang Hao meets the Golden Crocodile, a crushing duel. Chapter 27 Tang Hao meets the Golden Crocodile, a crushing duel. Brother Hao, hey. Originally, I thought that letting you and Ayin's children enter the Haoshan sect would not be opposed by several elders. But the fact is exactly the opposite. When they hear your name now, even if it is just something related to you, they are extremely disgusted. You and Ayin's children are not allowed to stay in Haoshanzong. I'm sorry for you. Brother Hao. Tang Hao's expression was calm at the moment. Brother, I don't blame you. Since the elders can't tolerate me, Tang Hao, or an innocent child, then I'll just leave, I will definitely not embarrass you. After all, Tang Hao's brows and eyes began to turn cold, he turned around, and without any hesitation, he disappeared from Tang Xiao's sight. Brother Hao. At this moment, Tang Xiao wanted to chase Tang Hao back, but he was really powerless, even as the master of a sect. After separating from Tang Xiao, Tang Hao planned to leave the scope of Haoshan sect. It flew all the way, but because of the drag of the children, the speed was not very fast. However, just when he was about to leave the scope of the Clear Sky School and walk into an open space, an unprecedented sense of crisis exploded in Tang Hao's mind instantly. Not good. However, when Tang Hao said this, it was already too late. In front of him, in the blink of an eye, Golden Crocodile Douluo was approaching Tang Hao step by step with a strong and vigorous pace. The moment Golden Crocodile Douluo's cloudy eyes saw Tang Hao again, bursts of light suddenly burst out. Nodding slightly. Tang Hao, I didn't expect that you actually dared to return to Haoshan sect. This courage is quite good, but it's a pity that everything is just a sheep entering a tiger's mouth and falling into a trap. Killing the Pope of my Wuhan temple, colluding with 10-year-old soul beasts, every one of them. Tang Hao, you don't regret dying. If you are sensible, immediately follow me back to the spirit hall, otherwise, besides you will die. The Clear Sky School is also to blame today. After saying that, Golden Crocodile Douluo's 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red began to emerge one by one under his feet. A giant golden crocodile tens of meters long roared continuously behind it. The aura from its level 98 was like a mountain. Tang Hao suddenly felt pressured. At this moment, Tang Hao no longer had the calmness he had when facing his elder brother. Beads of sweat kept falling on his forehead. Turning his head, Tang Hao wanted to run first to show respect, but just as he turned around, 2 old men with restrained and deep aura came before him. Boom! With the 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, and 9 soul rings lighting up on 15 June Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo, Tang Hao's level 96 cultivation also made Tang Hao a little frightened. At this moment, it would be a lie to say that Tang Hao was not panicking in his heart. 3 titled Douluo above level 96 appeared in front of him. Tang Hao really didn't know how he had the chance to survive. Facing Golden Crocodile Douluo again, Tang Hao smiled bitterly. Wuhandian really respects me, Tang Hao, a level 98 Golden Crocodile Douluo, had. Since a battle cannot be avoided today, then I, Tang Hao, will fight to the death. After saying that, he slowly put the little Tang San in his arms on the spot. Tang Hao also released his martial spirit. The clear sky hammer fell directly into his hand, and 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red, lit up under his feet. The strength of level 92 is like a lonely boat in the sea at this moment, it seems so weak. Suddenly, Tang Hao dodged and sprinted towards Qinjun Douluo and Demon Conquering Douluo. He raised the clear sky hammer high in his hand, and all the soul power in his body was concentrated on the surface of the hammer. Avatar of Martial Soul, Great Sumuru Hammer. With a bang, the Haoshan hammer in Tang Hao's hand also increased its power to the limit. In just an instant, Tang Hao's attack came in front of Qinjun Douluo. But at this moment, Qinjun Douluo showed no fear in his eyes. Martial Soul's true form, the 8th soul skill, a critical throw. In an instant, 15-ton Douluo moved like lightning, and the coiling dragon stick in his hand ruthlessly met Tang Hao's clear sky hammer. Boom! After just one encounter, Tang Hao was instantly shaken away by a terrifying force. A mouthful of blood gushed out. Sure enough, there was still a huge gap between the title Douluo at level 92 and level 96, even if Tang Hao had the best weapon in the world, the martial soul. Golden Crocodile Douluo just watched like this and didn't make a move. He wanted to see how capable Tang Hao was and why he had the strength to hurt Ju Ghost Douluo and seriously injured Jian Sunji in the first place. But it's a pity that Golden Crocodile Douluo still can't see anything remarkable about Tang Hao's displayed strength at this moment. However, Tang Hao, who flew upside down, also relied on 15-ton Douluo's blow to move away from little Tang San's side, trying to lead the battlefield in another direction. Without any hesitation, the two brothers Qin Jun Jiangmo rushed towards Tang Hao directly. With the two level 96 title Douluo working together, Tang Hao was sent flying 100 meters away by 15-ton Douluo in just a few rounds. Just when Tang Hao wanted to stand up and continue to resist, he suddenly heard Golden Crocodile Douluo's voice. Tang Hao, if you still want this little brat in my hands to live on, you'd better just obediently hold your hand and catch him. I'm old and can't control the strength in my hands, it would also save this little brat from suffering. After the words fell, Tang Hao suddenly looked at Golden Crocodile Douluo, and at some point, little Tang San was already held in the palm of Golden Crocodile Douluo. The frightened little Tang San burst into tears at this moment. Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't care, he looked at Tang Hao quietly, he wanted to see how Tang Hao should choose. At this moment, Tang Hao's whole body exploded with anger, his body trembled continuously, his veins bulged, but he quickly lost his temper. In any case, he never thought that a level 98 title Douluo would threaten him with a child who was not even a year old. But regarding this, Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't care what others thought. Before he left the Wuhan Hall, Golden Crocodile promised his elder brother Qian Daoliu that he would capture Tang Hao alive. And Tang Hao is so weak, let alone let him make a move, just Qin Jun and brother Zhang Mo, Tang Hao is almost half dead. If he made a move, wouldn't Tang Hao's body be torn into pieces? Therefore, Golden Crocodile Douluo might as well simply find out Tang Hao's weakness and ask Tang Hao to beg for mercy obediently. Golden Crocodile Douluo, thanks to the fact that you are still the second enshrined in the enshrinement hall, a level 98 titled Douluo is so despicable and shameless, he even used children as threats. The Golden Crocodile smiled slightly. Tang Hao, you're right, I'm a level 98 titled Douluo in the Temple of Enshrinement, but this brat doesn't seem to be considered human. The combination of a human being and a 10-year-old soul beast, the existence itself is a mistake. At this moment, Tang Hao heard the sound of his and Ayin's child crying loudly, and the child's crying became even louder. Finally, Tang Hao compromised. Just after the clear sky hammer disappeared from Tang Hao's hand, 15-ton Douluo and Zhang Mo Douluo behind him saw the opportunity, and each gave Haoshan an ankle. In an instant, Tang Hao collapsed on the ground. Afterwards, 15 Jun Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo held Tang Hao's arms together, and came directly in front of Golden Crocodile Douluo. Tang Hao, you are just a sinner, why should I care about using these methods to deal with you? When you killed me, the Pope of Wuhan Palace, you should have known that you would end up like this, you can't blame anyone. Please invest and vote monthly, after all, it's almost the end of the month. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Haoshan School is weak, Shura and number 039, S divine power comes out. Chapter 28 Haoshan School is weak, Shura's divine power comes out. After 15-ton Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo controlled Tang Hao, Golden Crocodile Douluo came directly in front of Tang Hao. The soul power was circulated, directly sealing all the soul power in Tang Hao's body. Then he looked at the little Tang San born to Tang Hao in his hand and the 10-year-old soul beast Blue Silver Emperor. Tang Hao, I didn't expect that you would actually give birth to such a child with a soul beast. It seems that you are the first in this Douluo continent for thousands of years. As he spoke, Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at little Tang San in his hand with some interest. The strange thing is, at this moment, little Tang San didn't continue to cry, it was completely different from when Golden Crocodile Douluo was in his hand at the beginning. The little eyes looked hollow and profound. Faintly, Golden Crocodile actually sensed the vague murderous intention of the little cub in his hand. In an instant, Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was originally calm, frowned instantly, and the eyes he looked at Xiao Tang San were no longer joking, but dignified. Could it be that the child born from the union of a human and a soul beast is born with the nature of a soul beast? Golden Crocodile Douluo speculated silently in his mind, but quickly put this idea out of his mind. Although there are very few recorded examples of the union between humans and spirit beasts, Golden Crocodile Douluo is still a figure at the level of a master in Douluo continent. The knowledge about martial spirits and spirit beasts can be said to be all in his mind. There has never been such a precedent in Douluo continent. Just when Golden Crocodile Douluo was a little uncertain, Tang Hao, whose soul power was sealed, was almost heartbroken. His failure to live up to QIN had already broken his heart, and now facing the Wuhan Hall, facing the two enshrined Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qianjun Jiangmo, his original confidence in becoming a titled Douluo was instantly shattered. The deep feeling of powerlessness made Tang Hao a little desperate. Looking at Golden Crocodile Douluo's solemn expression, Tang Hao was even more worried that Golden Crocodile Douluo would do something to his child. Golden Crocodile Douluo, come to me if you have anything, the child is innocent. Finally, Tang Hao couldn't help but roared at Golden Crocodile Douluo. In an instant, Golden Crocodile Douluo was attracted by Tang Hao's roar, and turned his gaze from little Tang San in his hand to Tang Hao. Tang Hao, it's ridiculous, you actually told the old man that you were innocent, a soul master who grows up to the realm of titled Douluo, you should understand how many people we killed along the way. How many of them are so-called innocent. If you fall into my hands today, your life will be at stake, and the same goes for this little kid in my hands. You. Tang Hao was speechless for a moment. That's all, it's useless to talk more. Qianjun, Zhang Mo, you take Tang Hao with you, and we will go to Haoshan sect to collect the interest. These cowards have already violated the agreement that day, so they should pay something. Yes, listen to your second brother. The two priests of Qianjun Jiangmo quickly carried Tang Hao, who was like a disabled person, and followed behind Golden Crocodile Douluo, galloping towards Haoshanzong. Haoshan sect, Tang Xiao, who returned to the sect, was a little distracted, thinking that as the leader of the Haoshan sect, he had no ability to decide on the matter of Tang Hao and Yin's children. I felt ashamed and extremely angry in my heart. The elders of the Haoshan school were greedy for life and afraid of death, and retreated again and again, but he, Tang Xiao, had no choice. Who made him not absolutely crushed in terms of strength? Just when Tang Xiao was a little dazed, the sound of deep bells in the Haoshan sect made Tang Xiao quickly come back to his senses. Not good. The moment the bell rang, Tang Xiao immediately sprinted towards the sect's main hall. In just half a stick of incense, Tang Xiao arrived at the sect's main hall. As soon as I entered the door, my heart sank to the bottom of the valley. In the main hall, there was not a single intact part of Tang Hao's body, lying quietly on the ground, motionless, only the weak eyes that were slightly opened proved that he was still alive. Brother Hao! Tang Xiao exclaimed, but in the next second, the steps that were originally taken stopped in an instant. The reason was very simple. Golden Crocodile Douluo suddenly appeared in front of him, and his aura as deep as the sea made Tang Xiao have trouble breathing. Golden Crocodile Douluo frowned and sneered. Since the suzerain of your Clear Sky School has also arrived, I won't delay you any longer. You must have seen it too, Tang Hao, the murderer of your Clear Sky School who killed the Pope of my Wuhan Palace has been captured by the old man himself. As soon as these words came out, several elders of the Haoshan sect made eye contact for a while. And then a Haoshan sect elder with a titled Douluo level stood up. Your Majesty the Golden Crocodile, since Tang Hao, who killed Pope Chihiroji, has already been captured by your Majesty, why should your Majesty come to our Clear Sky School? We had agreed at the beginning that Tang Hao would return to Wuhan Hall to handle the matter. What's more, Tang Hao was expelled from the sect by our Clear Sky School long ago, and he is no longer a member of our Clear Sky School. The Golden Crocodile Crown can do as he pleases. Following this elder's speech, the other elders at the Contra level of the Haoshan school also echoed. Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't speak, but looked at Tang Xiao. Sect Master Tang Xiao, what do you think? When Tang Xiao heard this, he was stunned. He didn't know what to say. Seeing that Tang Xiao didn't say a word for a long time, the elders of Haoshan sect suddenly became anxious and gave Tang Xiao a look. The two priests, Jin Crocodile and Qinjun Jiangmo, shook their heads jokingly. Haoshan sect is really hopeless. That's all, since sect master Tang Xiao doesn't say anything, what do you think of the second elder of Haoshan sect? Seeing that Tang Xiao was hemming and hawing for so long and couldn't come up with a single word, Jin Crocodile flashed his eyes and didn't bother him anymore. Anyway, his goal had been achieved and the seed had been planted. Haoshan sect may not need their spirit hall to take action at all, they will fall apart on their own, and when the second elder heard that the golden crocodile had brought the topic back to him, he immediately became ill. What do you want him to say? In the past, Tang Hao was not caught and it didn't matter what he said. But now, if he lets Wuhan Palace deal with Tang Hao at will, what will happen to Tang Xiao in the future? But they Haoshanzong just can't say no. With an idea, the second elder followed Tang Xiao's example and pretended not to speak, trying to get away with it. But how could Golden Crocodile Douluo do what he wished? Since the second elder didn't say anything, he must have acquiesced to the agreement made that day. Sure enough, Haoshan sect is still honest. After finishing speaking, Golden Crocodile Douluo smiled, stared at Tang Xiao and said clearly every word. The second elder was so angry that he was stunned. How could he be like this? Tang Xiao also took a deep look at the second elder at this moment, and then glanced around at all the elders of the Haoshan sect present. Golden Crocodile Douluo was very satisfied after seeing this scene, it started to have some effect. Okay, everyone in the Clear Sky School, since you are so cooperative, then I won't say much about the fact that someone in the Clear Sky School secretly colluded with Tang Hao. Originally, the old man planned to pursue this matter, but who made the elders of the Haoshan school so forthright? Qinjun Douluo and Demon Conquering Douluo were also all smiles at this moment. They didn't expect that their second brother could still play like this. Oh, by the way, the little cub in the old man's hand was born of Tang Hao and the 10-year-old soul beast. How do you elders think about it? Is it still up to me, Wuhan Palace, to handle it at will? The opinions of the elders of the Haoshan school, I will consider carefully. After all, it is only a child, it is not bad to give you face. It depends on what the elders of the Haoshan school think. After saying that, the smile on Jin Crocodile's old face became even brighter. This. Tang Xiao subconsciously wanted Golden Crocodile Douluo to let Tang Hao's child go, but after taking another look at the unmoved elders, he gritted his teeth and said it directly. Your Majesty Golden Crocodile, this child is innocent after all. If His Majesty Golden Crocodile trusts you, let me, Hao Tianzong, handle it. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the elders of the Clear Sky School changed instantly. They didn't want to have anything to do with Tang Hao at all right now. No, the child born of Tang Hao and the 10-year-old soul beast has impure blood. How can I, the Clear Sky School, let this kind of beast be humiliated, or leave it to the Hall of Spirits, and His Majesty the Golden Crocodile to handle it himself? The elder titled Douluo from the beginning directly stood up to oppose it. He didn't care about Tang Xiao's feelings at this moment. That is, 10-year-old soul beasts and human beings have been hostile since ancient times. Tang Hao disregarded human relations and gave birth to a child with 10-year-old soul beasts. Why should I, the Clear Sky School, be responsible? What's more, Tang Hao is no longer a member of our Haoshan sect. You. Tang Xiao was so angry that he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Good. It is indeed the Haoshan sect. I admire it, since the Haoshan sect is by no means the kind of place that hides filth and evil. Then this little brat in my hand will be handled by the old man himself. After saying that, Jin Crocodile looked around and saw that the elders of Haoshan sect had no objection, and the corner of his mouth turned cold. Born from a 10-year-old soul beast, to put it bluntly, it is half human and half beast, so naturally this kind of cub must not be kept. The old man will kill him directly today. After all, the golden crocodile was about to break little Tang San's neck. Do not want. Tang Xiao exclaimed directly, and Tang Hao's eyes were also full of hatred and tears. Boom! Just when the golden crocodile's 5 fingers were about to touch Xiao Tang San's lifeblood, suddenly, a dark red divine light descended from the sky, and in just a moment, it sent the golden crocodile and everyone present hundreds of meters away far. At the end of the month, ask for a monthly ticket. If you like this book, you can support it. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. When the golden crocodile blamed himself, his thoughts flowed. Chapter 29. When the golden crocodile blamed himself, 1,000 thoughts flowed. In the midst of the electric sparks and flints, Tang Hao, who had been seriously injured and whose soul power had been sealed by the golden crocodile, suddenly felt that the seal in his body was instantly lifted. Even the wounds on his body healed immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Hao stepped forward and hugged little Tang San, and rushed out of the clear sky school at the fastest speed. After a while, the gunpowder smoke dissipated, and golden crocodile Douluo slowly got up from the ground in a bit of embarrassment, and looked at the place where little Tang San was just now with an incredulous expression. Seeing Tang Hao, who had disappeared again, he froze for an instant. Is this what the master of Zhaixing said about having God's help? Golden crocodile Douluo really couldn't believe that someone in this world could slip away from under his nose in such a way. The divine light just now was as powerful as a blow from a level 99 limit Douluo, even worse than that. Except for some minor injuries to the golden crocodile, 15-ton Douluo Jiangmo Douluo, including the 10 or so elders of the Clear Sky School, were all seriously injured in an instant. With one step, the golden crocodile left the Haoshanzong Hall in an instant, but when it came out, there was no trace of Tang Hao, and even the breath disappeared completely. Damn it! Tang Hao, let you run away just like that? Golden crocodile Douluo, who was extremely depressed in his heart, was a little helpless at the moment, and after sighing lightly, he took 15-ton Douluo and subduing demon Douluo with him, and left Clear Sky School directly. He wants to quickly tell his elder brother about what happened today, Qian Daoliu. One day later, in Suotuo City, on the top of the Zhaixing building, inside the pavilion. Yet Yanchen was listening to the news brought by Yang Bai with great interest. Lord, there is news from Haoshanzong. Yet Yanchen nodded. Then Tang Hao should be near the Clear Sky School. This time golden crocodile Douluo will personally attack. Tang Hao may not be able to escape, unless... Yet Yanchen didn't continue talking, but signaled Yang Bai to continue. Lord, you are right, the golden crocodile enshrinement of the Spirit Hall did capture Tang Hao near the Clear Sky School. But something unexpected happened in Haoshan sect, which eventually led to Tang Hao miraculously escaping. Oh? Tang Hao really let Tang Hao escape? Quickly tell me what happened to Haoshanzong. Hearing that Yang Bai was sure that Tang Hao had escaped, yet Yanchen became interested instantly. Yang Bai was also unambiguous and spoke directly. According to the news that came, golden crocodile Douluo took Tang Hao to the Clear Sky School to ask for accountability, but we don't know why. It seemed that when golden crocodile Douluo was about to strangle the child born to Tang Hao and the 10-year-old spirit beast, a dark red streamer fell from the sky, directly killing everyone present, including golden crocodile Douluo from the Spirit Hall. It was also instantly sent flying 100 meters away. Except for golden crocodile Douluo from Wuhan Palace, everyone else was seriously injured on the spot, and even 2 soul Douluo level elders from the Haoshan sect died as a result. As Yang Bai finished speaking, yet Yanchen also frowned. It seems that the child born between Tang Hao and that 10-year-old soul beast is not easy, at the beginning, yet Yanchen just suspected that Tang Hao had God's help. After all, it might be some secret method of Haoshan school that he didn't know. But now, basically, it can be confirmed. Tang Hao may give birth to a child with a 10-year-old soul beast, which must have something to do with God. Tang Hao. It seems that not only Qian Daoliu is interested in you, but I also pay attention to you. Hope you live. He muttered a sentence in his heart, and then Ye Tianchen waved his hand, making Yang Bai retreat. After several days of running around, Golden Crocodile Douluo walked into Wuhan City with a gloomy face. In the worship hall, when Golden Crocodile Douluo entered with heavy steps, Qian Daoliu was already waiting. Seeing the Golden Crocodile walking in with a gloomy face, Qian Daoliu smiled slightly. "Golden Crocodile, you're back. Looking at your appearance, if your guess is correct, you probably haven't captured Tang Hao yet." Saying that, Qian Daoliu straightened up, walked to the side of Golden Crocodile, and patted him on the shoulder. "Tell me, Golden Crocodile, how can Tang Hao and Hida escape from you and Qianjun Jiangmo?" "Hey!" When the Golden Crocodile heard it, he sighed directly. "Brother, you don't know something, that Tang Hao is only level 92. Even if he has the clear sky hammer in his hand, the 10-year soul ring is still mediocre. Just Qianjun and Zhang Mo can easily defeat him." Qian Daoliu nodded. Even if a level 92 title Douluo had a 10-year spirit ring, he would at most be equivalent to a level 94 title Douluo, so naturally he couldn't be a match for 15-ton Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo. "In order to capture Tang Hao alive, I threatened him with the cub born of Tang Hao and the 10-year-old soul beast, and then Qianjun Jiangmo, and they directly crippled Tang Hao's legs with a stick. Afterwards, he went to Haoshan school, wanting to find some interest. Unexpectedly, when I was about to crush the cub born of Tang Hao and the 10-year-old soul beast, an accident happened. A dark red divine light descended from the sky, and even I was sent flying 100 meters away, and everyone else was seriously injured, waiting for me to react. That Tang Hao disappeared mysteriously together with that cub, not even a trace of his breath. Maybe it's really like what the host who picked up the stars said, Tang Hao, there is God to help. Big brother, this time the Golden Crocodile was careless, the Golden Crocodile is incompetent, please punish me." Saying that, Golden Crocodile knelt down on one knee, waiting for Qian Daoliu to punish him. When he really heard Jin Crocodile say these words himself, Qian Daoliu really paid attention to it. If it was said that Tang Hao was captured only because of his trust in Ye Tianken's words, now, Qian Daoliu has basically confirmed that Tang Hao and God must have some kind of connection. Gently lifting Jin Crocodile up, Qian Daoliu suddenly smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, Jin Crocodile, this matter is nothing. If God really helps, there is nothing you can do about Jin Crocodile. After all, the power of God is too terrifying." While talking, Qian Daoliu came to the angel statue. Looking at the tall angel statue, he was slightly stunned, and then his eyes became firm. There is only one possibility for a god to perform a miracle, and that is to choose a successor to the throne. Whether it's Tang Hao, or the cub born of Tang Hao and the 10-year-old soul beast, in short, his Qian Daoliu will not allow anyone other than Qian Rongxiu to become a god. "Shuer, don't worry, with Grandpa here, Grandpa will solve all unstable factors for you personally. Whether we, Qianjia, can give birth to an angel god again depends on you." After muttering a word silently, Qian Daoliu turned to look at the Golden Crocodile. "You can put aside the matter of Tang Hao first, and next time, if there is any news about Tang Hao, I will take action myself. Whether Tang Hao or that little brat, only death can prevent him from posing any threat to our spirit hall." When Golden Crocodile heard it, he also sneered at the corner of his mouth. Golden Crocodile really couldn't help Tang Hao, who had no help from God, but how powerful his elder brother was. Unless the gods come in person or Tang Chenbo Sixi takes action, no one can stop him from killing Tang Hao. "Don't worry, brother. During this period, I will try my best to collect information about Tang Hao. Brother, just wait for the good news." Qian Daoliu nodded, and then Golden Crocodile Douluo walked out of the hall directly, and began to make arrangements. Not long after Golden Crocodile Douluo left, an extremely cute little girl walked into the hall slowly, and when she saw Qian Daoliu, she threw herself into his arms. "Grandpa! Shuer misses you." Qian Daoliu laughed heartily, hugged Qian Rongxiu affectionately, and said softly, "Schwetter, Grandpa misses you too." With her head drooping, little Qian Rongxiu asked thoughtfully, "Grandpa, what were Grandpa Golden Crocodile and you talking about just now? Schwetter can't wait for such a long time." "Ha ha ha. Schwetter, Grandpa, your Grandpa Golden Crocodile and I naturally have important matters to discuss." "Schwetter, don't ask any more questions, you are still young, and there are some things that you will come into contact with in the future." "Humph. Grandpa, Schwetter is not young anymore, Schwetter has already awakened her martial spirit, okay?" Seeing Qian Rongxiu's arrogant face, Qian Daoliu stroked Qian Rongxiu's hair and smiled slightly. "Schwetter has awakened her martial spirit, so she should know something. How about this? Grandpa will take Schwetter to hunt for spirit rings in a few days, okay? At that time, I will ask your Grandpa Golden Crocodile to accompany us." "Okay. Grandpa, it's a deal." Looking at the well-behaved and sensible Qian Rongxiu, the smile on Qian Daoliu's lips became even more obvious. "Okay, okay. Listen to Schwetter, it's a deal." By the way, Qian Daoliu, as a grandfather, is quite responsible, and he is also very kind to Qian Rongxiu. It's a pity, love brain is very harmful to people. It's the end of the month, so I'm still asking for some monthly tickets or something. For those of you who like this book, I look forward to your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 The New Pope and Number 039, S Ceremony, Gifts from the Star Tower. Chapter 30 The New Pope's Ceremony, Gifts from the Star Tower. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Today, Wuhan City is very lively. The reason is also very simple, Bibi Dong, the new Pope of Wuhandian, has officially taken over. And today is Bibi Dong's succession ceremony. Today, Bibi Dong is wearing the Pope's unique attire. Her long, snow-white legs are very eye-catching, not to mention Bibi Dong's plump hips and waist as thin as a water snake. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he attracted the attention of all members of Wuhandian. At this moment, the extremely old elder of the Spirit Hall, holding the crown symbolizing the Pope, walked in front of Bibi Dong step by step. "Your Honorable Pope, I, on behalf of the Hall of Spirits, will present you the Pope's crown." Looking at the crown in front of her, as long as she wears it, Bibi Dong is officially the Pope of the Wuhan Palace, and she is hardly restrained by anyone in the Wuhan Palace, except of course, the great priest Qian Daoliu. Bibi Dong lowered her head slightly, and the aged elder carefully carried Bibi Dong. At this moment the Spirit Hall was boiling. "Your Majesty Pope Bibi Dong, long live the Wuhan Palace! Your Majesty Pope Bibi Dong, long live the Wuhan Palace! Your Majesty Pope Bibi Dong, long live the Spirit Hall!" The sound is like the ocean, and the momentum is mighty, straight to the sky. Seeing this kind of scene, even Bibi Dong couldn't help feeling a little happy in her heart, so she spoke. "Everyone, today is the most solemn day of my Wuhan Palace. I hope you will give me Bibi Dong some face today, put an end to the past, and share in today's prosperous world. His Majesty the Pope speaks, and we will follow. Come, let's toast the Pope together, and congratulate Your Majesty Bibi Dong on your succession as Pope of the Spirit Hall. Come on, congratulate Bibi Dong on her succession as Pope." There were quite a few flatterers, and of course there were some who just came to watch the fun, such as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon sect. Although it was a toast, it was not like those people shouting slogans. This Bibi Dong is truly a talent. In just a few years, she has brought under her command the Spirit Hall that does not belong to her. Ning Fengzi didn't have a good impression of Bibi Dong. After all, a woman sat on the throne of the world's #1 power. As a man, he doesn't like it very much, not to mention that Bibi Dong's behavior is so vicious that ordinary people really can't stand it. The most important thing is that the interests of Wuhan Palace and Kaibao Glazed sect are in conflict after all. Naturally, Ning Fengzi is even less likely to have any affection for Bibi Dong. Jian Douluo coldly said, "It's only bad for such a woman to be the Pope of the Wuhan Temple, not good, so we'd better stay away from that woman." What Uncle Jian said is that our 7 treasure glazed tile school has always kept a distance from the Wuhan Palace, and this time is no exception. Ning Fengzi nodded. On the other side, the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect. Yu Yuanzhen looked at Bibi Dong on the stage and said with a displeased expression, "If Xiaogong's son had chosen Bibi Dong back then, my Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon family would have already been the #1 sect in the Douluo continent. I'm so pissed off. Why, it's a pity that we missed it." Just when Yu Yuanzhen kept complaining in his heart, a loud voice brought him back to his senses in an instant, and he quickly looked in the direction of the voice. "Worship Hall, everyone is here." With this yelling sound fell. In the distance, Qian Daoliu led the way, followed by Golden Crocodile, Qianjun subduing demon and other worshippers, slowly walking in. At this moment, Qian Daoliu's expression was serious, and the aura of a level 99 titled Douluo was looming. Everyone in the scene looked at each other sideways. "Your Majesty the Pope, the old man and all the priests are a bit late." Moving in front of Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu began to smile and quietly looked at Bibi Dong in front of him. Bibi Dong also smiled slightly, but the killing intent that flashed in her eyes couldn't escape Qian Daoliu's gaze. Shaking his head, Qian Daoliu was also a little helpless. Who made Wuhan Palace not have a more suitable candidate for the Pope than Bibi Dong? The great minister was able to take time out of his busy schedule to attend Bibi Dong's Pope succession hall. Bibi Dong was flattered. "How can we blame the big offering and your offering for coming late? Great sacrifice. Everyone who is offering sacrifices, please take a seat." Following Bibi Dong's gesture of invitation, Qian Daoliu and Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at each other and smiled, then slowly sat down. At this moment, among the crowd, when Ning Fengzi Sword Douluo and the others saw that even the old monster Qian Daoliu had come out, they were also nervous to the point of their throats. There are only a handful of title Douluo at level 99 in this world. It can be said that, excluding the missing Tang Chen from the Haoshan sect, Qian Daoliu is the only one in the entire continent. Although Bo Sixi in the ocean is also a level 99 titled Douluo, as the High Priest of Poseidon, Bo Sixi will never have the opportunity to set foot on the mainland in his lifetime. At this moment, facing Qian Daoliu, everyone present held their breath, even if Qian Daoliu didn't make any movements or leak any breath. The shadow of a person's famous tree, sometimes, just hearing the name is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Qian Daoliu. It's still so strong. I don't know if I, Jian Dao Kengzhen, will have the chance to test Qian Daoliu's sword in this life. Compared to Ning Fengzi, who is only level 79, Sword Douluo Chenexen is now more motivated to fight. The Kaibao glazed tile sect was in such a situation, but in the Landian Tyrannosaurus clan, when Yu Yuanzhen saw Qian Daoliu appearing, he also frowned. I couldn't help muttering in my heart. There is nothing wrong with Qian Daoliu. He thought he had already sat down in the worship hall. Wuhandian, hey, it's still terrifying. The purpose of Qian Daoliu's visit today is obvious, and that is to tell the soul masters in the world that he, Qian Daoliu, a level 99 ultimate Douluo, the true guardian of the Wuhan Hall, is still alive and well. Don't think that if the Pope is changed in Wuhandian, you can do whatever you want. This can be regarded as Qian Daoliu letting Bibi Dong come to control the situation. Everyone is well aware of this. But it has to be said that the effect of Qian Daoliu's move is not very good. At this moment, no matter it is the Kaibao glazed sect, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, or even the lower 4 sects, almost all the soul masters present have the spirit of martial arts in their hearts. The temple will keep it in mind, and the godlike majesty of Qian Daoliu will be engraved in his heart. Just when everyone was surprised by the arrival of Qian Daoliu and Golden Crocodile Douluo, another sudden voice came. Zhaixinglu, Yang Bei's enshrinement has arrived. The moment the words fell, the atmosphere at the scene dropped to freezing point. Especially at this moment Bibi Dong's face turned livid, even Qian Daoliu was frowning at the moment. Afterwards, Yang Bai wore a white robe and walked into the palace step by step. I heard that today is the succession ceremony for the new Pope of Wuhan Palace. On the order of my landlord, I came here to congratulate the new Pope of Wuhan Palace, Bibi Dong. I came here uninvited, but I hope everyone in Wuhan Hall will not blame him. After saying that, Yang Bai raised his head and quietly waited for Wuhan Palace's next words. Yet Yan Chen told him before he came that there would be no danger. After all, this was the succession ceremony for the Pope of Wuhan Palace, and Wuhan Palace couldn't afford the shame of going to Yang Bai. Bibi Dong's reaction was quick enough. She was smiling all of a sudden, feeling a little surprised by Yang Bai's unique title Douluo aura. The visitor is a guest. Since the Star's Aiming Building Master has this intention, I, the Wuhan Palace, would like to thank the Star's Aiming Building Master for his kindness. Yang Bai enshrines, please take your seat. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she took a look at where Qian Daoliu was, and saw that Qian Daoliu hadn't responded at all. So she stopped thinking about it. At this moment, Qian Daoliu didn't know what Zhixinglu was going to do. But today is the Pope's succession hall after all, and the host who picked up the stars didn't come in person, so Qian Daoliu had no desire to make a move. The so-called silence is enough, a blockbuster, to deal with the master of picking stars. Qian Daoliu will not be so stupid as to do something to the newly accomplished title Douluo in front of him. After all, it will only scare the snake. Yang Bai sneered. Your Majesty the Pope, wait a moment, Yang Bai came here today, but he did not come empty-handed. My landlord even prepared a gift for His Majesty the Pope. My poster said that His Majesty the Pope will like this gift. After saying that, Yang Bai immediately took out the so-called gift from the soul guide on his waist. When the gift was taken out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Even Qian Daoliu stood up suddenly. Bibi Dong's face was extremely ugly, because this gift that Yang Bai took out is the papal authority exclusive to the past popes of Wuhan Hall. Is 5,000 words a day too little, everyone? If everyone votes more monthly votes, the author works hard, and the update can be exploded. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Bibi Dong is ashamed and angry. Douluo asks to see her. Chapter 31 Bibi Dong is ashamed and angry. Douluo asks to see her. The moment Yang Bai took out the Pope's authority, among the crowd, many soul masters who knew the Pope's authority shouted in amazement. Ning Fengzi of the Kaibao glazed sect also stood up directly at this moment, staring at the papal authority in Yang Bai's hands. This is really the authority of the Pope. Ning Fengzi was shocked in his heart. Then he looked at Yang Bai, and then slowly sat down. The expression on his face changed from surprise to a smile. Fengzi, it's strange, why does the Zhixing building have the Pope's authority in the Wuhan Palace? Isn't this a symbol of the Pope's power in Wuhandian? It's really a bit confusing. Douluo was a little confused. After all, papal authority is usually in the hands of the Pope, and is almost always kept by the Pope. How could it fall into the hands of Zhixinglu this time? Ning Fengzi didn't know what the reason was. He shook his head. Now, the reason is not important anymore. He wants to see how Wuhandian should deal with it. Not only the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had an attitude of watching a show, but Yu Yuanzhen of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan directly exclaimed. This Tower of Zhixing is really powerful. It can even get the authority of the Pope of the Wuhan Temple. Wuhandian, tisk tisk, Zhixinglu, it seems that there will be no peace in the future. Yu Yuanzhen chuckled, and then looked at each other with Ning Fengzi. Both of them saw the joke in the other's expression. Compared to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Bibi Dong, who had a gloomy face on the court at the moment, was also trembling slightly. She couldn't be more clear that the Pope's power must have been obtained by that guy from the Star-Reaching Master when he beheaded Chihiroji. However, today is her Bibi Dong's papal succession ceremony. What is the purpose of giving her this gift? Bibi Dong was furious at this moment. The aura unique to a level 92 titled Douluo began to emanate from her body. Soul rings began to emerge one by one. The moment the 9th spirit ring appeared, everyone present was shocked. Because Bibi Dong's 9th spirit ring turned out to be a 10-year spirit ring. The Death Spider Emperor began to appear behind him as a phantom, with the intention of wanting Yang Bai to die. Seeing this, Yang Bai smiled disdainfully, and she, Bibi Dong, is the title Douluo? Immediately, under Yang Bai's feet, 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, also slowly emerged. The same level 92 strength made the scene a little tense. Ning Fengzi, Yu Yuanzhen, and other soul masters were stunned. On the field, both the new Pope Bibi Dong of the Wuhan Palace and the priest from the Star-Reaching Tower actually had 10-year soul rings. They were a little confused for a moment. Is it so easy to obtain a 10-year soul ring? Yang Bai looked at Bibi Dong, and didn't move. He just said calmly, "Your Majesty, what are you doing? My poster knows that this papal authority is a token of the past popes of Wuhan Palace. So kindly let me send this Pope's power to Wuhan Hall as a congratulatory gift from His Majesty the Pope. This will make my landlord feel cold." My poster also said that His Majesty the Pope has a close relationship with my poster. I hope His Majesty the Pope will not embarrass me. As soon as he heard this, Bibi Dong was furious. Yet Yan Chen couldn't help but lift the pot. Just when Bibi Dong was about to teach Yang Bai a lesson, Qian Daoliu's figure appeared in front of the two of them again in an instant. The huge pressure forced Yang Bai and Bibi Dong's martial souls to directly press back into their bodies. Seeing this, Yang Bai smiled, not worried, and slowly took 2 steps back. Well, the Pope need not be angry. The visitor is a guest. Since the owner of the Star-Reaching building is interested, and this papal authority is the inheritance of my Wuhan Palace, I would like to thank the Star-Reaching building owner for returning this thing. Presumably, this papal authority is also the last pope. My son Kyungsunji accidentally lost it when he went to the Star Forest. Reaching for the stars, the landlord, you really have worked hard. Qiandaolu clearly said this with a smile, but in Yang Bai's ears, it seemed so harsh. As expected of a level 99 ultimate Douluo, he is truly terrifying. Yang Bai admired in his heart, but nothing changed on the surface. Bibi Dong on the side was also suppressing the anger in her heart at this moment. She didn't understand why the old guy Qiandaolu could act so calmly even though the owner of the Star Building had clearly killed Qian Sunji. However, these are not what she should consider at the moment. Since Qiandaolu has come forward in person, Bibi Dong can only give up. What the great priest said was that Bibi Dong was rude just now. His Majesty Yang Bai, don't care about it. Shaking his head, under Yang Bai's white robe, he rolled his eyes directly. Yang Bai wouldn't believe a word of what Bibi Dong said. The Pope is eager to protect things, Yang Bai can understand, and naturally he won't care. Your Majesty the Pope, accept it. After finishing speaking, Yang Bai held the Pope's authority in both hands, and came in front of Bibi Dong. After taking a look at Qiandaolu and finding that his expression hadn't changed, Bibi Dong immediately took over the authority of Pope from Yang Bai. Off the field, Ning Fengzi and Yu Yuanzhen looked a little disappointed when they saw that there was no conflict between the titled Douluo and Bibi Dong in the Star Building. If it wasn't for Qiandaolu's appearance, perhaps it would really be more lively at this moment, seeing that Bibi Dong has already taken over the authority of the Pope in his hands. Yang Bai also doesn't want to stay longer in the Spirit Hall. Now that His Majesty the Pope has accepted the gift from my landlord, my mission has been completed. Everyone, take your leave. After Yang Bai finished speaking, he strode out of the hall directly. Bibi Dong glanced at Qiandaolu again, seeing that Qiandaolu still had no reaction, she could only sigh. Let Yang Bai leave. This scene also made Ning Fengzi and the others feel even more bored. In their hearts, they wished that Bibi Dong would directly attack the worshipper in Zhaixing Tower. However, Qian Douluo was as steady as an old dog and suppressed the entire crowd, and no one dared to act recklessly. A papal succession ceremony came to an end. The era belonging to Chihiroji has come to an end. From today on, Bibi Dong will officially debut in Douluo and Wahundian. The era that belongs to Bibi Dong has arrived. After the ceremony, Bibi Dong walked into his own papal hall alone, looking at the extremely familiar scene. The bad memories from the past slowly emerged in Bibi Dong's mind. Qian Sunji's figure seemed to appear in front of Bibi Dong again. Even though Bibi Dong knew that everything had passed, she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Sitting on the throne that belongs exclusively to the Pope, feeling the power that the Pope's position brings, Bibi Dong is a little intoxicated. However, immediately, her expression turned cold. Today's Pope's succession ceremony, the fact that Ye Tianchen came, made Bibi Dong a little bit defensive, and his heart was full of hatred for Ye Tianchen, full of murderous intentions. Of course, Bibi Dong was also extremely angry towards Qian Douluo, who tried to stop her. Unfortunately, she is now weak in strength and has no ability to resist. 3 days later, Yang Bai safely returned to Suotuo City. Along the way, he was still worried that the spirit hall would send someone to intercept and kill him, which made him run all the way without stopping at all. It wasn't until I entered Soto City that I felt at peace. After all, facing the Wuhan Palace, even if Yang Bai is already a titled Douluo, he is still afraid. There are more than 10 titled Douluo in Wuhan Palace. No matter where they are placed, they are terrifying existences. On the top of the Zhaixing building, inside the pavilion, when Yang Bai came back to his life, Ye Tianchen was looking at Yang Bai with a smile on his face. Yes, I thought you would never come back, Yang Bai. Yang Bai frowned, and then said with some doubts. Master, didn't you say there would be no danger in this trip? Ye Tianchen pretended to be surprised. Oh? Really? I said this, it's probably guessed by me, and I'm not sure. After all, if Wahundian really left you there, it seems normal. Forward. Yang Bai was speechless for a while. But when he looked up and saw Ye Tianchen's playful expression, he knew that the owner of his house was just joking. Just when Yang Bai was speechless, a heaven-level killer from Zhaixing Tower suddenly came outside the pavilion. I want to see the host. Seeing this, Ye Tianchen also put away his smile. Come in. Hearing Ye Tianchen's ethereal voice, this heaven-level killer cautiously walked into the pavilion. Seeing the solemn expression of this heaven-level killer, Ye Tianchen also asked directly, what happened? Report to the host, outside the city, there is a level 85 Contra who wants to join our star-picking tower. Oh? There is such a thing. Ye Tianchen immediately became interested. Who is that person? Hearing the landlord's question, this sky-level killer did not hesitate. Douluo. If you can see what you see here, remember to invest in it. Those who have a monthly pass and the author who likes this book are also looking forward to it. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Douluo is firm, Ye Tianchen is tested. Chapter 32 Douluo is firm, Ye Tianchen is tested. Douluo? It turned out to be him. Before Ye Tianchen could react, Yang Bai was the first to exclaim. Ye Tianchen himself had heard of this person, but he had no interaction with him, while Yang Bai seemed to have some interaction with Douluo. Looking at Yang Bai, Ye Tianchen asked casually. Yang Bai, do you know this Douluo? Hearing this, Yang Bai also nodded. Master, Douluo's subordinates do know each other. 20 years ago, my subordinate and Douluo were good friends, and they traveled across the mainland together. Unexpectedly, we would have the opportunity to meet here today. Oh? That being said, I can be considered an old acquaintance of yours. But it's not easy to join our Zhaixing Tower. How about this, let Douluo come in, the contra of level 85 is not bad. As Ye Tianchen waved his hand, the heaven-level killer immediately exited the pavilion, and within a short time, he brought Douluo to the front of the star-reaching tower. My landlord is already waiting for you on the top of the Zaxing building, Your Excellency Douluo, you should go there yourself. After that, this heaven-level killer disappeared directly from Douluo's eyes. Douluo was tall and slender, he looked like a javelin, his beard and hair were dark green, and his eyes shone like emeralds. The whole person gives people an unreal feeling, it seems like a phantom. His face was expressionless, or his expression was completely rigid, his cheeks were sunken, his green hair was disheveled, and his clothes were just plain grey robes. Looking at the towering star-reaching tower in front of him, Douluo was filled with emotion. The purpose of his trip was to join the Tower of Stars, and he was also watching the Pope's succession ceremony in Bibidong that day. The moment Yang Bai released his martial spirit, Douluo recognized Yang Bai. After all, some martial arts spirits are truly unique. Just like his jade phosphorus snake emperor, who dominates the world with poison, he naturally knows the martial soul blazing sun sword of his former friend. But it was precisely because of the acquaintance that his heart was not at peace. One must know that there was no difference between him and Yang Bai back then, even Douluo's cultivation was stronger. But 20 years have passed, and Yang Bai, who used to be similar to him, has become a famous title Douluo in the world, even, a title Douluo with a 10-year soul ring. Douluo had to admit that he was moved, so he came today. No longer hesitating, Douluo tapped his toes lightly, and within a few strokes, he landed steadily on the top of the star-picking tower. After landing, he saw his former friend, Yang Bai, already waiting for him. But yet Yanchen was sitting alone in the pavilion at the moment, and did not meet Douluo directly. Douluo cupped his fists and saluted. "Brother Yang Bai, long time no see." Yang Bai smiled slightly and returned the gesture with his fists clasped. "Brother Douluo, I haven't seen you for 20 years. I didn't expect to see you again here. I'm so happy and congratulations." Douluo nodded. They haven't seen each other for 20 years. In fact, except for a slight change in their appearance, their personalities are still the same. When Yang Bai saw Douluo looking left and right, he knew that he was looking for his landlord. Then he got straight to the point. "Brother Douluo, I heard that Brother Douluo came here today to join our Zaxing Tower, is this true?" Hearing this, Douluo looked a little shy. After all, they were old acquaintances. There would inevitably be some things he couldn't let go of when he came to join someone else. But soon, his face became firm. "Brother Yang Bai, to be honest, I, Douluo, came here today to join the star-reaching tower. I wonder if Brother Yang Bai I can recommend one or two." Douluo was also direct, but Yang Bai did not agree, but looked at Douluo again. "Brother Douluo, it wasn't that I, Yang Bai, deliberately declined. The landlord of my house said that even if you and I are old acquaintances, if Brother Douluo wants to enter the Zaxing building, he can only be qualified to join our Zaxing building if he passes the assessment. Besides, there is no other way." This. Douluo could only nod helplessly. After all, if anyone can join Zaxinglu, then Zaxinglu will not become the most mysterious force in the mainland. At the same time as Douluo nodded, Yetiankin's ethereal voice suddenly came from the pavilion. "Douluo, since you really want to join my Zaxing building, then you have to let this seat see your value. Your current strength is level 85, and this seat will not embarrass you, this seat will suppress your own strength to level. If you are still alive after burning the incense, then Zaxinglu will accept you. If you die, that will be your fate as well. Where to go, you think carefully, after all, you only have one life." Douluo looked at Yang Bai, but Yang Bai couldn't interfere at the moment, he could only stand still, unmoved. Douluo knew that Yang Bai couldn't intervene in this matter, whether he could enter the Zaxing Tower was entirely up to him. "My lord, Douluo is willing to give it a try, and die without regrets." After saying that, Douluo looked solemn and determined. At this moment, What Douluo thought in his mind was that the master who picked up the stars only used the soul power of level 85, while he was level. Anyway, he had the advantage. If Yang Bai knew what Douluo was thinking at this moment, Yang Bai probably wouldn't be able to laugh. Yang Bai knew the horror of his own poster all too well. Level 85 was more than enough to deal with level Douluo. And yet Yanchen in the pavilion couldn't help shaking his head when he heard Douluo's confident words. In that case, Douluo, let's get started. The voice fell, and in the pavilion, the Tianmakin appeared in Yetiankin's hand instantly. After suppressing his soul power to level, he played along with Yetiankin's 12 fingers. Wave after wave of sound crossed the pavilion and came directly towards Douluo. The tricky angle, just for a moment, surprised Douluo beyond comparison. Almost instantly, the 8 soul rings at Douluo's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, lit up. The Jade Scale Snake Emperor. The 7th soul skill, the real body of the Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor. Seeing that it was too late to dodge at this moment, Douluo could only choose to be tough. Call out, call out, call out. Waves of sound were like sharp swords, coming to Douluo's body the moment he opened his martial soul avatar. Clang, 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 like metal colliding, Douluo found that his body had become extremely red after just meeting each other. In some places, they were even directly cut open by the sound waves, and blood began to flow out slowly. With just one blow, Douluo put away his initial contempt and looked extremely solemn. In the next second, he made up his mind that he was just defending himself. Fearing that it would be impossible to last for a stick of incense, he must take the initiative. 5th soul skill. Snake Python Sky Shield. For a moment, endless green soul power mixed with terrifying snake venom began to condense into 8 shields in front of Douluo. Immediately afterwards, Douluo stepped on his feet and was about to go into the pavilion. Innocent. In the pavilion, seeing Douluo wanting to get close to him, yet Yanchen didn't hold back either. The number 1 soul skill, Life-Killing Guanyin. Suddenly, Douluo's steps stopped and his eyes began to become blurred. In his spiritual world, a huge life-threatening Guanyin that he had never seen before suddenly appeared. As the death curse began to break through Douluo's spiritual world, his facial expression became ferocious. No. Can't give up. It's all fake, it's all fake. In just a moment, as Douluo forcibly broke through the spiritual world, a mouthful of blood couldn't help but spurt out. Seeing this scene, yet Yanchen also nodded. This Douluo is quite decisive. He would rather be injured than continue to be controlled by his first soul ability. Not bad. The 6th soul skill, Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor Break. As Douluo displayed his 6th soul skill, the green-scaled Snake King behind him suddenly pounced forward. It's just a small skill, the 3rd soul skill, Demon Sea Abyss. With Yetiankin's 3rd 10,000-year soul ring lighting up, Douluo's feet suddenly became unreal. Suddenly, he fell directly into this illusory space. It seems endless, without end. After doing all this, yet Yanchen put away his Tianmo Qin. If Douluo can come out within half a stick of incense, then why not join Zaixing Tower? But if you can't get out, you can only die. Douluo is pretty good, he doesn't have any major problems, but masters of using poison are actually quite rare. At the end of the month, the author is looking forward to your monthly pass all the time. Invest, collect, reward, recommend. July is almost over, and I sincerely wish everyone good health, peace, and joy. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Douluo breaks through the realm and joins the star-reaching building. Chapter 33 Douluo breaks through the realm and joins the star-reaching building, slowly walking out of the pavilion, yet Yanchen saw the slightly nervous expression on Yang Bai's face. And Yang Bai also reacted the moment yet Yanchen walked out of the pavilion. His face regained his indifference. With a slight smile, yet Yanchen pointed to the black abyss where Douluo was trapped by his soul skills. Why, Yang Bai, when did your heart start to soften? As soon as Yang Bai heard this, his face immediately turned pale. The most taboo thing for a killer is to become fluctuated in his heart, but now, facing Douluo, he was actually a little hesitant. He even wanted to ask Ye Tianchen to let Douluo go. The landlord. Ye Tianchen interrupted Yang Bai before he could speak. Yang Bai, as a killer, unless his strength reaches a certain level, it's better not to have feelings. But now you are already a titled Douluo, one of the top people in this continent. You don't need to pay too much attention to these side details, but if Douluo wants to join my Zaxing Tower, he has to go through this hurdle by himself. No one can help him. My Zaxing building is not a charity room. I have no ability, so I don't like it. However, you can rest assured that this seat did not exert its full strength just now, but still retained some strength. If he is still unable to escape after Douluo has gained half a stick of incense, it is only a serious injury. For the sake of your old acquaintance with him, let him survive. Hearing this, Yang Bai was immediately overjoyed. Subordinate, thank you very much, master. Immediately, Yang Bai stared at the black abyss where Douluo disappeared with a trace of nervousness and anticipation. Douluo, who is in the abyss, doesn't know what's going on outside. Ye Tianken's third soul skill is somewhat special. In this abyss of the demonic sea, it will infinitely amplify a person's greed, obsession. If you really fall into it, you can't extricate yourself. Then in the end the spiritual world will collapse, and the trapped people will only have a dead end. At this moment, although the world in Douluo's eyes is still dark, he can actually feel that his cultivation base is rapidly breaking through. From level 85 Contra, in a short time, he came to level. Immediately afterwards, a blood-red soul ring landed on Douluo's body without warning. His breath also began to surge. All of a sudden, he broke the shackles of the title Douluo. His whole body's soul power soared into the sky, and the aura that only belonged to the title Douluo made Douluo extremely selfless. Ha ha ha! I, Douluo, have also become the top powerhouse in this continent. Titled Douluo, I, Douluo, did it. At the moment when Douluo was extremely excited, the originally dark world began to become bright. The soul bones of 10-year-old soul beasts suddenly appeared in Douluo's eyes. There were all kinds of scents, and the auras they gave off instantly made Douluo so excited that he could hardly breathe. It turned out to be a real 10-year soul bone. Without hesitation, Douluo, who had lost himself for a long time, fell directly into this sudden world of 10-year-old soul bones. But in the outside world, Yang Bai's face is a bit ugly at the moment, more of a kind of nervousness. The time for half a stick of incense is almost here, but Douluo didn't show the slightest sign that he was going to leave his landlord's soul skills. Master, is your third soul skill really that difficult to break through? Yang Bai turned his head, looked at the smiling Ye Tianchen, and asked nervously. Hearing this, Ye Tianchen shook his head. My third soul skill is actually not that powerful, it's just that Douluo suffered a loss. Although this seat has suppressed the soul power at level, but when this seat is at level, the strength of mental power is no worse than that of ordinary titled Douluo. This third soul skill, if one has a titled Douluo cultivation base, the mental strength is greatly enhanced, and it can't be suppressed for long. But this seat only has 80 level soul power after all, and this third soul skill can only support half a stick of incense. Don't worry, Douluo won't die. Hearing his landlord's explanation, Yang Bai nodded half understanding. To put it bluntly, Douluo's strength is above poison kung fu, not to mention mental power. Even his physique is not as strong as Contra of the same level. It can only be said that the third soul skill of my poster is just more capable of restraining Douluo. Hey! Brother Douluo, you can't continue to be addicted, Bon Zuxiang is coming soon. No matter how worried Yang Bai is at the moment, Douluo in the soul bone world is currently choosing the right soul bone for him. One piece after another, Douluo is unwilling to give up every 10-year-old soul bone. Mine. It's all mine. I, Douluo, will take away all the 10-year-old soul bones. Ha ha ha, by the way, I almost forgot, I have to choose a set of soul bones for Yanner. The moment Douluo mentioned Yanner, he suddenly realized that something was wrong with him. The small figure of Douluo began to appear in his mind. In a trance, it seemed as if he heard Douluo's intimacy in his ear. "Grandpa, why are you going to Soto City?" "Ha ha ha, Grandpa is here to become a titled Douluo and to better protect Yanner in the future." Boom! In a moment, tears began to fall from Douluo's eyes. In an instant, the entire spirit bone world began to become distorted. The 10-year-old soul bone he held tightly in his hand also became illusory. Fake. It's all fake. It turns out that all this is fake, Goose, thank you. At the last moment, when Douluo's voice rang in Douluo's ear, he suddenly woke up. What? The 8th soul skill, freeze time. Following Douluo's 8th soul ability, the entire abyss of the Demon Sea came to a standstill, and all the confusion came to an abrupt end. Douluo began to look at this so realistic illusory space. Without any hesitation, Douluo immediately tried to break the restriction. 6th soul skill. Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor Break. As Douluo poured all his soul power into his 6th soul skill, his 6th soul skill became extremely terrifying. As Douluo's 6th soul skill suddenly landed on this still space, like a broken mirror, the entire space constructed by Yetiankin's 3rd soul skill collapsed. At the moment when Yang Bai was extremely nervous, before the end of the half-stick incense time, he finally broke free from the shackles of Yetiankin's 3rd soul ability, and appeared in Yang Bai's sight. Ha ha ha! Brother Douluo, you really succeeded, unbelievable, incredible, congratulations, congratulations, Brother Douluo, from now on, we will be together. Seeing Yang Bai's ecstatic expression, Douluo, who had exhausted all his soul power, felt that his eyes were extremely swaying. In a daze, a relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Immediately limp on the ground. Upon seeing this, Yang Bai quickly came to Douluo's side. Brother Douluo? Brother Douluo? Yet Yanchen always felt weird in this scene, so he opened his mouth immediately. Yang Bai, Douluo is just exhausted and a little exhausted. You can take him down to rest. After he recovers, you are bringing him to see me. After that, Yet Yanchen waved his hand and entered the pavilion, and Yang Bai also realized that Douluo was indeed fine, so he took him away from the top of the star-reaching tower. After a while, the melodious and ecstatic sounds of the piano came out from the top of the Zaixing Tower. Originally I wouldn't update it today, but other authors scared me, saying that interrupting updates during a round of recommendations would be an act of suicide. I had no choice but to rush out a chapter like this in the middle of the night. I feel that the writing of this chapter is not very satisfactory. I will revise it tomorrow. There will still be 3 chapters tomorrow, unchanged. By the way, tonight, the author has to stay up all night to study Subject 1. I hope I won't die suddenly, and I hope I can pass Subject 1 tomorrow. Thank you for your understanding today. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, The Killing Order is issued, and Yu Xiaogang is tempted. Modified slightly, otherwise I. Chapter 34 Issuing 1,000 Kill Order, Yu Xiaogang is tempted. Slightly modified, otherwise it is a bit poisonous. But in just a few days, Douluo recovered. Not only that, after Yetiankin's 3rd soul skill Demon Sea Abyss tempered, Douluo's state of mind has been greatly improved. The soul power that had not grown for a long time was finally released, and it broke through to level 86 in a few days, the top of the star building. At this moment, Yang Bai had brought the recovered Douluo to Yetianchen. Yang Bai greets the landlord. As soon as he saw Yetianchen, Yang Bai's expression turned serious. Although Douluo beside him was obviously a little uncomfortable, he followed suit. Hold your fists with your hands and kneel down on one knee. Subordinate Douluo, please pay your respects to the host. Seeing Douluo still a little dazed, yet Yanchen didn't care, he would get used to it gradually. No need to be polite. Douluo, since you have passed this seat's assessment of you, then this seat will naturally keep its promise and allow you to join my star-picking building. However, at this moment, you have to think about it. It's easy to enter my star-reaching tower, but if you want to leave my star-reaching tower, either you will die or I will die. Otherwise, I will personally take the life of anyone who dares to defect from anywhere in the world. Do you understand? Listening to Yetiankin's cold words, he was calm and unhurried. Douluo's heart also jumped violently. These few words Yetianchen just said seemed to have a kind of magic power, making Douluo seem to see the miserable end of himself if he defected. Raising his head, Douluo looked at Yetianchen firmly. Master, don't worry, since I, Douluo, entered the Zhaixing building today, the Zhaixing building will be the root of my Douluo from now on. Life is a person in the Star-Zailing Tower, and death is a ghost in the Star-Zailing Tower. If you violate this oath, you will be punished by God. Hearing this, Yetianchen showed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. This Douluo is pretty good. After giving up, Yetianchen also jokingly said, no need to be punished by heaven. If you break this oath, if you don't wait for the punishment from heaven, I will definitely be the first one to break your neck. However, there is no need to be too nervous. I don't have so many constraints in Star-Reaching Tower. If there is a task, it needs to be completed in time. The rest of the time is up to you to arrange freely, whether it's cultivation or listening to music. As long as you don't act indiscriminately under the name of Zhaixinglu, you will have nothing to do on weekdays. After all, you, Douluo, are also a level 86 Contra after all, and you are not the bird in my cage in the Star-Reaching Tower. Yes. Mr. Douluo understands. Yang Bai couldn't help but smile at the sight. Although his landlord is usually cold-tempered, it has to be said that Yetianchen is extremely tolerant towards all members of their star building. Every year, there are very few tasks that allow a sole master of the Contra level to take action. In fact, most of Douluo's time is still his own. Douluo didn't know whether he should laugh or feel scared at this moment. This poster of my own seems to be different from other high-ranking titled Douluo. Although his strength is unpredictable, he doesn't seem to care too much about everything. Shaking his head, Douluo didn't think too much. He had already joined the Star-Reaching Tower, so it was useless to think so much. It's better to do things down to earth and practice happily. Thinking of this, Douluo finally couldn't help but smile. Looking at Douluo's stupid, silly smile, for some reason, Yetianchen always felt that he had misjudged him. Why do you think Douluo is different? Douluo, this seat also knows that what you did when you entered my star-picking tower was nothing more than two things. One is to get the entire star-reaching tower as your backing, and you want to rely on the star-reaching tower for shelter. The second is that you, Douluo, want to find an opportunity to become a titled Douluo here in my Zhaixing building. I won't mind any of these. This. As soon as these words came out, Douluo felt that he had difficulty breathing again. Even though I am old enough, I have been stripped to the core. Before Douluo could explain, Yetianchen continued, anyone who joins the Star-Reaching Tower will naturally be protected by me and the entire Star-Reaching Tower. There is no doubt about this. However, if you want to find a chance to break through title Douluo, it depends on whether you work hard enough. If you, Douluo, are good enough to contribute to Zhaixinglu, this seat will not be stingy. If you have what Yang Bai has, you can have it too. A 10-year soul ring is not a big problem in my eyes. Hearing this, Douluo was a little sluggish. Is it really that easy to get a 10-year spirit ring? Looking at Yang Bai with a smile on his face and Yetianchen who was extremely calm, Douluo was dubious, but deep down he was full of expectations. There's no need to say anything else. During this period, just stay with Yang Bai. It just so happens that my annual 1000 kill order in Zhaixing Tower is about to be promulgated. You two will be responsible for this. Let's do it. Okay, I'm tired now, so you two can step aside for now. Yet Yanchen looked at Yang Bai and Douluo and decided the matter directly, without giving them any chance to hesitate. In an instant, Yet Yanchen returned to the pavilion, leaving only the somewhat dull Douluo and the slightly bitter Yang Bai. Yang Bai obeys. Turning his head, looking at Douluo who was still at a loss, Yang Bai shook his head. "Brother Douluo, let's go. Once the 1,000 kill order is issued, you and I will be busy." Saying that, Yang Bai took the lead in jumping down from the top of Zaixing Tower. When Douluo saw this, he hurried to follow. He still had many questions that Yang Bai needed to answer. With a flick of the brush, the two of them arrived at Yang Bai's usual residence. With doubts, Douluo couldn't help but ask about Yang Bai. "Brother Yang Bai, I don't know how you and I should deal with this 1,000 kill order. It's okay not to mention it, but Yang Bai also has a sad look on his face." Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Douluo must have heard of my 1,000 kill order of Zaixinglu, but this matter is not as simple as you think." Douluo frowned. Naturally, he had heard of the 1,000 kill order of Zaixing Tower. It is rumored that the star-reaching tower issues a 1,000 kill order once a year. During the period when the 1,000 kill order is issued, all soul masters in Douluo continent and ordinary people will be affected. You can come to the star-reaching tower to post tasks. As long as he can pay the price recognized by Zaixinglu, whether it's assassinating high-level soul masters or dealing with local hooligans. Right or wrong? All members of the star-reaching tower will mobilize to complete the task within 3 months, but knowing is one thing. Douluo knows very well that if he wants to really handle this matter, he and Yang Bai will probably be exhausted. After all tasks are accepted, the two of them need to control and supervise to ensure that every task can be successfully completed. "Brother Yang Bai, after all, I have only heard about the 1,000 killing order, and I only know that the affairs are complicated, but I don't know anything else." "Why?" Hearing Douluo sigh slightly, Yang Bai's originally wry smile changed instantly and he looked at Douluo's sad look. Yang Bai patted Douluo's shoulder. "Brother Douluo, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. In the past years, Yin He and I were responsible. As long as I'm here, it won't be a problem. You and I, let's issue the 1,000 kill order first." Hearing this, Douluo also nodded. Everyone knows the truth, so let's do it step by step. A few days later, with the release of the 1,000 kill order of the star-reaching tower, starting from Soto City, the entire Tiandu Empire was instantly plunged into heated discussions. Soon after, it spread throughout the Douluo continent. For a time, Soto City became turbulent, with forces and people from all walks of life coming in droves. And in the southwest of the Heaven-Do Empire, Fasno Province, in Nodding Soul Master Junior Academy in Nodding City, a middle-aged man with short hair is currently clutching the news in his hand about the 1,000 kill order issued by Zaixing Tower. The eyes are full of cold murderous intent. "I'm just writing this at this time today, there are 2 more updates tonight. Today's test subject 1, Grandma's, 93 points, staying up all night last night for a quick 1 day is still useful, crying to death really. August St is Army Day. I hope everyone can face life like a resolute warrior in August, unwavering and full of energy. Friends who have monthly tickets, we look forward to your support, the same goes for investing. There will be 2 updates at PM, so please remember to follow along and read it, thank you." End of this chapter. Chapter 35 When Whimsical, Assassinate You Luomian. Chapter 35 When Whimsical, Assassinate You Luomian. Just when the middle-aged man with short hair was slightly dazed, a passing teacher from Nodding College also saw something strange about this middle-aged man. In an instant, the passing teacher scoffed at this, mouth also began to appear ridicule. "Hey, who am I? I'm writing the news of the 1,000 killing order of the star-picking tower tightly in my hand. It turned out to be you, Master, tisk tisk tisk, that shouldn't be the case. Master, you are also a big shot from Wuhan City. Is there really someone in this world that makes you angry but dare not speak out? But it doesn't seem impossible. After all, Master, your status is noble, but you are only level 29 after all. Forget it, Master, the 1,000 killing order from the Zhaixing Tower is a rare opportunity, Master can't delay. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. After some cynicism, the teacher from Nodding Soul Master Junior Academy also sneered and walked away. Only Yu Xiaogang was left alone in the wind. Seeing this scene, the other teachers from Nottingham Junior Academy also smiled at the corners of their mouths, glanced at Yu Xiaogang jokingly, and then left straight away. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was about to explode with anger, his square face began to turn red, and murderous intent appeared in his brows and eyes. Humph! These bastards are nothing more than a group of people who sit and watch the sky. How do they know my ability, Yu Xiaogang? Although I, Yu Xiaogang, am only level 29, I am still crazy about the 10 theories of martial arts that I have studied, even if I am a powerful titled Douluo, snob. Yu Xiaogang kept cursing in his heart, but he also noticed what the teacher of Nodding Soul Master Junior Academy said just now. The 1,000 kills order in Star-Reaching Tower is an opportunity that comes only by chance. Wouldn't it be a pity if I didn't get such an excellent opportunity in advance? After making up his mind, Yu Xiaogang didn't hesitate anymore, and walked out of Nodding City with confident steps, striding forward in the direction of Soto City, and the impact of the 1,000 killing order of the Star-Picking Tower is far more than that. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, in the main hall of the sect, Ning Fengzi looked gloomy at this moment. At this moment, Sword Douluo also walked in with a gloomy face. Seeing Jian Douluo approaching, Ning Fengzi also stood up. Uncle Jian, how are you? Those people really went to Soto City. Jian Douluo was silent for a moment, and then said helplessly, Fengzi, you still haven't stopped. Some soul masters took advantage of the chaos and entered Zuotuo City. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi frowned, exhaled lightly, and slowly sat down on the seat again. It seems that there is still no way to stop this matter, that's all. Soldiers will block it, water will cover it. The big deal is, let those agents and our leaders enter the sect, and we will protect them personally. No matter how powerful Zhaixing Lu is, it is impossible for him to come to my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for a trivial matter. What's more, my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is not made of mud. Sword Douluo also nodded, that was all he could do. Speaking of all that happened in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it is still related to the 1,000 killing order issued by the Zhaixing Tower. Once Zhaixing Building was located in Wuhan City, even if 1,000 killing orders were issued, unless they really had a deep hatred, most people would not choose to trade with Zhaixing Lu under the nose of Wuhan Palace. After all, Zhaixing Lu is not afraid of Wuhandian, but their low-level soul masters are not. But now when they came to Soto City and the Star Do Empire, the contradictions here were already extremely prominent. Especially the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School almost monopolized the industry of the entire Heaven Do Empire. In the process of expansion, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has caused countless soul masters and innocent civilians to die tragically, which is already inexhaustible. The arrival of the Star-Picking Tower is like a bright light in the dark night. For those who are eager to take revenge on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the 1,000 killing order of the Star-Picking Tower came so timely. The result is obvious. Countless soul masters and civilians who have hatred for the Kaibao Glazed sect continue to move towards Soto City, eager to take this opportunity to take revenge. The intelligence of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is not for nothing. Most of these people were intercepted and killed by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School halfway. But it's a pity that there are still fish that slip through the net and enter Soto City. For a moment, the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was on high alert, and this is not the scariest thing after the release of the 1,000 killing order of the Star-Reaching Tower. After the news of the release of the 1,000 killing order of the Star-Picking Tower spread throughout the Heaven Do Empire, officials in many places seem to be different people. Those officials who used to be hairless and hairless have started to distribute supplies to ordinary people one by one for an unprecedented time, What's more, he even came directly to the busy city with a thorn on his back, wanting to wash away his sins. In Tiandu city, when Emperor Sui saw an urgent letter sent from various places, and secretly searched all kinds of abnormal behaviors of various sects and officials of Tiandu Empire during this period, Emperor Sui couldn't help feeling a little bit emotion. He himself has been in power for so many years, promulgated so many imperial decrees without the slightest change or restraint, and the officials and sects who have not changed or restrained are afraid of doing this just because the Zhaixing building issued 1,000 killing decree. Sure enough, without strength, everything you say is false. Emperor Shui yet is deeply convinced of this at this moment. All of these naturally cannot affect the continuous stream of soul masters and civilians pouring into Soto City. Because of this, Soto City became extremely lively. Especially under the Zhaixing building, countless soul masters gather here, eager to hear the piano sound of the Zhaixing building, so as to gain some insights. The bustling scene in Suotuo City was naturally seen by Yu Xiaogang, who had rushed over in a hurry. On the streets of Suotuo City, Yu Xiaogang's mind is full of excitement that he is about to get revenge. In a short while, Yu Xiaogang came to the towering star-picking tower. I didn't expect it, the Zhaixing Tower will actually leave Wuhan City one day, but that's right, Wuhan Palace is not a good man and a believer. Under their noses, there must have been some conflicts between the two parties that they don't know about. Never mind, work is important. Saying that, Yu Xiaogang went directly to the door of the Zhaixing building and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the release of the 1,000 killing order of the Zhaixing building in the morning. A night like the wind, quietly passed away. At the moment when the eastern dawn rises, thousands of golden lights are incomparably brilliant, falling on the star-picking tower, reflecting an unusually beautiful light. Gu-woo squeak. As the gate on the first floor of the Zhaixing building slowly opened, two figures also appeared in front of Yu Xiaogang and the crowd who had been waiting for a long time. Yang Bai was wearing a white robe, stepped forward, and 9 soul rings suddenly appeared under his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The aura that belonged exclusively to title Douluo made everyone present dare not take a deep breath, and all of them stayed in place. Seeing this, Douluo also took a step forward in the green robe, and 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, also rose at his feet. With contra-level strength, none of the people present dared to take things lightly. Glancing left and right, Yang Bai's lips moved slightly, and a loud voice was clearly heard by everyone present. The 9,000 killing order of the Zhaixing building will be issued starting today, a period of 3 months, a total of 650 pieces. Everyone who needs it, at this moment, you can enter the Zhaixing Tower to release tasks in an orderly manner. But let me explain in advance, I only look at the price when I pick a star. If you want to be an empty-handed white wolf, it's better to leave earlier. Finally, if anyone dares to make trouble in my building of picking stars, they will be shot to death. After all, the strong murderous intent on Yang Bai directly enveloped everyone present. For a moment, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Naturally, I dare not easily commit crimes in the Zhaixing Tower. Even Yu Xiaogang, who was full of confidence at the beginning, began to line up obediently at this moment. Some people who entered the Starjiang Tower walked out with joy, as if their great revenge had been avenged. Also a little bit lost, obviously did not pay the price Zhaixing can accept. Finally, after waiting for a day and a night, it was finally Yu Xiaogang's turn to enter the star-reaching tower. As soon as he came in, Yu Xiaogang came to Douluo. Looking at Douluo, he was very excited. After a brief glance at Yu Xiaogang, Douluo lost interest. How could a great soul master have any enemies? Slowly raise a cup of tea in your hand, just drink it down. But as soon as Yu Xiaogang opened his mouth, Douluo almost squirted out the tea. I want to kill the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Yu Luomian. Really, there were 2 updates originally, but I found it was not possible. I stayed up all night last night. Today I took the test for Subject 1 and went to the student loan again. I am very tired and the quality of the writing is very poor. Poison, simply forget it. After all, compared with quantity and quality, quality is always the most important. Everyone wait for me to have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow I will give you a daily update. Puppies can't do it. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Martial Soul Theory, Douluo Sniffs. Chapter 36 Wuhan 10 Theory, Douluo Sneers. Cough. 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 Douluo's eyes were staring wide open, with an incredulous expression on his face, looking at the middle-aged man in front of him. For some reason, Douluo had a feeling of déjà vu. But after thinking about it for a while, I still can't remember who it was. At this moment, Yang Bai was also attracted by Yu Xiaogang, a unique assassination target. As Yang Bai approached Yu Xiaogang began to panic a little. After all, he was a strong man at the level of a titled Douluo. The sense of oppression is still full, the corners of the mouth slightly raised. Yang Bai was also straightforward. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family Yu Luomian you are talking about is a Contra of level 85 or above. I can take over this commission from Zixinglu. But, Your Excellency, you are only level 29. I really don't know what price you can pay for us to accept this commission from the Star-Reaching Tower. After all, to assassinate Yu Luomian, I need to send a strong titled Douluo from Zixinglu to do it. When Yu Xiaogang heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. He was also worried that Zixinglu would reject the matter because he needed someone with a title of Douluo level to take action. Unexpectedly, Zixinglu was not afraid at all. Ha ha ha, that's natural, Your Majesty, since you dare to come to Zixing building to entrust this matter, I have already made preparations early. After hearing this, Yang Bai frowned. The guy in front of me is just a level 29 soul master, why is he so confident? Tell me, what can you give? Yu Xiaogang also held his head high when he heard the words. He may feel that he is far behind in terms of soul power, but he is full of confidence in the 10 theories of martial arts that he has studied. Your Majesty, the price I can pay is neither a large amount of gold coins nor any treasures, but a book. This is the result of more than 10 years of intensive research on martial arts, top 10 theories of Wuhan. As soon as these words came out, before Yang Bai could react, Douluo, who had been in deep thought from the beginning, finally knew who the guy in front of him was. Immediately, Douluo stood up, his cold tone full of sarcasm. Who am I to say that I want us to assassinate Yu Luomian of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family in Zixinglu? It was you, Yu Xiaogang, the son of Yu Yuanzhen, the patriarch of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. With a swipe, Yu Xiaogang's face that was full of confidence waiting for Yang Bai to ask about the 10 theories of Wuhan turned pale in an instant. It was recognized by someone. Yang Bai also reacted a little better at this moment. It turned out that the level 29 trash in front of me came from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and was also the son of the head of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. In an instant, strong interest appeared on Yang Bai's face. Wanting to assassinate his own uncle, Yu Xiaogang in front of him is really ruthless. Yu Xiaogang quickly regained his composure. Now that he has been recognized, there is no need to hide it. That's right, I am Yu Xiaogang, the son of the patriarch of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. However, Zixinglu shouldn't give up this commission just because of my status, right? Moreover, I have heard that the Zixing building never reveals the identity of the client, so why should you bother about who I am? After calming down, Yu Xiaogang was also determined. As long as Zixinglu can finally accept this commission, it will all be worth it. Yang Bai nodded upon hearing this. Your Excellency Yu Xiaogang, you are right, I really don't care who you are in Zixinglu, but what are the 10 theories of martial arts that you call the price? Is it really worth it for me to go to the Star Tower to kill a Contra who has the protection of a titled Douluo? Brother Yang Bai, don't ask any more questions, you may not know what Yu Xiaogong's so-called 10 theories of Wuhan are. But I am very clear. Oh? Brother Douluo, do you want to hear it? Looking at Douluo's mocking expression, Yang Bai already guessed that the so-called 10 theories of Wuhan were of little value. But unable to hold back his curiosity, Yang Bai also wanted to know what it was. Brother Yang Bai, Yu Xiaogong's so-called 10 great theories of martial soul are just a bunch of useless junk. Back then, he, Yu Xiaogang, by chance in Wuhan City, relied on his relationship with the Holy Maiden of Wuhan Palace, the current Pope Bibi Dong, to get permission to enter the library of Wuhan Palace. I don't know how much this guy copied the Wuhan knowledge summarized by the Wuhan Palace in the past. After returning to the Heaven Do Empire, he began to publicize the so-called top 10 theories of Wuhan. In my opinion, it is extremely useless, am I right, Yu Xiaogang? Hearing what Douluo said, Yu Xiaogang could no longer collapse. You, who the hell are you? I, Yu Xiaogang, have no grievances against you, so why should I deny my 10 theories on martial arts? These are all the hard work of my research and have nothing to do with the books in Wuhan Palace. Yu Xiaogong's face is ferocious at the moment, as if he is about to go mad. Oh, who am I? Yu Xiaogang, you are not worthy to know. Take your so-called 10 theories of Wuhan, and immediately get out of the Xing Xing Tower for me. Is a waste-like thing worthy of our Xingxingluo beheading Yu Luomian for you, wishful thinking. Yang Bai also understood that Yu Xiaogang in front of him is a liar, and he still wants to let the White Wolf go to the Star Tower to kill a Contra. In an instant, Yang Bai's expression turned ugly. If Douluo hadn't exposed Yu Xiaogong's so-called 10 theories of Wuhan, he might have wasted more time. Humph! You're just a tampering person, how dare you lie to me, court death! Suddenly, Yang Bai waved his sleeves, and the terrifying soul power directly knocked Yu Xiaogong's body dozens of meters away from the Star Jiang Tower. Boom, then it slammed into the ground. Puff! As a mouthful of old blood kept pouring out, Yu Xiaogang felt that there was not a single intact part of his body. After struggling for a while, I still couldn't get up. In the Zhaixing building, Douluo couldn't help being a little funny seeing Yang Bai's angry look. Brother Yang Bai, there is no need to worry too much about such an incompetent person. With Brother Yang Bai's attack just now, Yu Xiaogang will have to shed his skin even if he doesn't die. After hearing this, Yang Bai felt relieved a lot. Death is not enough. During the period when my star building issued 1,000 kill orders, all employers who entered my star building, no matter whether they could negotiate or not, would not kill each other. Unless the employer wants to trade lives for lives. That Yu Xiao was only seriously injured by me just now, forget it, don't mention it, let's continue. Douluo nodded, outside the Zhaixing building, but there are still many people waiting to enter, and the two of them will naturally not take a little Yu Xiaogang, a 29-level guy in their eyes. After a while, Douluo and Yang Bai were busy again in Zhaixing building. And Yu Xiaogang is not so comfortable. Yu Xiaogang, who had been lying outside the star-picking tower for a long time, was finally brought back for treatment at the cost of a lot of gold soul coins. 3 days later, outside Suotuo City, on an ox cart, Yu Xiaogang was wrapped in gauze all over his body, lying motionless on it, and as the ox cart started, Yu Xiaogang was also rocked back and forth. Zhaixinglu. I don't know good and bad, and dare to talk nonsense. I, Yu Xiaogang, have studied the 10 theories of Wuhan all my life. How could it be a pile of waste paper? Wait for me, if you don't avenge this revenge, I, Yu Xiaogang, swear that I will never be a human being in this life. Star-catching tower. Just when Yu Xiaogang vowed secretly, the moment when murderous intent emerged in his heart, he was also thrown off the cart as the ox cart shook too much. Have a meal. 1-ha-fa Chapter 2, about an hour. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Special List, when the killing starts. Chapter 37 Special List, when the killing starts. Yu Xiaogong's departure did not affect the expectations of those soul masters and commoners outside Zhaixing building. In just half a month, a total of 650 commissions for the 1,000 kill order issued by the star-reaching tower were fully reached. In the past, it would have taken at least 2 months to do it in Wuhan City, but I didn't expect it to be so easy in Soto City. When all tasks were completed, the originally planned 3-month time limit was advanced by more than 2 months. The Zhaixing building closed its doors again. Everyone knows that a feast of slaughter is about to be staged in the Heaven Do Empire. At the top of the Zhaixing building, at this moment, Yang Bai and Douluo Bo are reporting the situation of the 1,000 killing order to Ye Tianchen respectfully. Lord, this year's 1,000 kill orders have all been received, a total of 650 pieces. Among them, the assassination targets are not titled Douluo and Contra level powerhouses. There are 6 people at the Soul Saint level, more than 70 people at the Soul Emperor level, more than 300 Soul Kings, more than 1,000 people at the Soul Sect level, and about 1,000 Soul Lords. Besides that, there are hundreds of ordinary people. Among all the prices paid, nearly 1,000 people chose to exchange their lives for their lives. Please show the landlord. He came after hearing Yang Bai's report on this year's 1,000 killing order in the star-reaching tower. The corner of Ye Tianken's mouth also revealed a complicated expression. 1,000 people choose to exchange their lives, which is not a small number. It is conceivable that the assassination target who can be exchanged for his life must have blood debts on his body. Sighing softly, Ye Tianchen stopped worrying about this. Isn't the existence of the Star-Zhaixing Tower just a sharp sword hanging over the heads of everyone in the world? At least, the 1,000 kill order of Star-Reaching Tower can give those desperate people a glimmer of revenge. Yang Bai, Douluo Bo, you two did a good job. Now that you have the list, hang it up in the building and let the killers of all levels of Xianhuang and Tiandi finish it. Follow, but... Sir, although there are no Contras entitled Douluos to be assassinated in this mission, there are a few Soul Saints and Soul Emperors who are difficult to deal with. Hearing this, Ye Tianchen frowned. Yang Bai is also a powerhouse at the title Douluo level, and there is no one above Contra in this list. That can only show that there are some special existences in this list. Let's talk about it. In this list, there are probably some people from Shangzanzong or Zuahundian. After all, you, Yang Bai, are a title Douluo. Nodding, Yang Bai glanced at Douluo Bo, and then Douluo Bo slowly said, Master, in this list, it doesn't matter what else is included, but there are 3 Soul Saints, 12 Soul Emperors and dozens of ordinary people. Those who belong to the big merchants among the people have already hid in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. They are all members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and even the properties of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School in various places are managed by this group of people. Us. That's right, sir, if the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect has been protecting these people, with my level 92 strength, even with Brother Douluo and Yin He, I'm not sure that I can kill these people under the protection of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Kill. After Yang Bai finished supplementing, Ye Tianchen did not expect that so many people would target the Kaibao Glazed sect. It seems that the Kaibao Glazed sect will probably make many small moves in private. In this way, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is indeed a little troublesome for you, but you need to perform other tasks first. As for the assassination targets of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, leave it to me. It seems that I have to go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in person to do it, but that's okay. Ning Fengzi, this guy is also a smart person, it's time to meet him. Yang Bai obeys. Hearing that the owner of the house personally handled the matter related to the Kaibao Glazed Tile School, Yang Bai also relaxed a lot. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect has 2 titled Douluo level powerhouses, and both of them are above level 95. Although Yang Bai has great confidence in himself, facing such 2 titled Douluo, he still can't deal with it now. Soon, after the release of the 1,000 killing order of the Star's Eye building, the 4th level killers of Tiandi Xianhuang in the Star's Eye building received their tasks one after another. After that, they emerged from the star-reaching tower like a tide. And most of them were commissioned by the Tiandu Empire, killing, officially debut. In a large-scale mountain villa, at this moment, as the owner of this villa, he, who has the strength of Soul Saint, is enjoying the fruits of labor from the slaves in the villa, just as this soul sage was enjoying the delicacies of mountains and seas. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly entered his ears. In an instant, a sky-level assassin from Zhaixing Tower flew directly into the hall. Chang Fengpo, a level 72 battle soul saint. I thought he was some kind of character, but he turned out to be just an extravagant person. However, since you have been included in my list of the 1,000 killing orders of Zhaixinglu, today is your death day. After the words fell, the heaven-level killer suddenly released his martial soul. With level 78 strength and that weird move, in just a stick of incense, the heaven-level killer from the Star-Zhaixing Tower left this place. A villa, throw it away, and a killing token that belongs exclusively to Zhaixinglu is deeply embedded in the door. And in the main hall, the soul sage had already been torn into pieces, the blood directly stained the entire house red. In addition to this, whether it is a lively market or some sparsely populated places, the killers from the Zhaixing building will come as scheduled for anyone on the list of 1,000 killing orders. One after another, in about a month or so, almost all of the 650 commissions in the Zhaixing building were completed. The rest are just those guys hiding in the Kaibao glazed sect. This month was undoubtedly extremely shocking for the entire Heaven Do Empire. From time to time, some soul masters and ordinary people are killed by killers from the star-reaching tower in various places. Almost everyone in the Heaven Do Empire knows what Zhaixing Tower represents, and it represents killing. However, some people are happy and some are sad. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengzi is extremely worried right now. He didn't believe that the 1,000 killing order of Zhaixinglu would not have the backbone of his 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but so far, Zhaixinglu has hardly moved at all. Ning Fengzi knew that this was just the calm before the storm. It's not that Ning Fengzi doesn't know Yetiankin's strength, but he just wants to take a gamble. If he wins the bet, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will still maintain its absolute dominance within the Heaven Do Empire in the future, but if he still loses in the end, it would be a heavy blow to the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The reason why those people belonged to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was just to get protection, but if one day the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School could no longer keep them safe, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would go downhill. Just when Ning Fengzi looked bitter, Sword Douluo Chenexin and Bone Douluo Gurong walked in together. The remaining updates at p.m. There may be some problems in these 2 chapters, please feel free to speak, and remember to say if there is room for improvement. Then, as usual, I'm asking for some monthly votes to invest and so on. Thank you for your support, remember to read it. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Ning Feng is helpless, and the storm is about to come. Chapter 38 Ning Feng is helpless, and the storm is about to come. As soon as they entered the main hall, Sword Douluo Chen Xin and Bone Douluo saw Ning Fengzi, who was full of worries. Fengzi, there is news. As Sword Douluo finished speaking, Ning Fengzi suddenly stood up. The eyes are full of complex expressions. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, what's the news from the Star-Zhaixing Tower? At this moment, Ning Fengzi felt that he had never been as nervous as he was today in his entire life. There must be people from their Kaibao glazed sect over there in the Star-Zhaixing Tower who are on the 1,000 kill order list. But more than a month has passed, Zhaixinglu didn't respond in the slightest, but Ning Fengzi, during these days, his nerves were tense every day, fearing that Zhaixinglu would suddenly attack. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo looked at each other, and lowered their gazes. Sword Douluo also began to talk seriously about the information he found. Fengzi, the star-reaching tower should have completed all the commissions except for my 7 Treasures Glazed sect. During this period, through our entire Tiandu Empire's intelligence network, more than 3,000 people have been assassinated by the star-reaching tower. Therefore, We believe that star-reaching tower may target our 7 treasures glazed sect as its last target. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi also turned pale. Hey! Forget it, Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, since the Zhaixing building has completed other commissions, we, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, should also be ready. Star-reaching tower has at least 2 titled Douluo, especially the star-reaching tower owner. I really don't know if our 7 treasures glazed sect can survive this difficulty. As soon as these words came out, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo also fell silent. The star-reaching master is no ordinary titled Douluo. That is an existence that can fight with the second enshrined in the Wuhan Hall, the 98th level golden crocodile Douluo without losing the wind. Although the strength of the two of them is relatively strong among titled Douluo, they really have no confidence at all when facing the master of the star-reaching tower, whether it is Sword Douluo or Bone Douluo. But seeing that Ning Fengzi was so worried at this moment, Bone Douluo also put forward his own thoughts. Fengzi, how about we ask the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family for help? With Yu Yuan Zhen joining us, our Kaibao glazed sect will be safe and sound even if the owner of Zhaixinglu comes in person. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi shook his head. For the Landian Tyrannosaurus family, and for Yu Yuan Zhen, he couldn't understand Ning Fengzi too well. Uncle Gu, it's impossible, Yu Yuan Zhen will never help my 7 treasure glazed tile school. If important members of his blue electric Tyrannosaurus family are targeted by Zhaixinglu, maybe we still have a chance to join forces with Yu Yuan Zhen. But now, it's just my Kaibao glazed sect who is being targeted by Zhaixinglu. How could this guy Yu Yuan Zhen help me from the 7 treasures glazed sect? Bone Douluo was silent. Indeed, it would have been good if the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family did not take the opportunity to rob their 7 treasures glazed sect. After all, he went to provoke Zhaixinglu for no reason. Even Yu Yuan Zhen knew what was more serious and less serious. By the way, Uncle Jian, has Spirit Hall responded? When mentioning the Landian Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Ning Fengzi thought of Wuhandian. He, Ning Fengzi, is not stupid. If he can get support from Wuhan Palace, his 7 treasures glazed sect will not worry about the star-reaching tower coming. Therefore, Ning Fengzi wrote a letter to Pope Bibi Dong. Sword Douluo was stunned for a moment, then shook his head bitterly. Fengzi, the new Pope of Wuhan Palace, Bibi Dong, did reply to the letter, but Bibi Dong doesn't seem to be willing to get involved, let alone help our Kaibao glazed sect to deal with Zhaixinglu. Now, we can only rely on ourselves. After Sword Douluo finished speaking, Ning Fengzi felt that his head was getting big for a moment. Bibi Dong was not stupid. When she received a letter from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, she just glanced at it and burned it to ashes, not to mention that if Wuhan Palace wants to help Kaibao glazed sect, it will have to send at least 3 or 4 titled Douluo, and they cannot be as strong as Zhugui Douluo. The sacrifices in the temple must be made to ensure that the 7 treasures glazed sect can be preserved. Just this, Bibi Dong can't do it. Not to mention that the worshippers in the worship hall cannot listen to her Bibi Dong. Even in the elder hall, Bibi Dong has not subdued all the elders of the Wuhan hall for her own use. How can we help Kaibao glazed sect? What's more, Ning Fengzi's letter said lightly, it was just a rainbow fart of Wuhandian, but it didn't mention the benefits of Wuhandian helping Kaibao Liulitsong. Bibi Dong was naturally too lazy to respond. In fact, Bibi Dong wished that the Starzailing Tower could uproot the Kaibao glazed sect. After all, their Wuhandian looked like a gentleman on the surface, so it was naturally impossible to target the Kaibao Liulitsong with great fanfare. But the Starzai Tower is different. Yet Yenchen doesn't care at all about anyone's evaluation of the Starzai Tower in Douluo continent. Whether it's good or bad, the Starzai Tower only cares about the price when doing things. Of course, Bibi Dong was actually worried that because of her assistance to the Kaibao glazed sect, the star-reaching tower master would expose her commission to assassinate Qian Sunji. At least, not now, she, Bibi Dong, has not completely secured her position as Pope of the Wuhan Hall. Compared to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect at this moment, it is as if they are facing a formidable enemy, and their nerves are tense. Yet Yen Chen, who was far away at the top of the Starzane Tower in Soto City, felt quite relaxed and happy. Since the 1,000 killing order was issued during this period, the star-reaching tower's position in Soto City has become even more unshakable. Of course, these are not important things in Ye Tianquan's eyes. The most important thing is that a large number of soul masters are trying to join the star-reaching tower, which makes Ye Tianquan very satisfied. However, Zhaixing Building still did not accept these soul masters. According to Ye Tianquan's opinion, the purpose of joining the star-reaching tower one by one among these soul masters was not to serve the star-reaching tower. They all had their own agenda. Regarding the need for fresh blood in the Zhaixing Building in the future, Ye Tianquan still prefers to cultivate it by himself. However, all this is still a bit too early for the current Zhaixing Tower, whether it is Yin, Black, Yang, and Bai, or other killers at the 4 levels of Heaven, Earth, Xian Huang. They are all in the period of growth, and Zhaixing Tower is still on the rise, looking in the direction of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect from the top of the star-picking tower. Ye Tianquan's eyes began to look forward to it. If I remember correctly, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect has 2 powerful men at the title Douluo level. With Ning Fengzi, a level 79 auxiliary soul master, Ye Tianquan feels that the trip to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will be even more exciting. Yinhei, come see me quickly. Following Ye Tianquan's order, almost instantly, in a room in the Zhaixing Building, the Yinhei who was desperately cultivating instantly turned into a phantom and disappeared in the room. In the blink of an eye, Yinhei arrived at the top of the star-reaching tower. Yinhei greets the host. Seeing Yinhei coming, Ye Tianquan also nodded. No need to be polite, Yinhei, I called you here today, but I have a task for you. I wonder if you have the confidence to complete it. After saying that, Ye Tianquan smiled, Yinhei frowned, and the host smiled. Life or death was unpredictable, and he always felt that it was not a good thing. But no matter what, there is no room for rejection. Master, just tell me straight away, Yinhei will do his best. After saying that, he cast a dark glance at his poster. When he saw the corner of his poster's mouth rising, his heart suddenly sank to the bottom. He knows, he's done. Sure enough, the next second, what Ye Tianquan said made Yinhei almost stagger. Yinhei, I want you to hide in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and kill all the guys on the list of the 1,000 killing order. I wonder if you can do it. Ah! Owner! This. Looking at Yinhei's sluggish face in banter, Ye Tianquan didn't think it was difficult for him. Forget it, let's go, this seat will do it myself this time, and the title Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school will be handed over to me. You can figure out the rest. Hearing this, Yinhei burst into ecstasy, and he knew that his landlord would not care about his life or death. Ha ha ha! Owner, Yinhei obeys your orders. Overjoyed, Yinhei also followed Ye Tianquan. The two of them were like flying birds. With a tap of their toes, they soared into the sky and turned into 2 afterimages and disappeared on the top of the Starzane Tower. There is one more chapter, you can rest today. Wait a minute, everyone, for an hour and a half. In other words, the author has changed 4 times today, so don't hold on to the monthly pass in everyone's hands, just vote if you have to, and invest in it, hee, thank you for your support. At the same time, if you have any good suggestions, remember to leave a message in the comment area, the author will humbly adopt it. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ye Tianquan is domineering. Chapter 39 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ye Tianquan is domineering. 3 days later. Outside the gate of Kobo glazed sect, at this moment, Ye Tianquan was looking at the magnificent building complex of Kobo Liulitsong with admiration. Tisk, 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 it is indeed the 7 treasures glazed sect. It is different from the sect that controls the industry of the entire Tiandu Empire. This is not like the location of a sect, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a city. It's interesting, but since I, Yet Yen Chen, are here today, your Kaibao glazed sect may not be so lucky. Yet Yen Chen murmured silently in his heart, he had to say that the 7 treasure glazed tile sect is really rich. Standing behind Yet Yen Chen at this moment, Yin He was equally shocked. Although he had known for a long time that the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's wealth was terrifying, but hearing about it was better than seeing it. Seeing the darkness of this scene in person, besides a trace of anticipation, there is more endless murderous intent in his eyes. Lord, the 7 treasures glazed tile school really lives up to its reputation. This level of luxury is not much worse than the Spirit Hall. However, today's host, you come here in person, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, I'm afraid you will remember this day forever. Nodding, Yet Yen Chen glanced in the direction of the 7 treasures glazed sect again. Then he turned his head to look at Yin He. Yin He, the prosperity of the 7 treasures glazed tile school is nothing but empty space. In this world, there is no absolute strength, and all good things cannot be kept. That's all, let's go in. That guy Ning Fengzi must have been waiting for you. Remember to kill everyone on the list of the 1,000 killing order, leaving no one behind. As for the other 7 treasure glazed tile sect disciples, if you dare to stop them, you should kill them too. However, don't move the others, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect is not yet at the end of the day, keep them, they will still be useful in the future. Hearing this, Yin He was a little puzzled. Didn't he come here today to destroy the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school? Well, he, Yin He, was obviously a little agitated, but regarding Yetiankin's order, although he didn't know why he didn't directly destroy the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Yin He would resolutely carry it out. Don't worry, host. There are 72 people in total, no more, no less. I will keep them all in mind, and there will be no mistakes. Well, let's go. I haven't had any active activities in nearly half a year. I hope the Kaibao glazed sect won't let me down. Follow orders. Landlord. After finishing speaking, Yet Yen Chen walked towards the mountain gate of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect step by step, while Yin He also followed behind. His complexion gradually turned cold. The killing was coming. Yin He is ready. In a short time, the two arrived outside the gate of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. At this time, several patrolling disciples of Kaibao glazed tile school also found Yet Yen Chen and Yin He. But before the patrolling disciples of the 7 treasures glazed tile school opened their mouths to ask, Yin He was just a glance, and the pressure of the tidal Douluo level instantly crushed these 7 treasures glazed tile school disciples into a pool of blood mist. Suddenly, Yet Yen Chen and Yin He jumped into the 7 treasures glazed sect. Along the way, none of the Kaibao Liulitsong disciples who saw Yet Yen Chen and Yin He dared to move forward. The reason is very simple. At this moment, Yin He has raised 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red, under his feet, let alone the aura that belonged exclusively to the titled Douluo stepped forward to block it. These 7 treasures glazed tile sect disciples felt that they would explode if they took one more look. At the same time, when the dark titled Douluo's aura swept across the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengzi and Sword Douluo Bone Douluo, who had been waiting for a long time in the main hall of the sect, were also instantly aware of it. Fengzi, here we come. Starjiang Tower. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, let's go. You can't hide from hiding. Life and death depend on destiny. I hope my 7 treasure glazed tile school can survive this catastrophe. Ning Fengzi let out a breath of cold air. As the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Fengzi is not afraid of death. When Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo heard this, their eyes flashed for a while. As veteran title Douluo, they were actually not afraid of Yetiankin's arrival. As soon as Ning Fengzi and Sword Douluo Bone Douluo walked out of the hall, they saw Yin He in black robes and Yet Yen Chen in plain clothes. At this moment, Ning Fengzi's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Although only 2 people came to the Zhaixing building, it was obvious that the man in black robe was one of the 2 worshippers of the Zhaixing building. That blood-red soul ring reminds Ning Fengzi all the time of the power of the black-robed man, but it was the smiling Ye Tianchen who made Ning Fengzi feel the most despair. Judging from the respectful attitude of the man in black robe, this plain-clothed man should be the mysterious owner of Zhaixing building, who is named Qin Demon. Call. Seeing Ning Fengzi's tense and dignified expression, Ye Tianchen looked indifferent. I don't know what the Qin Demon Mian is doing to my 7 treasure glazed tile school today. Even though he knew the purpose of coming to the star-reaching tower, Ning Fengzi still didn't want to make a big move from the beginning. If possible, Ning Fengzi still hopes to avoid conflict as much as possible. After all, it is obvious that there are 2 strong men at the title Douluo level, and one of them is strong and mysterious. Ning Fengzi is not sure at all. Hearing Ning Fengzi's words with a hint of fear, Ye Tianchen didn't act in a hurry. Sect Master Ning, I didn't expect you and I to meet for the first time in this capacity. Why are you here, and why should Sect Leader Ning pretend to be confused? If Sect Master Ning can hand over the guys on my list of the 1000 killing order of the Star Tower today, maybe I can just let it go. Otherwise, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect might have to pay for the lives of many people today. As soon as these words came out, Ning Fengzi's face became gloomy, and Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Your Majesty Qin Momian, are you threatening my 7 treasure glazed tile school? Threat? Sect Master Ning, since this is the case, there is no need to say more. Yin He, you go and act, remember, don't miss anyone. Ye Tianchen, who was too lazy to talk nonsense, simply asked Yin He to act. Since the Kobo glazed tile school thought he could do it, Ye Tianchen would teach the Kobo glazed tile school a good lesson today. Hearing the words of his own poster, under the dark black robe, his face became happy, and then turned into a rainbow, and started pouring into the Kobo glazed sect to look for the assassination target. No. When Ning Fengzi saw this scene, his expression suddenly changed. Seeing this, Jian Douluo was about to fly forward to stop Yin He, but as soon as he had this thought, Ye Tianchen appeared in front of him in an instant. Sword Douluo Jinexin, you should stay. Suddenly, Ye Tianchen struck out with a palm, and the majestic soul power was like an overwhelming force, forcing Sword Douluo to fly back. Lord reaching for the stars. You are courting death. At this moment, Ning Fengzi was in a bit of a hurry. If the star-chasing building owner was really allowed to drag him and the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo alone, wouldn't that black robe titled Douluo from the star-chasing building be able to do whatever he wanted in the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Presumptuous? 3 of you can't protect yourself, why do you still think so much? It seems that this seat is still not taken seriously. After all, under Ye Tianchen's feet, a black soul ring rose instantly, and in a short while, 6 black soul rings and 3 blood-red soul rings made Ning Fengzi and Sword Douluo Bone Douluo feel short of breath. 6 10,000-year spirit rings, 3 10-year spirit rings, this. How can this be? Ning Fengzi stayed where he was. The 4th update is over, everyone, don't hide your monthly pass, hurry up, use your monthly pass to smash me to death. Ahem, cough, be normal. I hope everyone can support this book and the author. Your monthly recommendation votes and investment rewards are the author's biggest motivation. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Ning Gujian teamed up, the power of Tian Moken. Chapter 40 Ning Gujian teamed up, the power of Tian Moken. Immediately afterwards, Ye Tianchen's level 97 soul power suddenly exploded. Waves of terrifying soul power fluctuations caused the entire building outside the Kobo glazed sect's main hall to turn into a mess. The aura of the titled Douluo directly made all the soul masters around him who had cultivated as soul saints feel the pressure like a mountain in an instant. With a bang, the disciple of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect who had been cultivated by the soul sage immediately stiffened his knees, and then his whole body lay on the ground, unable to move. It's actually a level 97 titled Douluo, 3 10-year soul rings, 6-year soul rings. The master of Zhaixing is so terrifying, no wonder even the 98th level golden crocodile Douluo, who is enshrined in the second hall of Wuhan Hall, can't do anything against him. At this moment, Sword Douluo Chen, who had seen Yetiankin's full strength, couldn't help but swallowed. This terrifying soul ring configuration was something he had never heard of or seen in the entire Douluo continent. Sect Master Ning, it's still too late for you. I'll give you one last chance to hand over all the assassination targets on my Starzane Tower 1000 kill order list. I will ensure that your Kobo glazed sect is safe and sound. Otherwise, if I really take action, your Kobo glazed sect may be in trouble. Under tremendous pressure, Ning Fengzi frowned at this moment. The level 97 star-reaching master's strength was indeed beyond his imagination, especially the terrifying soul ring configuration. However, he is still unwilling to give up. No matter what, they will try their best to fight today. The reason is very simple: if the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School handed over those people directly, from now on, in the entire Heaven Do Empire, there would probably never be any soul masters or merchants who would trust him in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Master Zhaixing, don't talk nonsense. Since you insist on forcing me to fight with the 7 Treasures Glazed sect today, let's do it. Uncle Jian. Uncle Bone. Kill. Following Ning Fengzi's furious shout, 7 soul rings instantly rose from under his feet. As the master of the Kobo glazed sect, a level 79 auxiliary soul saint and known American Samoa, the #1 auxiliary soul master in Douluo continent, Ning Fengzi is no simple thing. If it weren't for his Wuhan 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, which could only allow him to cultivate to the realm of Soul Sage, he would probably be a titled Douluo now. The first soul skill, 7 Treasures Exquisite Heart. As Ning Fengzi's first soul ring lit up, 2 streamers of light instantly flew into the bodies of Sword Douluo Chen Xin and Bone Douluo, and the 2 of them released their martial souls without hesitation. 7th soul skill, 7 Kills Avatar. The 7th soul skill, the true body of the Bone Dragon. The 2 of them immediately activated their martial soul avatars as soon as they arrived. Facing Yetian Chen, such a level 97 titled Douluo, even they could only do their best. In an instant, streaks of incomparably sharp sword energy swooped towards Yetian Chen like overwhelming the sky. Upon seeing this, Bone Douluo directly surrounded Yetian Chen with countless bone spurs and launched a fierce attack. It's interesting, Sword Douluo Chen Xin, Bone Douluo Gurong, 1 level 96, 1 level 95, plus Ning Fengzi, who is known as the #1 support in the mainland. Let me see how confident your Kobo glazed sect is that you dare to attack me. Tian Mo Qin, Tian Long Bayan, break. I saw the Tian Moken in Yetiankin's hand suddenly appeared, and as Yetianchen waved the strings with his hands, waves of terrifying sound were comparable to wind blades, and all the attacks of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were blocked in an instant. Boom, 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 endless sound waves and sword energy and bone spurs continued to intersect in the void. The entire building around the Kobo glazed sect's main hall seemed to be bombed, and collapsed directly in the fight between the 3 people. For a while, screams and wailing could be heard endlessly. The 7th soul skill, the true form of the 7 treasures. The 7 treasures are famous: 1 is strength, the 2nd is speed, and the 3rd is control. Seeing this, Ning Fengzi didn't hesitate at all. At this moment he had already used up all his soul power, trying his best to assist Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Fengzi, you're welcome. Look at my tricks. The 8th soul skill, the 7 kills, startled the thunder, piercing the sky with 1 sword. Kill. Ha ha ha, old swordsman, I'm coming too. The 8th soul skill, the door of space. With Ning Fengzi's blessing, Sword Douluo's power at this moment has already exceeded the limit of level 96, almost equivalent to the power of level 97. The same is true for Bone Douluo, his strength has improved a lot in an instant. In just a moment, Douluo directly used the 8th soul skill to come to a distance of about 3 meters behind Ye Tianchen. 9th soul skill, Heavenly Bone God Longbow. In an instant, Douluo combined the power of space and soul power, trying to cause extremely strong damage to Ye Tianchen. And the space within the range is blocked, making Ye Tianchen unable to move, let alone dodge. Old Sword Man, hurry up! With the cooperation of the two, they completed a terrifying killing move almost instantly. At this moment, even Ye Tianchen, who was still as motionless as a mountain, had to admire the combined strength of Sword Douluo Chenexin and Bone Douluo. With the two of them joining forces, even ordinary level 97 soul masters would be no match for the two of them, not to mention that there is Ning Fengzi assisting them at the moment. It seems that I have come to the right place today. I hope you can allow me to exercise my muscles. Heavenly Demon Qin, the 7th soul skill, Demonic Possession, the true form of the devil. In an instant, a phantom of a demon appeared behind Ye Tianchen, and billowing demonic energy surged up. At the same time, Sword Douluo's 8th soul ability and Bone Douluo's 9th soul ability arrived in an instant. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from Ye Tianchen Tian Mo Zhen. The three people together created a soul power shock wave. Even Ning Fengzi, a level 79 soul saint, was knocked away Indiana an instant. 10 meters, call. After this blow, Bone Douluo quickly retreated. The moment he dodged, a black lightning shot out from Ye Tianchen's eyes. The place where Bone Douluo was originally staying was suddenly blown out of a deep hole. Old Sword Man, this guy's soul power is too strong, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you and me to break through his defense alone. Then come together. Sword Douluo did not hesitate and flew directly to Bone Douluo's side. Seeing this situation, Bone Douluo also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he continuously used his martial soul avatar and 9th soul skill, and the consumption of his soul power was extremely terrifying. If he were to attack alone, Bone Douluo was afraid that Ye Tianchen would seize the opportunity. By then, Sword Douluo would be even less sure. Fengzi, it's time to try your best. Sword Douluo also looked at Ning Fengzi at this time, and Ning Fengzi nodded. 7 treasures glass, 7 treasures heart, 7 treasures together. In an instant, Ning Fengzi directly activated his 7 soul skills to use them simultaneously. The terrifying increase made Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo's originally consumed soul power instantly become full. Regardless of strength, speed, or defense, Ning Fengzi used the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to the extreme. Come on, master of the star-reaching building, my 7 treasures glazed sect is definitely not something anyone can easily offend. 9th soul skill, double slash of gods and demons. Having reached this point, Sword Douluo Chen Xin couldn't care less. The 9th soul skill was definitely the most terrifying lethal power for him. Similarly, Bone Douluo also displayed his 9th soul skill. Almost instantly, the 9th soul skills of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were directly intertwined, bursting out with an incomparable momentum, moving forward indomitably. Seeing this scene, Ye Tianchen's smile gradually became crazy. At this moment, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo join forces, which is almost equivalent to a full blow from a level 98 titled Douluo. This made Ye Tianchen extremely excited. Ha ha ha! Since your Kai Bao glazed sect is so stubborn, I want you to remember it well today. 9th soul skill, Heavenly Demon exterminates the world. In an instant, Ye Tianchen's blood-red 9th soul ring suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. In the void, streaks of black demonic energy continued to pour out from the Heavenly Demon Qin, instantly forming a 100-meter tall phantom of the Heavenly Demon. The terrifying aura made Sword Douluo Bone Douluo frowned, thinking something was wrong in his heart. In an instant, with Ye Tianchen's slap, the phantom of the demon turned into a giant palm of meters, and headed towards Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo with an aura that covered the sky and the sun. Bang! 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 every time the giant palm collided with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were directly knocked back tens of meters by the terrifying force. Finally, the moment Bone Douluo's soul power began to decrease, Sword Douluo almost collapsed, and the two of them were slapped fiercely on the main hall of the 7 treasure glazed tile school with a huge palm. Click! The entire main hall of the Kobo glazed sect was instantly reduced to ruins. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were bleeding profusely at this moment, and there was not a single intact part of their bodies. Ning Fengzi also suffered backlash at this moment. He just let out a muffled groan, and fell limp on the ground. The horror of the Tian Mo Qin in Ye Tianquan's hand made them feel desperate. Fighting scenes are difficult to write, although I write with enthusiasm. The 5,000 starting point coins that I thank Junlin and the book friends all over the world for rewarding today are really too generous. Then, continue to look forward to your monthly pass and investment, recommendation, and collection. The author is also looking forward to your follow-up reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Darkness is Killing, 7 Treasure Liu Lai Shang. Chapter 41 The Darkness is Killing, Kobo glazed Shang. Seeing Ning Fengzi gnashing his teeth in shock and fear, the smile on Ye Tianquan's face became even brighter. Sect Master Ning, how are you? I am very serious about dealing with the 3 of you today. I have to say, compared to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, your 7 treasure glazed tile school is indeed much stronger. It is the Clear Sky School. In my eyes, without Tang Chen's peerless Douluo, your 7 treasure glazed tile school is even more terrifying than the current Clear Sky School. It's a pity. It's a pity that you, Ning Feng, pay tribute to you but don't eat it, so you have to drink it as a penalty. Although I can't deal with Wuhan Palace and Zaixing Tower, it is still nothing to deal with you Kobo Liu Litsong. You. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he wished he could swallow Ye Tianquan alive in front of him. Killing and punishing people is talking about Ye Tianquan. Haha, it's better not to get too excited, Sect Master Ning. After all, being angry can harm your body, and now you are only seriously injured by the backlash. Don't be mad at yourself. By the way, look, it's not just the 3 of you who are suffering now, the worshipper in my Starjiang Tower is also taking action. After saying that, Ye Tianquan pointed at Yunhei who was busy everywhere. Ning Fengzi also followed his gaze. As soon as it came into view, the Hanyan knife in Yunhei's hand just pierced into the body of a soul saint of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The soul saint's eyes were dull, and his whole body was already riddled with wounds. At this moment, he saw the long knife in Yunhei's hand piercing his chest, feeling his life passing away bit by bit. This soul sage was so unwilling to give in. His hands were trembling as he held the long knife that Yunhei stabbed hard, and blood kept dripping from his palms. But everything is meaningless. How can a seriously injured soul saint stop a powerful titled Douluo? In an instant, when the black long knife completely pierced through this soul sage, his eyes began to close slowly, and his heavy breathing became inaudible. No. Devils. You are all devils in Zaixinglu. Ning Fengzi, who had witnessed all this with his own eyes, was about to collapse. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is now a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and the endless blood is about to start. Ye Tianquan walked slowly to Ning Fengzi's side, and suddenly, his foot fell, and Ning Fengzi's figure that was trying to get up with difficulty was smashed to the ground again. Sect Master Ning, don't worry, this is just the beginning. Your Kobo glazed sect has dozens of people on my Starjiang Tower 1000 kill order list. Take your time, everyone will have their turn. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He didn't expect that just the 2 people coming to Zaixing Tower would mess up the entire Kobo glazed sect like this. Gradually, Ning Fengzi felt that he was numb. The long knife in Yunhei's hand kept slashing out. Almost no one in the Kobo glazed sect was the enemy of Yunhei and Yihe, even those who are strong at the Contra level are still intimidated. At that time and the scene, they can't allow them to think too much. and being alive is more important than anything else. Yunhei is not interested in these contra-level soul masters. His goal has always been the guys on the list of the 1,000 killing orders of the Zhaixing building. Gradually, the 7 Treasures glazed tile school was extremely flustered at the beginning, and now it has become insensitive. Yunhei basically didn't encounter any obstacles, but within more than an hour, he killed all the guys on the list of 1,000 killing orders on the spot. After it was over, Yunhei also reluctantly put away the Hanyan knife in his hand, tiptoed, and came to Ye Tianchen, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists with both hands. Master, all the subordinates on the Kaibao glazed sect's 1,000 kill order list have been killed. With a slight smile, Ye Tianchen waved his hand, making the darkness darken. Yunhei, well done. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Yunhei was also jokingly looking at Ning Fengzi, who was lying on the ground. Although he hadn't seen how his landlord tortured the 7 treasure glazed tile sect master and the 2 title Douluo, at this moment, he just looked at Ning Fengzi and the 2 title Douluo looking like he can't move. Yunhei already has a picture in his mind. Ye Tianchen cast his eyes on Ning Fengzi again. Seeing this miserable appearance, shook his head. Immediately, he walked towards the gate of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. While stepping, he spoke. Ning Fengzi, I won't embarrass you about the disaster today caused by the Kaibao glazed sect. Don't worry, I won't kill you all before your Kaibao glazed sect is destroyed. After all, the target of my visit from the very beginning was not you. Well, it's time to go. By the way, your 7 treasure glazed tile school should have collected a lot of good things over the years, right? I don't want much, so I'll just take half of it, and it's right to be the ransom fee for the rest of your 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Ning Fengzi felt a little happy when he heard the previous sentence. After all, as long as the 7 treasures glazed sect had them around, they could recover. Even after this battle, the influence of the 7 treasure glazed tile school might be weakened a lot. But Ye Tianchen's last sentence made him feel extremely pained. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect is an existence that is incomparably rich, half of it is collected. How much is it worth? But the matter has come to this point, he has no room to resist. He can only watch silently as Ye Tianchen and Yunhei begin to pass through Kaibao glazed tile school like locusts, especially Yunhei, who had 3 soul guides filled to the brim. After Ye Tianchen and Yunhei left, only Ning Fengzi and Sword Bone Douluo were left in the 7 treasures glazed tile school in a mess in the wind. On the way back to Soto City, Yunhei was extremely happy. After all, this trip was full of rewards and there was no danger. However, he was also a little puzzled. Why didn't the homeowner take this opportunity to directly destroy the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Lord, there is one thing that is unclear about Yunhei. Why didn't the landlord just destroy the 7 treasure glazed tile school? With your strength, the poster, this should not be a problem. Glancing at Yunhei's confused expression, Ye Tianchen stopped and looked in the direction of Wuhan City. Yunhei, the 7 treasure glazed tile school is not yet time to perish. They are also the thorn in the flesh of the Wuhan Palace. The water in the Douluo continent should be as muddy as possible. Fish in muddy water. I need time to reach the Star Tower. Yunhei seemed to understand, but he did not continue to ask what his landlord meant. That was not important, all he should do was obey the order. A few days later, Ye Tianchen and Yunhei returned to Suotuo City, and everything seemed to have fallen into peace, but the entire Heaven Do Empire exploded. The news that the master of picking the stars came to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and that all 3 of Ning Fengzi Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were seriously injured spread quickly. The entire Tiandu Empire was abuzz with discussions. Of course, many people still found it a bit unbelievable. As one of the top 3 sects, the 7 treasure glazed tile school has 2 titled Douluo above level 95. It is really disappointing to have the number 1 auxiliary soul master in the mainland, and to be reduced to this situation. When Yu Yuanzhen, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, heard the news, he was first shocked. After all, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect is so powerful that it can't block the Xingxinglu. One can imagine how abnormal the strength of the Xingxinglu is. Afterwards, there was a burst of joy. After all, the 7 treasure glazed tile school suffered such a catastrophe, and his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family had a lot of benefits. Soon, under the control of Yu Yu and Zhen, many soul masters and wealthy businessmen in the Tiandu Empire tried to obtain the protection of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Suddenly, the entire Tiandu Empire became turbulent. In Wuhan Palace, when Bibi Dong learned about everything that happened in the Kaibao glazed sect, he couldn't help but be a little confused. Logically speaking, Zhixinglu should not let Ning Fengzi and the others go easily. But it happened that Zhixinglu didn't kill them all. However, when Bibi Dong looked at the enshrinement hall, she seemed to understand what the Qin demon crown in Zhixing Tower was thinking. Consecrated to Jiandaoliu, the level 99 title Douluo, will always be a hurdle that Zhixinglu cannot pass. It is also a hurdle that Bibi Dong cannot overcome. The matter has nothing to do with her, and Bibi Dong doesn't care much about it anymore. Now, she has not completely taken control of Wuhan Palace, and it is not her turn to start the layout. I finally finished coding. I'm so tired. For those of you who have a monthly pass, it's okay. I just didn't see a monthly pass today. End of this chapter. Chapter 42. 5 years have passed, and it's time for all parties to make arrangements. Chapter 42. 5 years have passed, and all parties have made plans. Ever since Zhixinglu entered the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the entire Heaven-Do Empire has extremely complicated emotions towards Xingxinglu. The influence of the 7 treasure glazed tile school on the Heaven-Do Empire also declined sharply after this incident. For a moment, the entire Douluo continent fell into peace. Everyone needs time to accumulate strength. Pope Bibi Dong needs to control the entire Wuhan Hall. The great priest Jiandaoliu needs to do his best to cultivate Jianrongxiu, the Zhixing Tower needs time to increase its high-end combat power, and the Kaibao Liulitsong also needs time to lick its wounds. From spring to winter, on the top of Zhixing Tower, Yet Yenchen is stretching out his slender 6 fingers at this moment, slowly falling with the sky full of snow. A crystal-clear snowflake fell into his palm, and then turned into a drop of nectar, sliding from Yetiankin's thumb, picking it from the top of the star tower, and falling gently to the ground. 5 years have passed, it flies so fast, it's just a blink of an eye. Yet Yenchen withdrew his arm and looked at the sky full of snow, couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Since the incident between Zhixing Tower and Kaibao glazed sect 5 years ago, he has never made a move. For 5 years, Yet Yenchen has been collecting information related to gods. He is already at the peak of level 97. If necessary, Yet Yenchen can break through to number 90 level at any time. Just when Yet Yenchen was slightly dazed, Yin, He and Yang Bai were like 2 ghosts, arriving at the top of the star-reaching tower in the blink of an eye. Yang Bai's whole body's soul power shook, and all the snowflakes on his body were directly gasified by the powerful soul power. Looking at the homeowner, Yang Bai looked solemn, and Yin He was the same at the moment, but after they looked at each other, they still sighed lightly, intending to tell the truth. Lord, Yin He and I are back. Taking a slight look at the dignified expressions of Yang Bai and Yin He, although Yetiankin's face was extremely calm, he still felt a little disappointed in his heart. There is still no news about Tang Hao. Hearing this, Yin, He, Yang and Bai lowered their heads. They really didn't find any news about Tang Hao. Owner, we still haven't found any trace of Tang Hao. He seems to have disappeared out of thin air. In fact, the search for Tang Hao also started 3 years ago by Yet Yenchen. The purpose is also very simple. Tang Hao holds the secret of God. Yet Yenchen hopes to gain something from Tang Hao. Shaking his head, Yet Yenchen is also used to it. Forget it, let's forget about him if there is no news about him. In short, I don't believe that Tang Hao can never show up. You guys are very good, already level 94, Yin Black, Yang White, remember what I said back then, whoever breaks through number 90 level 10 first will have a year-old soul bone. You guys, just keep working hard. With a slight smile on his lips, Ye Tianquan's words at this moment made Yunhei and Yang Bai's emotions become more active. The feeling of disappointment of not finding any news about Tang Hao was gone. Lord, don't worry, the soul bone of the golden rhinoceros must be mine, am I right, Yang Bai? Yunhei smirked, but Yang Bai didn't care. I hope so, Yunhei, I hope you can really surpass me. Slowly responded to Yunhei, Yang Bai didn't say much, and stood beside Ye Tianquan silently, watching the falling snowflakes. His heart was full of emotion. Master, Kobo is already level 89. Maybe it won't be long before we can add a titled Douluo to our star-reaching tower. Standing beside Ye Tianquan, Yang Bai also mentioned Kobo. Hearing this, Ye Tianquan was not surprised either. Kobo's talent is not bad, but he has always focused on the cultivation of poisonous skills and neglected the improvement of his cultivation. In the past few years in Zaixing building, Kobo hardly had any tasks, except that he was responsible for the annual 1,000 killing order. This guy almost always practiced in the Sunset Forest. Therefore, upgrading to 3 levels in 5 years is nothing. Kobo's skills are special. I am not surprised to be able to break through to level 89. However, if this guy wants to become a titled Douluo, it will be a bit difficult. Although level 89 and level are only the first level, how many soul masters have been trapped in this realm throughout the ages? Yang Bai is thoughtful, indeed, but this kind of thing is not certain. Didn't he and Yunhei not break through the barrier at the beginning? Forget it, don't care about these trivial matters. You go down. If Kobo breaks through level 90, so what if I personally hunt for the soul ring for him? As ordered. The Yin, Black, and Yang White looked at each other, and disappeared on the top of the star-picking tower in an instant. At the same time, in Wuhan City, in the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong is currently sitting on the Pope's throne. Looking at his 2 titled Douluo years ago, Bibi Dong's eyes kept flashing with murderous intent, but thinking of Qian Daoliu in the enshrinement hall, Bibi Dong still endured it. Elder Ju, Elder Gui, I don't know what happened when the 2 elders came to see the emperor today. In front of her were Yueguan and Gaimei. As for why the 2 of them came to see Bibi Dong, it's a long story. Since Yuguan and Guimei were brought back to Wuhan City by Qian Daoliu 6 years ago, they have been playing transparent roles in Wuhan Palace. In the enshrinement hall, because of Kyungsun's illness, no one enshrined to Yueguan and Gaimei had a good face. Even the Presbyterian Hall began to exclude the 2 of them after Bibi Dong took over the throne of the Pope. Even if both of them are powerhouses at the titled Douluo level, however, there is no shortage of titled Douluo in Wuhan Palace. No, after much deliberation, the 2 of them felt that it would be better to follow Bibi Dong. After all, Bibi Dong is the Pope, and a level 95 titled Douluo. Seeing Bibi Dong's cold expression, Yu Guan and Gui Mei smiled at each other, then half knelt on the ground and gave Bibi Dong a big gift. Yueguan, the ghost has seen His Majesty the Pope. Yueguan and Gaimei Shao came here today to take refuge in you, His Majesty the Pope. You don't know how unpopular Lao Gui and I have been in Wuhan Hall these past few years. As he spoke, Ju Douluo pulled Ghost Douluo and cried miserably. Hearing this, Bibi Dong frowned. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo really hadn't been doing well in the Spirit Hall these past few years. Bibi Dong, as the Pope of Wuhan Palace, is also aware of this matter. But Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo once treated her like Bibi Dong. Elder Ju, Elder Ghost, what are you 2 talking about? You are also an elder of the Spirit Hall, and a powerhouse at the title Douluo level. You don't know what it means to join the Emperor's camp, right? Hearing this, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo's hearts skipped a beat. They knew very well that the Wuhan Palace had now split into the Presbyterian faction headed by Bibi Dong and the worshipping faction headed by the Great Worshipper. But the 2 of them don't care so much anymore. Anyway, instead of suffering from both sides, it's better to just join one side. Your Majesty the Pope, don't worry, from now on Yu Guan and Gui Mei will only obey your orders. If there is betrayal, Yu Guan and Gui Mei will die badly. After all, Zhu Douluo glanced at Bibi Dong resentfully. At this moment Bibi Dong's expression began to soften a lot. The two chrysanthemum ghosts are also titled Douluo level powerhouses after all, and they are even a little short of reaching level 95, if they accept the two, it will be a great help to Bibi Dong, so Bibi Dong is a little tempted. In this case, Yu Guan and Gui Mei, remember what you said today. From now on, you will work well for me. I, Bibi Dong, will not treat you badly. After saying that, Bibi Dong's level 95 soul power poured out, and 9 soul rings slowly emerged, especially the 10-year-old 9th soul ring. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo also knew that this was a warning to them. They don't care, they have no other choice anyway. The official plot has begun. As before, it cannot be exactly the same as the original work. That's boring. If you have good opinions, you can leave a message in the comment area. As always, we look forward to your support through monthly votes, rewards, investments, and continued reading. I also wish everyone peace and joy every day. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Holy Soul Village Tang 3, The Gear of Fate. Chapter 43, Tang San in Holy Soul Village, The Gear of Destiny. After doing all this, Bibi Dong also had an unpredictable smile on her face. Now, after several years of control over the entire spirit hall, Bibi Dong is almost in control. In addition to not being able to direct the offerings in the worship hall, Bibi Dong is the god of the spirit hall. It's time for her to move on. Compared to Zaixing Tower and Wahundian, Kai Bao Li Yulitsong has been much more low-key in the past 5 years. Ever since Ye Tianchen and Yin He had an encounter with the Kai Bao glazed sect 5 years ago, the power of the Kai Bao glazed sect has declined drastically. In order to stabilize the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengzi gave up many unnecessary properties. 7 treasure glazed tile school, in the main hall of the sect, Ning Fengzi was looking nervously at his daughter, Ning Rongrong. Today is the day when Ning Rongrong's 6-year-old martial soul awakens. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo are also here. However, the two looked much older than 5 years ago, with silver threads on their heads. Perhaps the battle with Ye Tianchen completely broke their confidence as veteran titled Douluo. Feng Ji, don't be too nervous. Rongrong is talented and intelligent, and I think his martial arts awakening will be the same. Feng Zi, your Uncle Gu is right. We have watched this child Rongrong grow up, and he will definitely be good at awakening his martial spirit. Sword Douluo looked at the innocent and playful Ning Rongrong, as if he had gained some vitality. They were also very concerned about the awakening of Ning Rongrong's martial spirit. When Ning Fengzi heard it, he felt that it was not unreasonable. The martial soul inherited from the 7 treasures glazed tile school must be the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. It just depends on how much innate soul power there is. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, I'm not worried. It's just that Rongrong is the heir of my 7 treasures glazed sect after all, so I'm a little cautious. Ning Fengzi looked at Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, feeling a little shaken deep in his heart. If he hadn't wanted to take a gamble 5 years ago, maybe Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo would not be like today, as if they had lost their vitality. Feeling the hint of regret in Ning Fengzi's eyes, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo stepped forward slightly and patted Ning Fengzi's shoulder. The two of them have never regretted fighting Ye Tianchen, especially Sword Douluo Chenexin. It was only after fighting against Ye Tianchen that he realized what the real strong man of Douluo continent was. In the past, he thought of himself too highly. Fengzi, just put aside the unhappy things. Today is Rongrong's martial soul awakening ceremony. Let us start. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi nodded. 6-year-old Ning Rongrong didn't know what the awakening of her martial soul meant, but she keenly felt that her father and 2 grandfathers were eager to see her awaken her martial soul. Therefore, Ning Rongrong followed her father's instructions and started her martial soul awakening. Following the pull of the martial soul, a small 7-story pagoda began to appear in Ning Rongrong's small hand. The small tower is like a flawless work of art, exuding dazzling light. It is the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Seeing this scene, Ning Fengzi was obviously relieved. The moment the small tower appeared, he felt the weak soul power in Ning Rongrong's body. Although it is not very powerful, it is still at least level 7 and 8. Ha ha ha, let me just say, Rongrong's talent is not bad. With a smile on the corner of Douluo's mouth, he was extremely happy in his heart. Fengzi, let Rongrong test his innate soul power. Sword Douluo was also very excited, but still wanted to know how much Ning Rongrong's innate soul power was. Nodding his head, Ning Fengzi has exactly this intention. Rongrong, come, let's test your innate soul power. Saying that, let Ning Rongrong place his palm on the awakening stone. As a burst of light lit up, Ning Fengzi and Sword Douluo finally saw how much Ning Rongrong's innate soul power was. It turned out to be the 9th level of innate soul power. Good, good, Rongrong's talent can be said to be the best in mainland China. Jian Douluo's words were not exaggerated. In the entire Douluo continent, there are very few little guys with 9th level innate soul power. As for innate full soul power, it is basically invisible. Not to mention someone who was born at level like Jian Rongxiu. Therefore, level 9 innate soul power is almost the top talent. Looking at Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda blooming with dazzling light, Ning Fengzi was filled with pride. It can be said that with Ning Rongrong, their Kaibao glazed sect has new hope. Southwest of the Heaven Do Empire, Fasno Province. Holy Soul Village. If you just listen to its name, then this is definitely a rather surprising name, but in fact, this is just a small village with only about households in the south of Notting City, Fasno Province. The reason why it is called the Holy Soul is because according to legend, a soul master of the soul saint level walked out of this place 100 years ago, hence the name. This is also the eternal pride of Holy Soul Village. Outside Holy Soul Village, there are large areas of farming land. The food and vegetables produced here are supplied to Notting City. Although Notting City is not a big city in the Fasno province. But after all, it is very close to the border with another empire, and it is naturally one of the starting places for business transactions between the two empires. As a result, Notting City prospered, and incidentally, the lives of civilians in these villages around the city were much better than in other places. It was just dawn, and a faint white fish belly rose from the east in the distance. On a small hill with a height of more than meters adjacent to the Holy Soul Village, there was already a thin figure. It was a child who was only 5 or 6 years old. Obviously, he was often exposed to the warmth of the sun, his skin was a healthy wheat color, his short black hair looked neat, and his clothes were plain but clean. For a child of his age, climbing the meter-high hill is not an easy task, but the strange thing is that when he reached the commanding heights of the mountain, he was not flushed or out of breath, with a look of contentment. The boy sat down on the top of the mountain, his eyes fixed on the gradually brightening fish belly white in the east. Slowly inhale through the nose, then slowly exhale from the mouth, inhale continuously and exhale slightly, forming a wonderful cycle. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and there seemed to be a faint purple aura flashing through the gradually bright white belly of the distant sky. If you don't have amazing eyesight and enough focus, you will definitely not be able to discover its existence. The appearance of the purple energy completely concentrated the boy's mind. He didn't even exhale, but inhaled lightly and slowly, and at the same time, his eyes were fixed on the flashing purple. It didn't take long for the purple chi to appear. When the fish belly white in the east was gradually covered by the rising sun, the purple chi had completely disappeared. Then the boy slowly closed his eyes, and at the same time let out a long mouthful of stale air in his body. A stream of white air spit out from his mouth like a horse, and then slowly dispersed. After sitting quietly for a long while, the boy opened his eyes again. I don't know if it was because of the purple air that day, there was a faint purple in his eyes. Although the purple color didn't last for too long before quietly subsiding, when it existed, it was so clear. Sighing dejectedly, the little boy made a helpless expression that should never appear at his age. Shaking his head, he said to himself, "It still doesn't work, my Xiantian Kung Fu still can't break through the bottleneck of the first stage. What should we do?" This is none other than Tang San, with 3 points of helplessness and 7 points of determination. The 6-year-old Tang San can only go home first. On the west side of the Holy Soul Village, at the head of the village, the 3 adobe houses can be said to be the simplest in the whole village. On the big roof in the middle, there is a wooden sign with a diameter of about 1 meter, with a simple hammer painted on it. The broadest representative meaning of the hammer in this world refers to the blacksmith. When Tang San entered the house, Tang Hao, who was doing nothing at first, suddenly looked towards Tang San. Feeling the faint aura in Tang San's body, Tang Hao was very excited, same as the original book. In order to avoid the search of Wu Hundian and Zhaixinglu, Tang Hao simply lived in seclusion in this small mountain village, and never used his soul power lightly. What's different is that Tang Hao didn't make Tang San an ordinary person. Instead, try your best to train Tang San. He wants to give his Tang San a safe growth environment. Because he knows that his son is definitely not simple, when Yin offered sacrifices to him at the very beginning, he noticed a trace of inconceivability. His soul power was fully restored, and his combat power skyrocketed. If this is just a coincidence, Tang Hao has completely confirmed the matter. When Hao Shenzong was caught by Golden Crocodile Douluo this time, little Tang San actually possessed a power that even Golden Crocodile Douluo could not resist. Tang Hao believed that as long as he could protect his son and grow up, he would be able to take revenge in the future. Seeing his son walking into the house, the corners of Tang Hao's mouth raised slightly. "Boy, you're back." Hearing his father's greeting, Tang San nodded. He always felt that something was wrong with his father, but as a disciple of the Tang sect, he would not take the initiative to ask some questions. Tang San has always been cautious, even if the person in front of him is his father in this world. Are Tang San and Tang Hao really a kind father and a filial son? I always feel like I was holding back from the beginning. Forget it, continue to look forward to your monthly ticket investment collection rewards. And remember to read more. Thank you so much to all the book friends. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Father and Son Face to Face, when Tang San awakens. Chapter 44 Father and son face each other, when Tang San awakens. Back, father. Tang San slowly came to the house, looked at the still smoldering stove, and frowned. He always felt that his father was something special. Although there was nothing special about him on weekdays, the strong majestic aura and the looming feeling of extreme danger made Tang San somewhat puzzled. But this is his reborn father after all. Tang San can only keep all doubts in his heart. As if sensing the abnormality in Tang San's eyes, Tang Hao smiled slightly and didn't care. Tang San is about to awaken his martial spirit, and Tang Hao has already made a decision in his heart. Just when the atmosphere was as usual and seemed a little awkward, there was a rush of knocking on the door outside the dilapidated door. Tang Hao! Tang Hao, are you at home? Is the mistress in the house? As soon as Tang Hao heard this, he knew that Jack, the village elder of Holy Soul Village, was here. Without responding to old Jack's knock on the door, Tang Hao immediately turned to look at Tang San. "Little San, go and open the door." Hearing this, Tang San also slowly came to the door and opened it easily. As soon as he entered the room, old Jack focused his gaze on Tang San. "Xiao San, you are already 6 years old this year, it's time to awaken your martial spirit. It just so happens that an adult from the Wuhan Palace came to our village today to awaken the Wuhan for the children. Mistress, you have to hurry up. If you become a Master Soul Master, our Holy Soul Village will be honored in the future." Tang San seemed to understand, and nodded, which was regarded as a response to old Jack. Seeing this, old Jack didn't stop, and went on to the next house. After old Jack left, Tang San looked at Tang Hao, a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Father, what exactly is a martial spirit, and what is a soul master, can you tell me? Tang San went straight to the point and chose to have a showdown with his father in this world. His Xiantian technique now has no way to make breakthroughs, so he can only find other methods. Tang Hao smiled slightly, and immediately did not choose to hide it. Xiaosan, although you are only 6 years old, I can sense that your inner world is no longer comparable to that of a child. You are born with a magical power, and your father is no longer hiding it from you. The so-called martial soul is the most basic thing in Douluo continent. Whenever 6 years old arrives, one can awaken one's own martial soul to gain powerful combat power. Tang San nodded. He had heard some sporadic information about martial spirits from the villagers, so he wasn't surprised. Then father, how should soul masters be divided? What kind of soul master is the most powerful? Tang San was also shrewd and to the point. When Tang Hao heard this, a yellow spirit ring immediately rose from his feet. Soul masters, starting from the time they awaken their martial souls at the age of 6, those with strong talents can have innate soul power of level 7 or above, and then through meditation and practice, they can continuously enhance their soul power. When you reach the 10th level, you need to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings, just like the one under your father's feet, and every 10th level requires a soul ring as a breakthrough. After that, those who are above level are soul masters. Those above level are great soul masters, those above level are soul masters, those above level are soul sects, those above level are soul kings, and those above level are soul emperors. Level and above are soul saints. Above level are contra-level experts. As for reaching level and above, that is the top strong man in the mainland, titled Douluo. After all, the second yellow soul ring under Tang Hao's feet lit up, followed by the third purple soul ring. Tang San was a little surprised at this moment. His father was indeed no ordinary person, he was actually a soul master in his 30s. But this wasn't over yet. Immediately afterwards, the fourth purple soul ring lit up under Tang Hao's feet, the fifth 10,000-year black soul ring lit up, the sixth, the seventh, the eighth. Tang San's face was full of shock. Contra, is his father a strong man at the Contra level? Just when Tang San felt that all this was shocking enough, under Tang Hao's feet, a terrifying blood-red spirit ring rose slowly. That bloody and violent aura made Tang San feel so insignificant. But at this moment Tang San was also excited. His father turned out to be a titled Douluo, the top strong man in the entire continent. Seeing his son so excited, Tang Hao took back all the soul rings in an instant. Little San, it's not that my father hasn't told you the truth all these years, it's that my father is worried that revealing his identity will bring you danger. As soon as these words came out, Tang San was also a little confused. Isn't his father a strong man at the level of titled Douluo? Could it be dangerous? As if seeing Tang San's doubts, Tang Hao smiled helplessly. Little San, although titled Douluo are very rare on the mainland, they are not uncommon among some big forces. Being a father is because I offended a super powerful force, so I had no choice but to live here in seclusion. After all, Tang San was a soul in his 20s and understood what his father meant. Father, mistress doesn't blame you. Smiling with relief, Tang Hao looked at Tang San and instantly wanted to awaken his martial spirit. Xiao San, now that you are over 6 years old, let me awaken your martial spirit. With that said, Tang Hao planted the awakening stone. Seeing this, Tang San didn't hesitate, and started to operate as Tang Hao said. After a while, a bright light suddenly appeared in the palm of Tang San's hand, and a line of blue-silver grass appeared instantly. When Tang Hao saw it, he felt a little sad for a moment. The so-called seeing things and thinking about people is probably the same. However, a trace of disappointment soon flashed in his eyes. Father! Father, I still have a martial soul in my left hand. Suddenly, after hearing Tang San say this, Tang Hao immediately began to investigate. An extremely delicate small hammer was floating quietly in Tang San's hand. In an instant, Tang Hao rubbed his eyes vigorously. After making sure that he had seen it correctly, he suddenly became excited. Ha ha ha, God bless me, Tang Hao, I have twin martial souls, one blue silver emperor and one clear sky hammer. This talent is unique. Tang Hao was extremely excited at the moment. Tang San possessed such a powerful talent, it could be described as terrifying. Xiao San, hurry up. Come and test your soul power. After the words fell, Tang San put both hands on the awakening stone according to Tang Hao's guidance. In an instant, a bright light emerged, and the light directly illuminated the entire room. Innate, full of soul power. Good, good, I never thought that I, Tang Hao, could have such a son. Hearing his father's excited voice, Tang San guessed that his talent was not low. However, rather than his talent, he wanted to know how to break through the first level of Xiantian Kong. Father, since you said that a soul master needs a soul ring to grow up, let's go now. As soon as these words came out, Tang Hao shook his head. Regarding his child's talent, Tang Hao didn't intend to rush to find a soul ring for him right now. Xiaosan, don't worry, a soul master's soul ring plays an important role in increasing the soul master's strength. The soul rings produced by soul beasts start from white at about 10 years old, the soul rings produced by century-old soul beasts are yellow, the soul rings produced by 1,000-year soul beasts are purple, and the soul rings produced by 10,000-year soul beasts are black. As for the blood-red soul ring on my father's body, it is 10 years old. Tang San nodded, indicating that he already knew. Tang Hao continued, therefore, I hope that you will not just find a soul ring at random. My father has made arrangements, and I will send you to Notting City Soul Master Junior College, where is there someone who can help you? The mistress knows. Compared to Tang Hao and Tang San in the Holy Soul Village, Ye Tianchen, who was far away in Suotuo City, on the top of the star-picking tower, was now full of interest in Douluo. 100,000 words is not easy, I still feel tired. Continue to look forward to it. Look forward to your monthly pass, investment, collection, investment, follow-up support. Thank you everyone. The next chapter will be posted at 5:30. It is written here that Tang San is just setting the stage for the plot, and will not declare his troops to seize the throne. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Douluo breaks through, Ice and Fire 2 Eyes. Chapter 45 Douluo's breakthrough, Ice and Fire Lianjian. At this moment, on the top of the star-picking tower, Ye Tianchen sat quietly in the pavilion alone, while Yin, He, and Yang Bei stood on both sides of the pavilion. In the middle position, Douluo was looking at his landlord with excitement. As for Ye Tianchen, a trace of shock flashed across his face. Not long ago, I heard Yang Bai say that Douluo had broken through to level 89. Originally, Ye Tianchen also said that he would call Douluo today, so that Yin, He, Yang Bai, and Yin, He, and Yang Bai would teach him some tips about being a Douluo. But, who knows when Douluo broke through to level 90. Become a quasi-title Douluo. Compared to Ye Tianchen's calm and composed expression, Yin, He, Yang Bai's eyes widened with disbelief. Seeing his landlord and two priests looking at him like this, Douluo was a little nervous, but also very happy. Finally, Ye Tianchen was no longer silent, with a hint of surprise in his deep eyes, his eyes fell on Douluo. Douluo, I am very curious, Yang Bai told me a few days ago that you have already broken through to level 89. I am not surprised by this. It takes 5 years to increase your soul power to the 3rd level. It is not so outrageous. But seeing you today, you have successfully broken through to level 90. There is a huge difference between level 89 and level. How many soul masters will always stop at this step? This seat is very curious. How did you do it? While talking, Ye Tianchen was also full of interest. It is impossible for Douluo to break through to level for no reason. Yet Yen Chen felt that it was impossible for him to guess wrong. After all, Douluo's talent was really nothing too unnatural, it could only be said to be quite satisfactory. Therefore, since it is not the TH level that is normally broken through, it is with the help of external force, and what external force in this world can make a contra that just broke through level 89 within a month rise to level, it is no exaggeration to describe this as shocking. Hearing his landlord asking himself, Douluo hesitated a bit, but when he thought that he was already a member of Zhaixinglu, and even his 9th soul ring would be obtained for him by his landlord, Douluo didn't have any hesitation. Lord, actually, in fact, my subordinates are taking a plant of fairy grass. Gritting his teeth, Douluo said it out loud. Sure enough. Yet Yen Chen was secretly shocked. His guess was correct. Douluo broke through to level with the help of external force, but what kind of fairy grass can make Douluo rise to level 1? Yet Yen Chen became even more curious. Seeing Douluo's flushed face, yet Yen Chen smiled slightly. To be honest, when Douluo told the specific reason, yet Yen Chen felt that Douluo was worth cultivating. Okay, Douluo, I'm not interrogating you, so don't be so nervous, don't worry, no matter where you got that fairy grass from, I won't snatch it by force. I have always been free in Zhaixinglu, how could I do such a thing? However, I still want to ask, does this so-called fairy grass really have such an effect? Hearing what his landlord said, Douluo immediately felt relieved. He didn't hide anything about Yetiankin's questioning. Lord, to be honest, in the Sunset Forest, there is a cultivation cave under his subordinates, which is a naturally formed spring. The spring water is divided into two sides, one side is as hot as magma, and the other side is biting and unbearable. When the subordinates discovered this special spring, there were already a lot of fairy grass growing in it. Therefore, it was regarded as a medicine garden and a training place by the subordinates. After my subordinate broke through level 89 a few days ago, he originally wanted to go to the spring of the two heavens of ice and fire to consolidate his cultivation. But he never thought that there was a fairy grass that was about to mature, which was one of the few fairy grasses that his subordinates knew in the medicine garden. If you let it mature and ignore it, the fairy grass will wither immediately. In addition, the fairy grass has the effect of strengthening the foundation and cultivating the vitality, so the subordinates will obey it directly. As a result, the subordinates broke through to level in a daze. As soon as these words came out, Yetiankin's focus fell on the double heaven of ice and fire. This is very likely to be the legendary Eye of Ice and Fire. Xiantian continent has also recorded this kind of paradise. But that is just a legend, at least Yet Yen Chen has never heard of anyone finding the Eye of Ice and Fire. I didn't expect it to appear in Douluo. Even Yet Yen Chen was a little moved by the magical effect of the ice and fire yin yang eye. If he could go to the eyes of ice and fire to practice, Yet Yen Chen wouldn't need soul bones or anything like that. The focus of yin, he, yang, and bai is obviously not on the ice and fire eyes, and they don't know what the magical effects of the ice and fire eyes are. Yin he yang bai just learned that there were many fairy grasses that Douluo didn't even know existed among them, and he was immediately excited. You must know that Douluo can increase his soul power by 1 level with a piece of fairy grass. Yin, he, yang, and bai don't ask for more. It is enough for them to increase their soul power by half a level. In an instant, Douluo felt the hungering eyes of Yin, he, yang bai, and suddenly he became excited, and his body trembled unconsciously. Brother Yin he? Brother Yang bai? What are you, what's going on? Hearing Douluo's weak voice, Yin he yang bai looked at each other, only then did they suppress the raging fire in their hearts. Ahem, brother Douluo, it's okay, we just haven't had any activities for a long time, so we're a little excited. For it. Seeing this scene, Yet Yen Chen was quite speechless. What about these two people? Although Yang Bai's explanation seemed to be full of loopholes, in fact Douluo just rolled his eyes. However, soon, he adjusted his mentality. The ice and fire spring water is kept, and he doesn't know the fairy herbs in it, let alone take it lightly. Therefore, instead of guarding the treasure mountain empty and not being able to use it, it is better to tell the landlord. Maybe if the landlord is happy, he will also arrange a 10-year soul ring for him. Every time Douluo saw the 10-year soul rings under Yinhe and Yang Bai's feet light up, he would be extremely envious. Just do what you want, Douluo is not an indecisive person. Lord, if you don't dislike it, this subordinate is willing to hand over this ice fire spring. After all, here under my subordinates, I can only watch. If you can know those fairy grasses and leave one for my granddaughter, this subordinate will be satisfied. I also hope that the landlord, you don't want to decline. After all, Douluo knelt down on one knee, with a longing look on his face. At this moment, Yang Bai couldn't help but give Douluo a big thumbs up. This is the way of a smart person. After all, even if the homeowner really doesn't care about this special spring, Douluo's move can be regarded as a show of loyalty. In the future, the homeowner will not treat him badly. On the contrary, if Douluo keeps it private, even if the landlord doesn't need it, he will have some scruples, which will be detrimental to Douluo in the future. Obviously, Ye Tianchen is very interested in this special spring. The conditions for the formation of the ice and fire eye are extremely demanding. If it were to form naturally, it would require the intersection of volcanoes and glaciers. As far as Ye Tianchen knows, Sunset Forest doesn't have these. In other words, the ice and fire yin-yang eye in the Sunset Forest was not formed naturally, it was achieved because of some kind of rare treasure. This also greatly increased Ye Tianchen's interest. Ha ha ha, Douluo, I will not hide from you about this spring of ice and fire. I am very interested in going there. As for the fairy grass among them, I am not sure that I know all of them, but don't worry, your granddaughter will definitely not lack a plant of fairy grass. Thank you, Master Landlord. Thank you, Master Landlord. Douluo is very happy, his landlord is so happy, his 10-year soul ring should be stable, right? And his granddaughter Douluo's fairy grass. My lord, since that's the case, let's go to Sunset Forest now, bring those jelly back, sir, what do you think? Douluo tried to ask. The yin, black, and yang white on the side also rolled their eyes. They were very excited about Douluo's proposal. I can't wait to get the fairy grass back now, and break through my cultivation after taking it. But Ye Tianchen wasn't in a hurry. The ice and fire yin-yang was in the setting sun forest, so he couldn't escape. Before going, he had to make some preparations. It doesn't matter, Douluo, now you should continue to practice at the ice fire spring. It is true that taking the fairy grass has allowed you to break through to level 90, but I see that your aura is weak, and this fairy grass is still an external force for you after all. Not only does it require you to spend time refining it, but you also need to condense your soul power and lay a solid foundation. You don't want your cultivation to stagnate after you become a titled Douluo, do you? Upon hearing this, Douluo immediately paid attention to it. Indeed, although he has broken through to level, he still needs time to adapt to this power, so don't rush it. Master, I understand. During this period, I will stay at the ice fire spring and practice hard, waiting for your arrival. It's supposed to be like this, don't worry, after your foundation is solid, this seat will personally take action for you to hunt for the soul ring. In the future, you can also have a 10-year soul ring just like Yinhe Yang Bai. Thank you, landlord. Thank you, landlord. Soon, Douluo left Zaixing Tower straight away, watching Yin, Yang, and Bai feel itchy in their hearts. However, without Ye Tianchen's order, the two of them would not dare to go to the so-called ice and fire spring without permission. What's more, they don't know those fairy grasses yet. Next, more exciting, but it's tomorrow. I will update here today, and continue to look forward to the great investment, rewards, monthly tickets, recommendations, and follow UPS from all book friends. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 When Tang San was apprenticed to a teacher, Tang Hao appeared. Chapter 46 When Tang San became a disciple, traces of Tang Hao appeared. 3 days passed in a flash. Outside Notting City, a middle-aged man wearing a beige cloak and a black robe is quietly looking at Notting City in front of him. At this moment, beside this middle-aged man, a little boy around 6 years old also had a flash of light in his eyes. This is exactly Tang Hao, who came out of Holy Soul Village, Tang San, and his son. Looking at the slightly bustling Notting City ahead, Tang San's lips moved slightly, and he turned to look at his father. "Father, is this the city where the martial soul research prodigy you mentioned is located? It looks like it's a little small." Tang Hao froze for a moment. Tang San's implication was obvious. He was not very assured of the person he chose. After all, if he was really a master of martial arts research, why would he stay in this small city of Notting? Tang Hao didn't know how to explain it at this moment, but it's all here. Let Tang San's ears be believing, and seeing is believing. "Ziaosan, yes or no, truth or untruth, won't you know it once you see it in person? Let's go." Notting City is one of the smallest cities in the Heaven Do Empire. You will be much safer if you stay here. When you are stable, as a father, you have to find those people to calculate the interest first. Tang San nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Even for those enemies that Tang Hao spoke of. He understands that now is not the time to let him know all the truth. Gently touching his wrist, Tang San showed a confident smile on his face. On his wrist, he is carrying his first work after coming into this world, and it is a work that he completed all the steps himself. It was a hidden arrow. For the Tang sect back then, the hidden arrow was the most common concealed weapon. The key to making the hidden arrow lies in the strength of the mechanism and the ingenuity of its design. Like the Shijian made by Tang San, it even has a safety device, so there is absolutely no possibility of accidental injury. A set of sleeve arrows is usually composed of 3 arrows in a sleeve. The one Tang San is carrying now is no exception. And the material of this sleeve arrow is exactly the pig iron that he spent nearly 100 days hammering out. For Tang San at this moment, his Xiantian Kung Fu has never broken through, and his physical development is only 6 years old. It is fine if he is an ordinary person, but if he meets a soul master, he will almost die. This sleeve arrow is a life-saving weapon. Tang Hao looked at Tang San, frowned slightly, and then relaxed it again. After thinking about it, he still didn't speak, and then he strode towards Notting City. After entering the city, Tang Hao took Tang San directly into the Notting City Soul Master Junior College in a short time. But at this moment, in Notting City Junior Martial Soul Academy, Yu Xiaogang was feeling a little unhappy. Since he was rejected by Zhaixing Building 5 years ago to return to the academy, the teachers in all the academies looked down on him even more. Just when Yu Xiaogang was bored, 2 figures walked into his room slowly. In an instant, Yu Xiaogang's hair stood on end, and a strong sense of crisis made him wake up suddenly. "Who is it?" With a flick of the eye, Yu Xiaogang saw the 2 people standing in front of him at this moment, one big and one small, none other than Tang Hao and Tang San. Yu Xiaogang, the son of Yu Yuanzhen, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon family, founder of the 10 Theories of Wuhan. Tang Hao looked at Yu Xiaogang in front of him quietly, and said in a calm tone. But in Yu Xiaogang's eyes, this is not the case. He saw a stern look in Tang Hao's eyes. Tang San just looked at it like this at the moment, showing a little disdain for the master who his father said was studying martial arts. Could this bastard be a master of martial arts? The corners of Tang Hao's mouth rose slightly, and then the soul rings began to rise one by one under his feet. Suddenly, 9 soul rings appeared under Tang Hao's body, and the blood-red 10-year soul ring almost made Yu Xiaogang stunned. The aura that belonged exclusively to Tang Hao's titled Douluo spread throughout Notting City in an instant. Even though he came and went quickly, Yu Xiaogang at this moment has fully understood that in front of him is a titled Douluo. Looking at the iconic Haoshan hammer, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help swallowing. Yu Xiaogang has met Haoshan Miangxia. In just a split second, Yu Xiaogang recognized Tang Hao's true identity. Tang Hao gave up, signaling Yu Xiaogang not to be too polite. Then he turned his gaze to Tang San. This is my Tang Hao's son, martial soul blue silver grass, innately full of soul power. I will follow you from now on. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang felt a little confused, but still nodded mechanically. Facing a titled Douluo, would he dare to say no? However, seeing Tang San's calm appearance, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but look at Tang San. This is actually the third twin martial soul in 100 years. Hearing the master's words, Tang San was taken aback. His gaze suddenly changed when he looked at the master. His left wrist had also been raised quietly, and there was a look of surprise and uncertainty in his eyes. Yu Xiaogang suddenly looked at him with an old god, and said with a smile, "Aren't you surprised why I know you are twin martial souls? I once investigated 647 people whose martial soul was blue silver grass. Among them, 16 had soul power. The probability was less than %. And even among the 16 people with soul power, none of them can exceed the first level of soul power, but you are born with full soul power of the 10th level. According to one of the 10 core competitiveness of Wuhan that I have studied, the size of the innate soul power is directly proportional to the quality of the Wuhan. Blue-silver grass is clearly not satisfied, so I can be sure that you should have another martial soul, and it is a very powerful martial soul." Tang San's eyes gradually calmed down, retorting, "Everything has exceptions, why can't I be an exception?" Yu Xiaogang nodded excitedly and said, "Yes, there are exceptions to everything, but your martial spirit is blue-silver grass, so you are obviously not that exception. In the past 100 years of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, although there have only been 2 twin martial souls, 19 have been born with full soul power. I have carefully studied the martial souls of each of them, and they are all powerful beings. The youngest one has now reached the level of a great soul master. Except for 14 people who inherited powerful martial spirits from their families, there are 5 exceptions. Their backgrounds are not noble, but they also possess innate full soul power. And this kind of accident is the existence of the mutated martial soul. And according to my research on mutated spirits for so many years, there is no variation between any kind of spirit and the blue-silver grass spirit. And your blue-silver grass spirit is an ordinary blue-silver grass, so I can be absolutely sure that my judgment is correct." "The mutant spirit, what is that?" Tang San asked. Yu Xiaogang carefully explained, "First of all, let's talk about how the martial soul is passed on. The martial soul that a person possesses is directly related to the martial soul of his parents. The most normal situation is to inherit the martial spirit of either the father or the mother. This is the family-style martial soul inheritance. Some of the exceptions are the so-called mutated spirits. The source is also the martial soul of the parents, but because the martial soul of the father and mother has a certain variability, the martial soul of the inheritor will mutate and produce a new kind of martial soul. The mutated martial soul can be mutated to be powerful, and even appear innately full of soul power. But most of the mutated spirits will only become weaker. A mutated martial soul is like the product of a marriage between close relatives. There is a high chance of being an idiot, but there may also be a wise man far beyond ordinary people." Tang San nodded. Suddenly, he took a step back, widening the distance between himself and Yu Xiaogang, and then, kneeling on the ground, respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the master. This time, it was Yu Xiaogang's turn to be stunned. "What is this for?" "Teacher!" Tang San shouted respectfully, "Please accept me as an apprentice." Yu Xiaogang smiled smugly, very satisfied, bent down and pulled Tang San up. "Silly boy, why do you have to kowtow when you are a teacher? Don't you know that this is the etiquette only for the king and parents? You only need to bow." Douluo's habits are obviously different from Tang San's first generation, but Tang San doesn't think his etiquette is too much, and solemnly said, "One day a teacher, lifelong father. You should be my kneeling." Tang Sek's teaching on etiquette is very strict, and when he grew up with that kind of education, it has already been deeply imprinted in Tang San's heart. I am writing a little late today. An old man passed away and I have to help. Thank you for your support. Looking forward to your monthly pass, investment, collection, rewards and so on. Next chapter, 5:30 release. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, Yet Yenchen and number 039, S Mind, to Nodding City. Chapter 47, Yet Yenken's Mind, to Nodding City. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang felt even more proud, but there is one thing that Yu Xiaogang will never say in his life. The affair between Tang Hao and the 10-year-old soul beast Blue Silver Emperor was known to almost everyone in Douluo continent. He Yu Xiaogang is not a fool, since Tang Hao has said that Tang San is his child. How can there be only one blue silver grass spirit, and without the clear sky hammer? This is of course impossible. Of course, his theory is actually not inaccurate. It is almost impossible for the Lan Yinko to have innate full soul power. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang felt that Tang San was sent by heaven to save him. If he, Yu Xiaogang, can cultivate Tang San and become a world-renowned title Douluo, his theory will definitely be accepted by the world. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang turned his gaze to Tang Hao. After all, this is the real master. There was a trace of doubt in Tang Hao's eyes. Originally he just wanted Yu Xiaogang to take care of Tang San on his behalf. But seeing that Tang San had insisted on worshipping Yu Xiaogang as his teacher, Tang Hao could only follow Tang San's opinion. Since Xiao San insists on worshipping you as a teacher, Yu Xiaogang, you should teach Xiao San well in the future. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang was a little ecstatic. Ha ha ha, please rest assured, Your Majesty Haoshan, when my mistress is here, Yu Xiaogang will do his best to teach him. Tang Hao nodded, and didn't say anything more. But what Tang Hao never imagined in his wildest dreams was that the fact that he erupted the tidal Douluo breath in Nodding City had already been reported back to Soto City by a ground-level killer from Zaixing Building who was performing a mission in Nodding City. On the top of the Zaixing Building, Yet Yenchen is the same as in the past, cleaning up and playing the piano every day. Just when Yet Yenchen wanted to continue playing a piece, a dark figure appeared in front of Yet Yenken's eyes. Lord, about Tang Hao, I have some news here. As soon as these words came out, Yet Yenchen instantly came to Yinhe with a smile on his face. Yet Yenchen was not in a hurry because Tang Hao had been hiding all these years without being discovered. He didn't believe that a strong person at the title Douluo level could endure loneliness. Tell me, what news has Tang Hao received? Yinhe nodded and said carefully, Master, my subordinates reported to a prefecture-level killer that there are strong men of the title Douluo level wandering around in Nodding City, a province of the fast Nyoxing province of the Heaven Do Empire. Moreover, that breath is very similar to the Clear Sky Hammer of Clear Sky School. However, because our prefecture-level assassin has limited strength, he didn't dare to inquire rashly, so he hurried back to report after completing the mission. Hearing this, Yet Yenchen looked to the southwest. He had a strong feeling that it was Tang Hao. You know, Hao Shenzong has been in a closed state since Tang Hao's incident happened 6 years ago. What's more, apart from those guys from the Clear Sky School, Tang Hao is the only title Douluo who owns the Clear Sky Hammer. Nodding City, this seat understands, Yinhe, that prefecture-level killer did a good job. The smile on Yet Yenken's lips became even brighter. Landlord, do you want a subordinate? Go and inquire about it, make sure that the titled Douluo is Tang Hao? Yet Yenchen shook his head. If it was really Tang Hao, the darkness would be gone and he would be able to alert the enemy. No need, this time, I will take action personally. I want to see what Tang Hao is capable of, who can't even handle that old guy Jin Crocodile. Even with God's help, I have to give it a try. After swiping, Yinhe was surprised. His poster actually planned to go to Nodding City in person. The landlord, do you want my subordinates to accompany you on this journey? Thinking of the refreshing experience he had at the Kaibao glazed sect last time, Yinhe was suddenly moved. If possible, he would also like to have a good encounter with Tang Hao. After all, he and Tang Hao became titled Douluo almost at the same time. Looking at the darkness full of fighting spirit, yet Yanchen smiled lightly. Yinhe, you don't need it. Tang Hao couldn't even catch the golden crocodile Douluo, a level 98 title Douluo. Could it be that you can still be stronger than golden crocodile Douluo? It's better to stay at Zaixing Tower. During my absence, remember, He Yang Bei I will take good care of you. Ah, the landlord. Yinhe wanted to say something, but when he thought that golden crocodile Douluo had missed, he did have some difficulties, without any hesitation. Yet Yanchen jumped directly from the top of the Starjiang Tower, turning into a stream of light and flying towards the southwest. Only Yinhe was left standing there, with a bitter face, sullen. And when Yet Yanchen was approaching Nodding City quickly, Qian Daoliu also received the news of the titled Douluo appearing in Nodding City in Wuhan City. In the worship hall, golden crocodile Douluo directly pushed open the gate of the worship hall, and walked forward quickly. Brother! There's news! Nodding City, a strange title Douluo powerhouse appeared in Nodding City. Golden crocodile suspects that this titled Douluo is Tang Hao. Hearing this, Qian Daoliu, who had been sitting quietly and cultivating himself, instantly opened his eyes. A hint of terrifying murderous intent made the entire worship hall become horrified. Nodding City. Tang Hao. Qian Daoliu muttered something silently, and then his eyes became cloudy again. Golden crocodile, is the news true? Qian Daoliu's words stumped golden crocodile Douluo. After all, the Nodding City Martial Spirit Branch just said that the aura of a strange titled Douluo appeared in the local area. As for whether it was Tang Hao or golden crocodile Douluo, it was just a guess. Brother, this isn't necessarily Tang Hao. The Wuhan Hall of Nodding City just reported the appearance of a Douluo with a strange title. But the strength of the person in charge of the local Wuhan Hall is too low, and it is impossible to judge what the Wuhan titled Douluo is. As soon as these words came out, Qian Daoliu's face became a little disappointed. Seeing this, golden crocodile Douluo continued to ask. Brother, shall we send someone to check? Hearing this, Qian Daoliu shook his head. The news is uncertain, and it may still be a waste of time to go. Moreover, if it was really Tang Hao, it would be useless for ordinary people to go. After hearing this, golden crocodile Douluo also understood this truth, but Tang Hao was like an obsession. Golden crocodile Douluo wanted to catch him too much. Gritting his teeth, golden crocodile Douluo knew that his elder brother probably wouldn't pay attention. After all, Wuhan Palace really needs Qian Daoliu to guard it now. Especially after Bibi Dong became Pope. Brother, regardless of whether the title Douluo of Nodding City is Tang Hao or not, Golden Crocodile wants to investigate. I hope my brother will allow me. After finishing speaking, Golden Crocodile knelt down on one knee and clasped his fists. A rhythm of not getting up if Qian Daoliu disagreed. On the other hand, Qian Daoliu smiled when he saw that the Golden Crocodile was so persistent. Forget it, Golden Crocodile, you can go if you want. The elder brother never blamed you for what happened last time, but remember, if it is really Tang Hao, he will definitely kill him with one blow. Even if Tang Hao has a god to help him, it is impossible for that god to pay attention to Tang Hao all the time. As long as you are fast enough. Hearing this, Golden Crocodile nodded. Thank you, big brother, for making it happen. After all, the Golden Crocodile did not delay, and left the worship hall directly, and also headed towards Nodding City. After the Golden Crocodile left, Qian Daoliu slowly got up, looking at the direction where the Golden Crocodile disappeared, thoughtfully. Tang Hao, Tang Chen, Hao Shenzong. After gently uttering these words, Qian Daoliu's unique level 99 aura rose directly into the sky. If it wasn't for Qian Daoliu's need to protect Qian Rongxiu, maybe the one who went this time wouldn't be Golden Crocodile Douluo. At the same time, in the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong felt the terrifying aura unique to Qian Daoliu, and instinctively frowned. The aura of the angel god made Bibi Dong feel a little uncomfortable. Humph! Qian Daoliu, why is this old fellow so crazy? Out of sight, out of mind, Bibi Dong has nothing to do with Qian Daoliu now, she can only endure the disgust in her heart and have nowhere to vent it. Sorry, it rained heavily at my house this afternoon and there was a power outage. My phone has been out of power, so I can't code, so I'm just posting now. Sorry, dear book friends. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 The Situation of the Mainland, Coxcomb Snake. Chapter 48 The Situation of the Mainland, Coxcomb Snake. When Ye Tianchen and Golden Crocodile Douluo both rushed towards Nodding City, Tang Hao, who was their target, didn't notice it at all. At this moment, he was taking Tang San and Yu Xiaogang to search for suitable soul rings in the forest of soul beasts kept in captivity in the Empire. Walking into the soul beast forest, Tang San seemed a little excited. He was about to have the first soul ring. By then, maybe the Xiantian technique would also break through to the first level. Looking at the slightly dark forest ahead, Tang San also asked, "Father, teacher, I don't know how to choose my first soul ring." "Little San, your first soul ring was naturally chosen to be added to the blue-silver grass, and the age of about 400 years is already the limit of a soul master. When the 9 spirit rings of your blue-silver grass are full, you can try to add spirit rings to the Clear Sky Hammer. In this way, your Clear Sky Hammer's first soul ring can reach the 10,000-year level, or even 10 years. This is the horror of twin martial souls." Yu Xiaogang replied faintly, deep in Yu Xiaogang's heart. Although Tang San is already his disciple at this moment, Yu Xiaogang still has an inexplicable envy. He envied his disciple's talent for being so powerful. If he had had this talent himself, maybe he won't be humble in front of Tang Hao. There was a golden light in Tang Hao's cloudy eyes, obviously agreeing with what Yu Xiaogang said. "Xiao San, your teacher is right, now is not the time to add soul rings to the Clear Sky Hammer, and you remember, from now on, before you are a titled Douluo, remember not to use the Clear Sky Hammer. Unless there is a life and death moment. Otherwise, never expose the Clear Sky Hammer, that will bring disaster to you." As soon as Tang Hao said these words, Yu Xiaogang hesitated to speak. He understood what Tang Hao meant. In the past few years, Wuhan Palace has never given up on searching for Tang Hao. It can be said that if Tang San accidentally exposed his Clear Sky Hammer, what awaited Tang San would be a crazy pursuit from Wuhan Palace. And once Wuhan Palace takes action, even Tang Hao, a titled Douluo with a 10-year-old soul ring, is not sure that he can escape safely. Tang San wasn't stupid. His father, as a titled Douluo, was still so cautious. That could only explain one problem. My father must have provoked some transcendent existences. "Father, teacher, don't worry. I will definitely not expose the Clear Sky Hammer easily." "But, father, can you tell me who our enemy is?" Tang San wants to know. After saying that, Tang San looked at his father Tang Hao calmly. Seeing Tang San's firm eyes and extremely mature appearance, Tang Hao hesitated for a moment, but finally heaved a sigh. "Little San, since you want to know, I will tell you as a father." After all, Tang Hao glanced at Yu Xiaogang, then at Tang San, and spoke slowly. "Xiao San, do you know who your mother is? Presumably you would never have guessed that your mother is actually a 10-year-old soul beast. At the beginning, Yin and I met, knew each other, and fell in love. Originally everything was going in a good direction. But who knows, at the time when you were born, the former spirit hall, Pope Chihiroji came." Having said this, Tang Hao paused for a moment, seeming to recall the past time again, and couldn't help but shed tears from the corners of his eyes, and Tang San also frowned, listening carefully to his father telling the past. Only Yu Xiaogang looked calm, after all he knew all these things. A Yin sacrificed himself to me in order to save you and me. Because of this, I broke through the titled Douluo and fought against the Pope Qian Sunji of the Spirit Hall. In the end it was seriously injured. At that time, I was almost exhausted, so I fled with you in a hurry. Who knew Qian Sun's illness, but died in the end. Because of this, Wu Hundian was furious. To this day, I am still the most wanted person listed by Wu Hundian. Tang Hao also selectively told Tang San that he would selectively erase all the bad things he had done. And Tang San, who knew all this, had a more dignified expression. Father, is Wu Hundian really that powerful? Tang San asked his last question. He wants to know how strong his enemy is. Hearing this, Tang Hao fell silent, and Yu Xiaogang standing beside him also stood up when he saw this. Little San, the power of the Spirit Hall is beyond your imagination. Although Hao Shenmian is also a titled Douluo and even has a 10-year-old soul ring, the Spirit Hall. There are at least 10 titled Douluo in Wu Hundian. The scariest thing is those old guys in the enshrinement hall, among them, Angel Douluo and Wuhan Palace enshrine Qian Daoliu, a peerless Douluo who is level 99. In the Hall of Worship, the second one is dedicated to Golden Crocodile Douluo, which is a level 98 Super Douluo. In addition, there are several offerings above level 95 in the Wuhan Hall Enshrinement Hall. Coupled with those titled Douluo in the Hall of Elders, it can be said that the Hall of Spirits is the most powerful force in the world. After all, Yu Xiaogang was also a little silent. Didn't he leave Bibidong and Wuhan City because he was afraid of the power of Wuhan Palace? At this moment Tang San's heart was extremely complicated. Thinking of facing such a terrifying super force in the future, Tang San felt a little numb. Teacher, besides Wuhan Palace, are there no other forces in this world that can compete with it? As soon as these words came out, Yu Xiaogang was also stunned. But then shook his head. It's not absolute, although the Spirit Hall is powerful, it can't do whatever it wants on the mainland. The power of the entire Douluo continent can be divided into one hall and one floor, 3 sects at the top and 4 sects at the bottom, 2 great empires, and several big families. Among them, Zhaixinglu and Shangzanzong both have the existence of titled Douluo. Wu Hundian is also very afraid of this. Especially the Zhaixing building. According to rumors, the owner of Star-Reaching Building can rival Golden Crocodile Douluo of Wuhan Palace. Speaking of this, Yu Xiaogang's face became hideous. He hates Wuhan Palace, and he hates Star-Reaching Tower even more. But at this moment, Tang San's mind exploded. He didn't care about the so-called upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects, but when he heard the word Zhaixinglu, Tang San was a little shocked. Before he came to the Douluo continent, the Profound Sky continent also had the Zhaixing building. Just when Tang San wanted to continue asking Yu Xiaogang about the situation of the Star-Reaching Tower, Tang Hao suddenly discovered a soul beast suitable for Tang San's soul ring. The crested snake that was born around 400 years ago, Xiaosan, your soul ring has been found. As he finished speaking, Tang Hao grasped the air, and a terrifying force pressed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to the ground, unable to move. Little San, hurry up. The soul ring needs you to kill the soul beast to absorb it. Hearing this, Tang San didn't bother to ask about the situation of the Zhaixing building. He quickly raised his left arm, a silver light flashed, and the arrow pierced fiercely into the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. In the next second, a yellow soul ring rose slowly. Not daring to be negligent, Tang San quickly absorbed this spirit ring. After absorbing the spirit ring, his spirit power broke through to level 11. At the same time, Xiantian Kung Fu also broke through to the first floor. Stand up slowly. Tang San raised his right hand, a faint white light appeared on the surface of the skin, and then, dark blue silver grass swarmed out from the palm. A clear yellow halo rose from his feet, circling around his body. It is the distinctive feature of a soul master with one ring. The blue-silver grass in the past was less than half a finger wide, but now the blue-silver grass has become 3 fingers wide. and the grass blades are several times thicker than before, with strange patterns. Dozens of blue-silver grasses spread rapidly to the surroundings, and the tips of the grass blades lifted up, like more than 10 phoenix-tailed coxcomb snakes looking for food. The blue-silver grass does not have the fishy smell of the coxcomb snake, but only has a faint aroma of tea, and that intoxicating aroma is full of danger. Yu Xiaogong's eyes flashed with excitement, and he suppressed his excitement and said, "How is your resilience?" Seeing is believing, Tang San answered the master with actions. One of the more than 10 blue-silver grasses that had escaped from his palm suddenly flew up, entwined around a small tree as thick as an arm. The other side returned to Tang San's hands. He pulled back hard with his right hand, and Xiaoshu's trunk suddenly bent down, making the blue-silver grass stretch straight, but showing no signs of breaking. "Well, that's great." Yu Xiaogang looked extremely excited, and Tang Hao on the side also nodded slightly, very satisfied with Tang San's performance of the first soul ability. Soon, the three of them embarked on the journey back to Nodding City. "Today a reader has been catching my typos, thank you very much. Then I don't know whether the book I wrote is suitable for everyone's taste. In short, I will work hard to improve it. As long as everyone puts forward their opinions, I hope everyone can support new writers and new books, not to mention the monthly ticket rewards are flying all over the sky, at least the big praises from all the book friends are my motivation." End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Haoshan Warhammer comes out, and the strings of Tianmo move. Chapter 49 Haoshan Warhammer comes out, and the strings of Tianmo move. After returning to Nodding City, life seems to have fallen into a calm. Under Yu Xiaogong's arrangement, Tang San successfully entered the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy to study. Tang San also successfully became the boss of Kishi. Lying on his own bed, Tang San was a little preoccupied. His mother turned out to be a 10-year-old soul beast, and she also had an enemy like the Wuhan Temple. For a moment, Tang San felt a little dizzy, and at the same time, he was still full of doubts about the star-reaching tower mentioned by his teacher. At this moment, a crisp voice came from outside, "Is this Kishi?" Everyone looked towards the door at the same time, and their eyes straightened up. I saw a pretty little girl standing at the door. She looked about the same age as Tang San, and almost the same height. The pretty little face is white and red, and the pink and tender appearance is like a ripe peach, which makes people have the urge to take a bite. Although her clothes are very simple, she looks very neat. Long black hair was combed into a scorpion braid hanging over the hips. A pair of watery eyes reveal curiosity. She also held a brand new school uniform in her hand. The students in the dormitory were all boys, and when they suddenly saw such a beautiful little girl appear, they were all stunned. Tang San couldn't help but asked Wang Sheng in a low voice, "Can men and women live here?" Wang Sheng nodded, also lowered his voice, and said, "We are all still children, and every dormitory in the school is gender neutral. It is said that the distinction will only be made at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. It's really strange, last year there was not a single work-study student, but this year there are 2. Boss, come on, show her off." No need. Tang San didn't expect that he had just become the so-called boss of Kishi, and immediately encountered a problem. Let him bully a girl, he really can't do it. The girl at the door blinked her big eyes, seeing that no one was paying attention to her, and then looked up at the sign of Kishi on the door, with a sweet smile on her face. "Hello, my name is Xiao Wu, dancing dance." "Hello, my name is Tang San." As if destined, Tang San and the 10-year-old spirit beast Xiao Wu met each other. And at this moment, Ye Tianchen has already arrived outside Nodding City. Without trying to startle the snake, Ye Tianchen walked on the streets of Nodding City in plain clothes, feeling the fluctuations of the surrounding soul power. "But after working for a long time, I still didn't find anything." The aura belonging to Tang Hao seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Could it be that Tang Hao is just passing through Nodding City? Ye Tianchen had some doubts in his heart, but after all that had happened, yet Yanchen couldn't give up just yet. Tang Hao, oh Tang Hao! Don't let me find you! Calm down, yet Yanchen began to search inch by inch in Nodding City, not letting go of any corner. In a short while, yet Yanchen came to the gate of Nodding Soul Master Junior Academy. Suddenly, yet Yanchen noticed a strange aura. This. The breath of a 10-year-old soul beast. Interesting, interesting, this little city of Nodding actually has a 10-year-old soul beast. But just when Yet Yanchen wanted to find out what happened to this 10-year-old soul beast, in the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Tang Hao's heart suddenly exploded. An inexplicable sense of terror made Tang Hao's heart thump. In just a split second, Tang Hao understood that he was being targeted. Looking at Tang San's position and the 10-year-old little rabbit, Tang Hao gritted his teeth, and suddenly, the aura of the titled Douluo instantly filled the entire Nodding City. In an instant, Tang Hao soared into the sky and fled towards the outside of Nodding City. Yet Yanchen also stopped at this moment. Tang Hao, you finally appeared. However, it seems a little too late for you to move the tiger away from the mountain. Ha ha ha, forget it, since you want to play, I will play with you. In just a split second, Yet Yanchen also shot up into the sky, so fast that he saw Tang Hao's figure in just a split second. At this moment, Tang Hao also felt the terrifying aura behind him, but in order to keep his son and the 10-year-old soul beast from being discovered, Tang Hao still wanted to keep Yet Yanchen further away. After all, that 10-year-old soul beast was the soul ring that Tang Hao had reserved for Tang San. The sudden change in Nodding City shocked the entire Nodding City Soul Masters, and in the Nodding Junior Academy for Soul Masters. Xiaowu couldn't help but tremble too. That is the breath of title Douluo. Xiaowu was extremely scared. If she was discovered by a human titled Douluo, she was sure that she would die without rebirth. At the same time, Yu Xiaogang quickly found Tang San. He knew that Tang Hao's enemy was here. There is a high probability that it is a powerhouse above Super Douluo. Not daring to delay at all, Yu Xiaogang found Tang San and was about to leave Nodding City. Tang San didn't even react. He was taken away by Yu Xiaogang, and 10 miles outside Nodding City, Yet Yanchen's body suddenly appeared in front of Tang Hao. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Yet Yanchen looked at Tang Hao's frantic escape with a smile on his lips, and as the Tian Moken appeared in his hand, his 6 fingers waved the strings, and a terrifying sound wave galloped towards him. Tang Hao cut it off. In an instant, this sound wave wiped away everything that stood in front of it. Tang Hao also discovered this terrifying scene. He quickly stopped his footsteps and smashed towards the ground fiercely, almost missing his head. The sound wave flew away. The shaved Tang Hao's face hurts. After landing, Tang Hao finally saw who was in front of him. What caught my eye was a young man with gorgeous hair, dressed in plain clothes, a Gukin. Tang Hao was almost certain that the titled Douluo level expert in front of him was definitely not from the Spirit Hall. I don't know who is His Majesty. You and I have no grievances or enmities, so why bother blocking my way? After calming down, Tang Hao looked at Yet Yanchen cautiously, and asked questions slowly. Seeing Tang Hao like this, Yet Yanchen really didn't notice anything strange. He looked dull and stupid. How could someone help him? I don't understand, and yet Yanchen doesn't want to understand either. Tang Hao, a disciple of the Haoshan sect, a level 94 titled Douluo, possesses the 10-year-old 9th soul ring. It seems to be just like that. I can't understand how that old guy Golden Crocodile Douluo missed it. Boom! When Yet Yanchen said Golden Crocodile Douluo, Tang Hao understood instantly. The titled Douluo in front of him is neither an enemy nor a friend. Who is His Majesty the Crown? Tang Hao took a step forward, the 9 soul rings under his feet slowly rose, and the clear sky hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. The terrifying aura from the titled Douluo instantly swept over the scene. All of a sudden, sand and rocks flew away, and the atmosphere became chilling. Seeing Tang Hao's nervous look, Yet Yanchen shook his head slightly, and in an instant, his eyes shot out a ray of light. Look at Tang Hao, every word. My seat, Ye Tianchen, the owner of the Star Building. Boom, for a moment, Tang Hao only felt his mind buzzing. The person in front of me is actually the owner of Zhaixing Building? That mysterious six-fingered piano demon. I'm going to dinner today, so I'll write here first. Continue tomorrow. Everyone can guess what happened to Xiao Wu. As always, I look forward to everyone's investment, rewarding monthly tickets and follow-up reading. The support of all book friends is the motivation for the author to write. Then some book friends feel that I have less. This is not a problem. Immediately after it is put on the shelves, it will be popular every day. 10 chapters will be updated directly on the day of release. Keep your word. Available the day after tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Battle 1 is triggered, when Haoshan breaks his arm. Chapter 50 When the battle is triggered, when Haoshan breaks his arm. In a daze, Tang Hao suddenly remembered the scene 6 years ago. It seems that the strange sound wave 6 years ago is very similar to today. Thinking of this, Tang Hao was a little suspicious. Seeing Ye Tianquan's calm expression without any fluctuations, Tang Hao couldn't help but ask, Master of the Star-Reaching Building, 6 years ago, you were the one who forced me to evacuate from the Star Do Forest. Ye Tianquan smiled slightly, with an inexplicable curvature on the corner of his mouth. This Tang Hao is not stupid. He can tell at a glance that he is the one who snatched the 10-year-old blue-silver emperor's soul bone 6 years ago. He didn't continue talking nonsense, and yet Tianquan didn't explain. He just looked at Tang Hao like a dead man. Following Ye Tianquan stepped forward, 1,000-year soul rings suddenly rose from under the feet, and when the 7th soul ring lit up, the mesmerizing 10-year bright red soul ring suddenly appeared. At this moment, Tang Hao's heart has sunk to the bottom. But this is not over yet. When the 8th blood-red 10-year soul ring and the 9th 10-year soul ring rose slowly, the aura that belonged to Ye Tianquan's level 97 was just for a moment, crushing all Tang Hao's aura pressure. At this moment, beads of sweat began to drip from Tang Hao's forehead. Tang Hao has never seen such a terrifying soul ring configuration in his life. Feeling Ye Tianquan's aura that was not weaker than golden crocodile Douluo, Tang Hao saying that he was not panic was a lie. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Tang Hao wanted to struggle again. My Majesty the Qin Demon Crown, Tang Hao has no enmity with you, so why bother forcing each other to block my way? Seeing Tang Hao's unwillingness to give up, Ye Tianquan shook his head. My lord heard that you, Tang Hao, had God's help, and even that guy golden crocodile Douluo lost his hand. This seat wants to see how powerful this God's power is. The moment the voice fell, Ye Tianquan did not choose to entangle with Tang Hao any longer. With a flick of the Tian Moken in his hand, the terrifying sound waves turned into thousands of blades, overwhelming Tang Hao. Tang Hao didn't expect Ye Tianquan's attack to come so quickly at this moment. Since there is no way to ease it, Tang Hao also intends to do his best. Haoshan Hammer. The 7th soul skill, Haoshan Incarnation. Suddenly, the clear sky hammer in Tang Hao's hand erupted with a terrifying aura, and thunderbolts surrounded the clear sky hammer. Facing Ye Tianquan's thousands of sword chi, the direction of countless blades is a bang. The soul power from titled Douluo is output like crazy. The earth was directly cracked by Tang Hao's hammer. A terrifying force directly smashed the earth into deep cracks. Boom, boom, boom. The moment when the clear sky hammer in Tang Hao's hand met Ye Tianquan's thousands of sword energy blades. 2 soul powers belonging to titled Douluo suddenly collided. An impact directly wiped out all life within a meter radius. Even Tang Hao couldn't bear the powerful impact. The clear sky hammer in his hand kept trembling. The wave of tentative force-on-force encounters just now made Tang Hao know that it would be difficult to escape today. This clear sky hammer really lives up to its reputation. It can drop 10 times with one power. Even if it only has the strength of level 94, it can still meet a level 95 Super Douluo. Feeling the slight fluctuation coming from his hand, Ye Tianquan couldn't help but admire. It has to be said that Tang Hao is actually quite powerful. at least in Ye Tianquan's view, if yin, black, yang, and white face Tang Hao alone, they probably are not Tang Hao's opponents. However, with this level of strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave today. Tang Hao. Don't think about it anymore. Ye Tianquan's smooth and silky tune resounds through the sky. The so-called 4-2 pull 1,000 caddies, use softness to overcome rigidity. Since Tang Hao is extremely fierce, Ye Tianquan wants to try. Where is the limit of this Tang Hao? A heartbroken song. Where can I find a bosom friend in the world? With Ye Tianquan urging Tianlong Bayan, the Raoziju also made people feel an inexplicable killing intent, sound waves like filaments overwhelming the sky. Tang Hao's eyes widened suddenly due to that soft and unreal feeling. Without hesitation, Tang Hao still dropped the hammer, want to smash everything with brute force, but when the clear sky hammer landed on those threads, Tang Hao discovered that he was wrong, so wrong. The Haoshan hammer ruthlessly hit strands of silk threads, but those threads naturally bent along with its force. It's like punching cotton, and it doesn't work at all. Just when Tang Hao was a little surprised and confused, a thin line of sound waves passed across his cheek silently. In an instant, a trace of blood suddenly appeared on Tang Hao's face. A gleam of blood also made Tang Hao realize the seriousness of the problem. Ah! The hammer of the disorderly cloak. Seeing that he was about to be beheaded by thousands of silk threads on the spot, Tang Hao's heart was raised in his throat. As he unleashes the hammer of the chaotic cloak, a series of sledgehammers continue to hit strands of filaments. With the superimposition of the power of each hammer, the power becomes more and more powerful. Finally, Tang Hao's speed began to increase rapidly. A gust of wind formed directly around him, blowing away all the filaments in the sky. When the hammer of chaos cloak struck the last blow, Tang Hao didn't hesitate and crashed down directly towards Ye Tianquan. Tang Hao instantly exuded powerful murderous intent and materialized it, causing the surrounding air to distort. Feeling Tang Hao's murderous intent, even the weather turned gloomy. The power of the number 80 hammer made Ye Tianquan a little amazed. He is indeed a guy from Haoshanzong. Although the current Haoshanzong is not as good as before, Tang Chen's level 99 ultimate Douluo's unique skill is still quite powerful. Good job! The fourth soul skill, Heavenly Demon Shield. When Ye Tianquan's fourth soul ring lit up, the endless soul power seemed to be real, and it instantly turned into an extremely black shield on top of Ye Tianquan's head. Exuding a faint devilish energy, he forcibly took Tang Hao's 9th 81 hammer. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Tang Hao's eyes were already blood red. No matter how hard it is, just give it a hammer. In an instant, a force more terrifying than Tang Hao's number 80 hammer bounced back and directly sent Tang Hao flying. When the black shield dispersed, Ye Tianquan gently patted the dust falling on his plain clothes. Looking at Tang Hao's panting appearance, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. With that hammer blow just now, Ye Tianquan felt that he could fight head-on with a level 95 titled Douluo. However, it was still far from what Ye Tianquan had in mind. His purpose is very simple: persecute Tang Hao bit by bit until the so-called divine power appears. Killing Tang Hao and doing it all over again is not the purpose of Ye Tianquan's trip. The seventh soul skill, the real body of the demon. Following Ye Tianquan's seventh soul skill, a phantom of a demon also appeared behind him. Almost instantly, a huge sword that blocks the sky and the sun directly splits towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao, who was already a little exhausted, could only watch helplessly as the giant sword fell. Click! As the giant sword fell, Tang Hao was directly cut out of the meter abyss by a sword, and at the same time, Tang Hao's left arm also fell in response. I got up early this morning to code for everyone, and it will be on the shelves at 10 o'clock tomorrow. The author has worked so hard. Everyone is not allowed to vote monthly. Give a reward, invest in this book, and support the author. But tomorrow 10 o'clock will definitely be done. D will be updated every day in the future. End of this chapter.